It's Assetto Corsa Evo launch day, the 16th of the 1st, 2025. This is a live stream, so the start of it's nothing's going to happen because the game's not out yet. It's probably not out for at least another 12 hours. So we're going to be playing Assetto Corsa, talking rubbish, eating pizza, and preparing ourselves for the launch of a new pasta. Will it be good? Who knows? Kunos knows, but we don't knows. And who knows what Kunos knows? Click the like button, subscribe, join in with us. This is going to be torture. I bet it comes out at like 9 p.m. But I'm ready. I'm ready for it, guys. I can take it. I can take it. In the meantime, yeah, we'll just sit here and sulk. Now, it could be better than our Microsoft Flight Sim live stream, launch live stream. I doubt it though. That was so good. That was so good. We watched a load bar for 6 hours. I don't think anything will ever beat that. It was one of my best gaming memories was a Microsoft Flight Sim launch. I'm so glad it was so bad. It honestly was like the best worst thing ever. They had a timer on the Insta story, 7 hours. So what's 7 hours from now? 7 hours is nothing in Game of Muscle Land. What's 7 hours from now, guys? What's that? Someone do the math. We could put the clock on the screen. Although I don't know if I can put the clock on the screen because I think it causes OBS to break down. 1 a.m. Good morning, guys. I just went to Tesco's. Oh man, my sleep has been so bad recently. It's honestly, boo. It's honestly been terrible. Oh dear. Honestly, the worst. Like the worst week of like. I have a few problems wrong with myself, and then occasionally they line up, so I get like a quad combo of like back issues, nerve issues. Oh dear, and then insomnia, and then dizziness. Oh, it's great, and then fatigue. It's like a McDonald's triple combo meal, but it's getting better again. So good. You can't even play it. Oh well. Well, I'm heading off to. We're heading off to Holland tomorrow, so we have 1 day. We've got 1 day to play it. Then we'll have a 3-day. Well, no, we'll probably be able to play it in Holland, but yeah. I mean, the early access only has it's offline stuff, so it'll be interesting though. It's going to be interesting. That's the main thing. Interestino. Right. In the meantime, though, we do have an AC server we can drive on and mess around on. Why would you... Oh, don't worry about ruining your sleep schedule, Oliver. It's fine. It doesn't do permanent damage. Honest. Richard B. Craig's has subscribed to the channel. Thank you.
Morning muscle.
Morning. Guten Morgen. Will there be mods in Evo? I don't know. Nobody knows. Well, there will be mods probably, but nobody knows how it's going to pan out. When will the online mode be? I don't know. Nobody knows. No, I've not Unlucky Vader. I've been terrible. But it's all right. We've been able to do like... We've been putting out those videos every day. So that's been okay. No, I've not been too bad. It's just not been the best, but it's fine. What was I going to do? There was something I needed to... No, I think it's this. Right. There might be something in the air. Poll what? Early release price. Yeah, we could put that on the screen. We could have a what do people think? I think they'll do a $24.99 special price. Look at this. I'm drinking Lucozade Sport Zero Sugar. It tastes terrible.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Danny Pill. It won't be $39.99. No, it'll be like $29.99 or $24.99. They'll do special early access price. I'm telling you. Right, so that's that. We can have a poll for that. Right, shall I get rid of the subscribers off the screen? Who cares about you guys that support us? Nobody cares about them. Right, so we'll do some AC though as well. Yeah, I reckon it'd be $24.99. Text. EA price. Guess. I think it'll be what were the prices? 24, 39.99, 15, 14.99. It'll be $24.99. I'm telling you. Guaranteed. Game of Muscle special promise. $299.99. It's not Microsoft Flight Sim. In pounds. What do you mean? What currency? There's only one currency in the world. Don't be silly. Are you mental? Of course it's going to be in pounds. In euros? If it's in euros, it's well confusing. Pounds, we invented everything in the UK. Right. Well, what I can do is I can just... we can... Yeah. What do they use in India? Rupees. 15,000 400 Nigerian rand. I don't know what they use in Nigeria. Is it crown or something? Nigerian crown? Right. So, chat, type in what's your price guesses in pounds, and we can highlight the one that we think is the current guess price. I think it's $24.99. I'll just... That's my current guess. Yeah, it's going to be $24.99. Price guess chart. Oh wow, that's going to work. What's his music? We've got some new beats from Epidemic Sound. Not bad. Wow, it's rare that we hear a new song on Epidemic Sound. At least $900. I think Ace will be the most expensive early access game. $54.99? I don't think it will be. Let's put 50 plus. No, it'll be $24.99. $29.99 at worst. Right, enough of that game for now. Mike, hello Mike. 3 chickens should be enough to barter for the game. Hey, do you know how much a chicken costs these days? Like a free range chicken in Lidl's is it's like £13 for a corn fed free range chicken, which is that's the only chicken I buy because I'm rich, obviously as a YouTuber. Now I don't eat much meat, and I feel like if I'm going to eat meat, I'll eat free range chicken because I think battery farm chicken's really evil. Let's hope this stream is as fun. I know we were saying that, Lud to Jen. No, that stream was amazing. Honestly, that was the best. That is the best live stream I've ever had. Like 5 hours of watching a load bar was so good. I like there was no way I could have ever have predicted that scenario occurring as like a live stream or whatever. Like there's no there's like at no point in my imagination did I ever think, oh, I'll be sat staring at a load bar for 5 hours. It was so good. It was so good. I like if someone had said to me, oh, that's yeah, I know, it's amazing. It was really good. Countdown timer. When's it? This might break OBS. Right, let's see. Output timer, scripts. Advanced timer. I'm using this one. Hang on. How long is 28 minutes? Let's see. Hopefully this works without breaking OBS. For some reason, these scripts really hammer the CPU. Have you been sold Ace? So what time is it coming out? Oh, okay, this works. What 7 hours? I'm not starting my stream for another 6 hours. 7 hours and 20 minutes. What's that in seconds? Someone Google 7 hours and 20 minutes, please, in seconds, because that's how the timer works. A friend told me that Kunos is pushing this off as alpha when they're just recruiting free beta testers that even pay for it. Well, I mean, this depends how you define it, isn't it? 2,000. Thanks for following. 26,400. Jesus Christ. 26,400. That's 7 hours. 7 hours 19 minutes. There you go, guys. If you've ever wondered to yourselves, you've ever thought to yourselves, oh, how long is 7 hours and 19 minutes in seconds? Well, you've come to the right place. It's 26,400 seconds. What will you do with that knowledge? Probably nothing. Probably, I mean, it could be maybe get abducted and the aliens are like, you need to tell us all the times in seconds. We want to destroy your planet. Tell us how many of your Earth seconds you require. About 7 hours and 20 minutes. Tell us in seconds. We do not understand anything else. There you go. 26,000 seconds. That sounds like a song. Sounds like some like West End musical. There we go. Time left. Is that exciting? Good morning, chili dog. Look at this. Amazing.
I don't like ACC, but I do like
the normal.
So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well,
one of
the or
if not the best
to practice, like even F1
or
GT.
Mods,
it's really good.
That guy never shuts up. It's got a stupid like Dutch accent. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, click the like button. We'll hit 100 likes per hour. We have 147 confused people that are hyped. They're probably. I have to say, if you can't appreciate our thumbnail, it is possibly one of the greatest thumbnail works of art of this century. I expect to see it in the Tate Modern. Dog God. Wonder if there's damage physics or there's no damage physics. No, it's a similar to AC damage. where it'll be like a texture change and maybe bits can fall off the car a little bit, but that's not what they focused on. 7 hours is a marathon. Well, not for me. We're fine. This is normal. We watched Microsoft Flight Sim Load Bar for 5 hours. You know it's going to be bare bones. Bare bones. Bare bones. It's a bit weird saying that, isn't it? Thanks for subscribing, Alif. Bare bones. Because bare bones of a bear, would be pretty big, which would suggest a lot of things. And also, bears probably have a similar amount of bones as people. You know, because they're pretty similar to a person. If you've ever seen a bear carcass, which I've seen quite a few, you know, who hasn't seen a bear carcass? It's pretty often that you'll be just minding your own business and bear carcass, and they do look like it looks like a human. Often a bear carcass is mistaken for a human corpse. Winter, I came to say the thumbnail's deeply disturbing. When's this out? I wonder if there was some kind of indication on the screen as to when it's coming out. God, if only there was some kind of clue. Dr. Watson, I can't piece together the puzzle pieces. There just isn't enough information for us to come to a conclusion. Sherlock, don't worry. I think your brain will surely put together the puzzle. You're such a genius. You'll be able to work it out. But Watson, my indubitable fellow, it's such a tricky conundrum. Olive oil. Who doesn't like olive oil? This tune's good as well. We found a new playlist on Epidemic Sound. What's the price? We're guessing $24.99. It's a vague description. It just says time left to what? To the end of the universe. Can you imagine? It wouldn't be much of a loss though, would it? Let's be honest. Are you going to stream till... Yeah, of course we are. You don't think you guys realise the level that we operate at here. A lot of people are confused because I operate on a different wavelength to most people. I'm not saying it's the correct wavelength, but it is a wavelength. It confuses people. Thanks TF1967 for subscribing. I mean, one more sub and we're going to be on hype level 2 already. Thank you very much. Why is my fact-checked comment ignored? What's your fact-checked comment? I don't know what a fact-checked comment is. Price depends on the rest. the hype for this game is absurd as well. It's pretty funny. But why not get on board? Random call sign. Brother Sexy Call Sign did a video saying not to be hyped, I think. What was his video? Go and subscribe to Random Call Sign, guys. Cousin Call Sign. He has Random Call Sign has bad taste in cars. He has bad taste in music. He's got alright taste in simulators. Here we go. His last video. Ignore the hype. No, don't ignore the hype, guys. I would say you only live once. Go with the hype and inevitably be disappointed, and that's fine. That's why not? You know. I'm excited for the disappointment. That's my life motto. Now I think it'll be interesting either way. YOLO swag. I think it'll be interesting. Either way, it's interesting because I think it is like a definite, it is a benchmark racing sim. It's like if you have another Doom or something coming out, you know, it doesn't matter how good it is or what happens. It's all like Microsoft Flight Sim. It's like a benchmark game, isn't it? walking through the download bar. I've set a server up, by the way, guys, so we can we could just talk about Evo though, but who wants to join a Game of Muscle server for a bit? We've got 7 hours. No rush. Hell Knight, I'm excited for the free roam that is hopefully. Yeah, I'm not. But I can see why people are. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's good, but it's not my personal thing. Core Racing, after watching and avoiding you on Expo and trying Evo, I was hyped. Why were you avoiding me at Expo? We're going to Sim Formula Europe tomorrow, by the way, guys. If you want to go to that, go to Maastricht. In Holland, they'll have Assetto, ImSim, Track Racer, a whole bunch of stuff there. In Maastricht, at the Mecca Arena or something, the MCC Arena. It's in the town centre. It's like a half a mile from the town centre. So if you're in that part of Europe, like Dortmund, Cologne, Bonn, Dusseldorf, if you're in that region, it's very easy to get to by train. It's like an hour from those places. You are with Cam and 3 meter long mice and 360 Cam, and I was scared. I remember leaving your mic with the Fanatec rep. Yeah, with Dom, because I was chasing after Steve. I was doing a third person Steve view. Ah, yeah, we were recording the walkthrough there, and we were running out of time. You're not in Holland when in Maastricht? Maastricht's Holland? I thought it was. What is that? Do they not count it as Holland? Weirdly, I'm having to get a bloody train to Aschen. It's so messed up. Normally you get Eurotunnel and you go okay, Netherlands, whatever. Shut up. We're stupid in England. We just call it all it's Europe. I don't care. So I have to get a train from London to what's it called, Brussels. Normally you go to Liège and then to Maastricht, but Liège seems to be messed up. So we're getting a train from Brussels to Aschen and then Aschen to Maastricht. So we like going past where I want to go to, but. Imperialist mindset. Yeah, you've got to hold on to our history.
3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you.
It's 1 hour less left.
9 hours less left. What? Thanks for the 20 sec. Oh, wait, we've had some good sec there. Whoa. Appreciate that. I don't even know what 20 sec is, but I'll take it. I'm going to hype level 2 already. We've had donations, we've had members. Let's put a pasta on the screen. Every donation should be some pasta. This is probably going to break OBS. I need to reformat my streaming PC. Right, pasta. Pasta GIF. What would you like as a pasta GIF? Oh no, ad block. It's weird. Right. There you go, you can have some meatballs. Why is there lobsters in my meatballs? Oh, here we go. Desktop. Oh, it's probably going to break everything. Images. There you go, we've got spinning pasta. Thank you very much. We can have a spinning pasta for every donation. Beautiful. Thank you for subscribing, Bjorkman Engineering. He doesn't like a bit of Bjork. Still deciding reasons for sick leave. Well, you don't need any reasons. You just, what you do is you just phone up and you go. You phone up and you just go, I feel terrible. I'm not coming in today. I feel awful. And then just put the phone down. And the less you say, the better. Like, no one's... The less sick someone is, the more they can describe how sick they are. So, like, if you've ever been really, really ill, you ain't gonna... You'd phone up something and you go, I can't make it. You don't need to say anything else because because it's true. This is the art of lying. Yeah. Get the doctor to phone in for you and go, sorry, he's dead. Well, that's probably worse because you'll lose your job. But at least you won't have to go into work again, so it's not all bad, is it? I'm gonna go on a. We've got a server go. We can drive around whilst we're chatting. If you guys want to join it? Search for Game of Muscle. I think the password is T on it. Oh, we can actually invite you guys and do a link. Do doctors need doctor's notes to miss work? No, I think people just trust them because for some reason doctors are just trusted. Hello, more sec.
Go.
By 1 hour less, I mean it's 6 hours 18 minutes left. Not 7 hours and 18 minutes.
What? It's 6 hours and 18 minutes left, not 7 hours and 18. Oh, so we got 1 hour too much on the time? Thanks, Headshot. William Mary, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. 4 months. It is tea time. I need to get a cup of tea. Just post the server link in here. Hang on. Four months.
Let's go, it's time for a cup of tea.
It is. It's definitely tea time. I'm gonna join the server here. We've got our own server. Do a little bit of driving here. Well, why don't you try it, LMU? That's the nice thing with Sims. There's loads of different Sims you can play and try. If you're on YouTube, guys, click the like button. Also, why is my camera cropping me so much? Oh, I don't know if this time is going to reset. No. So you're saying the timer is incorrect? No, we might. No, we might be okay. Let's try and copy and paste this timer. Well, we'll see. We can update it. It's no worries. The thing is, it's a script, so paste reference. Here we go. It can on OBS. These scripts can be a bit weird, especially on my OBS because I stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So this computer's like smoking. The computer's on fire. There we go. Oh no, the great time debate. Why are we going in reverse? That was weird. I think you can have a lot of fun with AMS2. I think AMS2 and stuff, it's like... I think the... Oh, my downshift's not working. Hello. Why would my gear shifters stop working? Has there been an update to the software here? Let's have a look. $6 hours. Oh no, no, I know why it's not working. No. I'm not sure. It doesn't synchronize Content Manager across different computers. So I don't think it does. Maybe it does. Oh, it's there. That's weird. Well, I think the price is going to be $24.99. Constipazione. You can take some tablets for that. Hang on. Why? Why is it only letting me upshift? What? Is this a new shader patch bug? It's only letting me upshift. Just rebound it. I've never had this happen before. Oh, I think it's £25. It'll be 25. Black Godzilla. Thanks for following. Oh yeah, rebind him and save him was a good idea. Maybe. It's there. That is weird. I've never had that happen before. See, this will be one of the things with Evo that hopefully it all just works. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think that's what everyone's looking for. Oh, there you go. That works. I think a lot of people just want they just want a sim that works, you know. I think people are a little bit tired. That's why iRacing's so popular. It's like, yeah, the physics are a bit weird, but if you're like, oh, I want to do a race. Same with LMU as well. Like if you're like, you want to do a race, chances are you can load up LMU and have a race. Yeah, they don't want to play they don't want to play Mist or Riven each time they want to do some driving, you know. There seems to be a great timer debate here. And the great countdown debate. I never thought a countdown timer could cause such a ruckus. Did they say a specific time, or are you going by the timer that's on their what they said in their Instagram? Six hours on Steam. Well, we can update it. What's UTC? Is that it's the same as GM GMT? Yeah. We invented time. We invented money. We invented everything. Don't tell the Italians. We invented pizza as well, and the Italians copied us. Fact. Everything was invented. Curry, Britain. Biscuits, Britain. English, Britain. Tea, Britain. So it was all invented here, everything. Not one thing was stolen. Mark Gaming is Will Nintendo what? Switch 2? Oh yeah, maybe. Don't know what they can really do with the Switch. I mean, slightly faster would be good enough. Tea's Portuguese? No. Depression. Yeah, been wet. Don't tell the Chinese. Yeah, it's all right. That's fine. Did Chinese invent tea, or was it Indians? I mean, people will have boiled stuff. I'm like British people are very good at boiling things. So this is the only way to stay warm. It's such a miserable country, so you had to boil more stuff. Yeah. Countdown to depression. How much Luke Skywalker do I think the game will cost?
I think the game will cost $29.99 Skywalker.
Oh, that's the best I could do. Did you like that? That's the best I could do. I think it'll be $25.99 UK price. That's Tesco's price. Mr. Pineapple invented pineapple pizza. Obviously. This is an Evo stream, but Evo's not out yet, so we're building up to it. We're building up to the Evo. This is the Evo hype stream. Elon Musk, #1 ranking. Evo. Yeah, I mean, probably will do, won't he? Through not cheating at all.
The pace car is out of control.
Deathline, thanks for following. Welcome. Whatever it costs, Australian price will be marked. Well, in Australia, you have different taxes for games and imports and stuff. Someone said the second course ever will be good when hell freezes over. Well, I guess what? It's snowing in Thailand. Can someone explain the Elon Musk cheating thing? Basically, he was doing a live stream of him playing, I can't remember what game it is, but it's a game that's like a mega nerdy game, like a dungeon crawler. And it was really obvious from his live stream that he hadn't leveled the character up to the level that he was playing at, and it was really obvious that he didn't know how to play the game. So and it was really, Path of Exile, and it was really obvious that someone had basically set the game up so he could load up and live stream it and then just have a really easy time blasting through it, which is so dumb. Right, it's actually just so dumb. Like, the thing is, it makes perfect sense for the degree of narcissist that he is, where, like, a normal person would be like, oh, I play games, I don't care, you know, I don't care, I'm not good at it, I'm good at it, or whatever, doesn't matter, who cares? I'm having fun playing the game. But a super mega narcissist, they can't, they don't really receive joy from basic stuff. Like, it's everything is framed around being better or worse, or seeming to be better or worse, not even actually being better or worse. Yeah, it's really weird. It's really it's actually super bizarre behavior. Just really mega narcissistic behavior. Yeah, I mean, also the irony is they undermine themselves, because if you've already made, like, even if you've done it through like BS, but if you've made like $100 million or $1 billion or whatever, even if it was BS, even if you inherited it, people would still be like, oh wow, that's really impressive, even if you don't deserve that, like, you know. And then people would be like, oh look, he's a normal person struggling to play a video game, or, you know, and then it would actually humanize the person, and it would make people respect the person more. Ironically, it would make people respect him more, which would do what he's actually trying to achieve. But because he's such a narcissist, he doesn't realise that doing what he does makes him look like a child and pathetic. It's so weird. It's crazy. Hello, Matt. You see this with like dictators and things as well. They're completely, from their perspective, it highlights that they are themselves completely unaware. So it's really fascinating psychologically. Guten Morgen. Oh, don't be excited, Matt. Oh dear. Last time we got excited, we watched the load bar for 5 hours. Who's DD Girl? She's a babe, she's a beauty, she's a sexy lady.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following the channel, whatever fool. Welcome along. If James rambles on, he's subliminally excited. I don't get excited unless I'm having a cup of tea. Just Manti, good morning. Boyaji, welcome. We have a server up if you want to join it, guys. We're just driving around by ourselves here. I might, if no one's joining, I might just put a vintage car on and just drive around with a vintage car. Have you seen the wheel settings that Kunos released for every major brand? I saw the Moser ones and the settings seemed a bit weird, but for some reason people are a bit weird with wheel settings. But there you go. We'll do our own. It doesn't fill me with hope. Yeah, I don't know if like for the Moser they were like, oh, put the Moser wheel at 50%, and it's like that doesn't make sense. Or in fairness, the Moser rotational speed setting is actually really badly described. So like 200 is actually 100%, and capping the rotational speed is not what you should be doing. You would reduce the strength of the wheel, not the. There's a hard cut for the speed. With the speed cut makes sense if you've got like kids or something and you don't want them to get slapped by a wheel, or you know, if you're using like a Formula wheel, it's a good setting. But it's not a setting that you use to calm the wheel down. So, yeah, well, you know, these things happen. I'm not sure why companies seem to struggle with these things a little bit, given that I don't think they're that complicated of a thing. But, oh well. We're guessing $24.99. Old Greek, well, no, I don't know. On the Moser, I think it just caps what the maximum allowable rotational speed is. What car would I love to see in Ace? F4, Formula Ford, Radicals, nippy sports cars, Aerial Atom, Back Mono, Clio Cup, MX-5, then vintage GT cars, good fun. You'd like to see some of the older 20s and 70s roadsters. Yeah, some old cars are better than new cars, I think, for driving and racing. Hello, Nasty Butler. Robin, hello. You've been running your R12 at minimum wheel speed. Yeah, just put it on 200. Yeah, and then I did a settings video a while back. Just reduce the equalizer, reduce the top end stuff, and then well, just watch my video. Will there be modding in Evo? I think that's the plan, but I think they plan to do it in a more structured way than the AC one. They'll have the Classic Mini in. It'll be a good car. Actually, the Classic Mini will be a fun car to race, to be honest. Just Manti. We're streaming. We're streaming. There's a timer on the screen. This is the build-up. This is the hype zone. I hope you try. What? Yeah, you'd think they'd get a Radical. Like, Radical aren't a huge company. They're not the hardest to license from. But I know they can be a little bit awkward to license from. It'll be like 3 PM. Will AC continue after Evo's out? Yeah. It's going to take a while for Evo to have multiplayer and other features. And AC's got crazy modding stuff in it, and it's basically free, so... I think AC1 is just going to turn into like the RBR of like general sim racing stuff. I mean, it already is. Well, you can join. We've got a server up here. We're tootling around. It's on the Game of Muscle server. Password is T. If you want to drive with us, we're going to go through some random content. Andre Tenberley, thanks for following or subscribing. Welcome. I just thought I'd jump onto this for a bit of a warm up. The hype's too much. Do we know the price? We don't, but. I'm guessing $24.99 for the early access. The original AC, they did it for $14.99, and then the price went up as they added more stuff to it. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, maybe $29.99. I don't really care. Like, I think it'll be like all the Kunos games. Even if you paid £50 for ACC, AC, any of the driving sims, it's, you know, you're going to get that value from it if you've got a driving sim and you play them a lot. It's the type of game that you end up spending a lot of time playing. Even sims you don't play much, you're still going to get like 20-30 hours out of them. Well, so when I played it at Sim Racing Expo, the wet track with the Alpine they had was quite nice. Yeah, I am, John. We're setting off tomorrow. Are you going? We're getting on train. I'm going to be there at the weekend. Game of Muscle on tour. Your rule of thumb is you get 1 hour of enjoyment for each £1 spent. Is that for games or is that for when you hire I mean 1 hour of enjoyment for £1, that's pretty good value. So everything. You can't even get that value from like swimming. I guess you could. Shoes you can. £1 fish. You get an hour of enjoyment out of a fish. Password is T in capital letters. Well, it used to be like arcade games were. It would be like £1 per like 6 minutes would be. You know, if you're playing like House of the Dead or... They got worse arcade games. It used to be 20p for like 5 or 6 minutes. And you could put like 20p in Space Invaders and get like 15 minutes out of it. Asteroids as well. Pac-Man, you can get a good like 10-15 minutes out of 20p. And then they started getting a bit worse. Yeah, 20 cents is basically 20p. And then it went up to 50p. And then you'd be like, I don't know, that'd be an interesting video. The price of gaming, but starting from like arcade games. Because it was one of the things that happened in the UK as well, is that you had pinball machines. Actually, pinball machines are probably the good like universal metric for this. And for the price increases, because it used to be you put 50p in a pinball machine and you get like 3 balls. Then it went to like you'd have to put £1 in. When 50p would get you 1 ball, £1 would get you 3 balls. But then you start getting those big arcade theatres like £5, like at Trocadero, Sega World. It was like £5 for 10 minutes. Ridiculous. Yeah, 20p in the 1980s. So that's like, what, £6 of today's money? After the glorious 14 years of austerity, 20p is now, it's worth like half a penny. Thanks for subscribing, Elf Style. Seeing as customization will be a thing, a helmet designer would be a neat feature, but maybe unnecessary. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Personally, I'm not... I mean, there's a big... On console, there is a big, like, car painting scene, and I think... So the reason why, going back, there was, like, the whole car painting thing was added to a lot of games, because... it added a lot of playtime for people. For like, let's say you need to hire, it's probably 3 extra people on the dev team to be able for like maybe a year, maybe like 1 or 2 people on a dev team for like a year, and then you could, and that would allow you enough to have a full car livery system, painting system, and everything. But that adds a lot of playtime to a game and makes people come back to a game. So it then became like a default thing, didn't it? But yeah, for Sims, the crux of a Sim is normally the driving, the raw driving, but you have different player bases, look for different mechanics. So yeah, the Ace, anyone on with Steam can, yeah. You have players that want to just drive cars. Marmas, thanks for raiding with 4 viewers. You have people that just want to drive cars, not particularly fast, not on the limit. That's a huge audience, like Euro Truck Sims, cruising people. That's a whole group. You have the drifting type people that just want to drift. It's not that big a player base, but it's quite a dedicated player base. Then you have like these sort of competitive racers that just want to do online racing. The people that tend to play stuff like iRacing a lot, or would play LMU ranking and stuff. And then that's kind of like a core gamer. Like, I think that also appeals to the type of people that play Counter-Strike. You know, but they like cars, but it's a sort of competitive mechanic. So it's weird with driving sims. And then you've got like the mods, and then you've got, like, as you say, the helmet liveries, car liveries. So that's a sort of building kind of creative part of it, which is more analogous to stuff like Minecraft or the sandbox games where you build things. So it's quite interesting that even a game like a simulator, like a racing sim, really does appeal to incredibly different types of gameplay. You're looking for a new chassis, but what is better, SimLab or the ASR Pro? Well, I mean, I've only really used this SimLab cockpit. And to be honest, all the cockpits are if it's T-slot, they're probably all fine. What I would say is, if you're buying a T-slot cockpit, just make sure the pedal tray, the bit that you put your pedals on, that's like a decent quality thing, because that. Well, better way of putting this. With T-slot, the T-slot tubing and stuff is like T-slot, right? But the companies tend to have their own bespoke wheel bit that the wheel goes on, a bit that the pedal goes on, for example. And so those are the bits that you need to check if you're buying a T-slot rig from any company. Check how good quality that the pedal tray is and the wheel mount is, and how it, you know, those are the bits that really affect it. It's hard to go wrong with T-slot rigs, to be honest. To me, this is about, hello final account, this is about as exciting as when I got into sim racing in the first place. But I don't know how exciting that is for you. Like, that could have not been very exciting. That could have been a really bad moment in your life, and what you're actually saying is something really negative. Well, I only play driving sims. I've been forced to by game developers. They say, look, we're gonna set fire to your parents' house unless you critically analyze our video games to an absurd degree that that nobody wants. That's what they, you know. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll do it then. You can't wait for this, Andy. PC's not going to cut the mustard. What do I reckon? Well, so at Sim Racing Expo, they had a rig with a 3080 and non-TI on a 4K screen, and it was running at between 70 and 110 FPS. I'm not sure if it was using DLSS and some other stuff, but the point is, it was running all right. It seemed to be running, generally speaking, better than ACC. So if you can run ACC, I think it runs better than ACC. What's my New Year resolution? I don't do New Year's resolutions. I think they're stupid. I would just do a... Well, first of all, I wouldn't ever do resolutions. I would just do... if you have an idea that's a good idea or something you want to do, just do it straight away. I honestly think New Year's resolutions are one of the dumbest things that's been invented as a thing. It's like, just... Why would you wait till New Year or have that date? It's like, just do it. Just start doing it. Also, yeah, if you set an arbitrary resolution or something like that, you probably won't follow it. You have to... What you have to do... We got a bit of philosophy here, whatever. If you realise you want to do something different, you've already worked out that you should... Like, so... You might know something is a thing that you should or shouldn't do, but you're not ready to do the thing that you should or shouldn't do because it involves too much compromise or something else isn't in the right place. So in that case, what you do is you go, well, look, you realise that something you're doing is bad or not, you know, I don't know, let's say you smoke or you drink too much or whatever, or you're fat. I don't know. So, you know, obviously they're pretty obvious things to identify, but then instead of going, oh, I'm just not going to do it anymore, you'd be like, right, okay, well, so why am I smoking? Or why am I drinking more than I really want to? And then you'd think about it and you'd be like, well, do I really need to drink that much? And what, you know, gradually changing like, you know what you want to do. But then on the other side of it, if you're genuinely happy doing the destructive thing, why, like, just, and you've decided to do that at that point in time, like, just accept it. There you go. Yeah, I think there's a really big thing that humans do, or people do, I do it a lot, is that you create your own rules to then tell yourself off, or to it's stupid and there's no point. Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and then inevitably you don't manage to do it through no fault of your own, like maybe you just weren't well or you just didn't get around to it, whatever. And then what's the point in you then going, Oh, why didn't you do that, you idiot? It's like, well, no. Like, psychology's really weird. Also, people do it all the time for stuff that doesn't matter at all. Like even with sim racing, someone will be like, oh, right, today I want to do a faster lap at a track or whatever, so I'm going to practice. And then they've beat themselves up over, like, not driving as well as they wanted to, or not getting the result that they wanted. But it's like, well, you just arbitrarily set that result. Maybe the goal that you set was actually stupid in the first place. Which is fine. You go, okay, well, good. It's not that it's bad to set a stupid goal, but then to set a stupid goal and then beat yourself up over not meeting it is just, how does that help you? How is that getting you closer to where you potentially want to be? It's not, is it? So it doesn't make any sense then getting stressed about it. It's not really, I don't know why. It's a very common, natural thing that people do with lots of stuff. I don't know why that exists psychologically, because it doesn't. It's very stupid. It'll go back to like caveman times. They'll be like, "Oh, I want to get loads of berries today. We're going to go on a berry foraging session. Oh, I'm looking forward to getting a handful of berries." And then they'll be like, "Oh, only found a few mouldy berries today." It's like, well. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Sarah M. This year I want to be taller. It doesn't help you, and is getting way complicated. It's called mental illness. It's just called being human. There is a thing at the moment, right, where everything's framed as like mental illness and labelled and stuff in an unproductive way. It's like, actually, humans are just very complicated and do stupid shit. I'm not even sure if framing things as mental illness is always productive either. I'm not to dismiss, you know, like, there are things that are very codified and do need treatment and stuff, but... We're playing Assetto Corsa at the moment, by the way, guys. Whilst we wait for Evo to come out. If a person was 100% rational all the time, that would be a severe mental illness. Well, I don't know. Maybe you'd be like a Vulcan. People that found 3 berries and chill didn't. No, I don't know. Maybe the cavemen, maybe they were just more relaxed. Maybe they were enlightened and they were like, oh, me no find berry today, but no problem. Me find berry tomorrow. No point worry. Why beat self up? No waste of energy. Need to save energy for more berry tomorrow. They were really clever. Oh, moon will travel to one day, but not today. Me not have spaceship. Yeah, all cavemen were Cookie Monster. That's why they didn't need berries. Me eat cookie in cave. Hello, Dave. Oh, he's made a mistake. Just think, like, if it wasn't for women having nice bottoms, we wouldn't exist. Cavemen would be like, oh, it cold, not go outside. But woman in cave, nice bottom. She not let me touch bottom unless me have berry. Oh, me going cold. Oh, me stupid person. I do not like being caveman. Me only find 3 berry. Me have to give to woman for bottom. Now I have no berry. Me hungry. They probably did have taxis. They'd have to feed their pet squirrel. Is the stream frozen? Shouldn't be. Is this the honey monster? Yeah, didn't you know all cavemen and Stone Age people were either the Cookie Monster or Honey Monster? It sounds like Animal from Sesame Street. It was based on an accurate reconstruction of Stone Age man.
Pace car is out of control.
Pettier followed the channel. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to a place you don't want to be. Yeah, they like big butts and they cannot like... Did you see that cave painting of like the woman on the wall? Me not have real woman, me draw woman on wall. Draw woman, not one berry. Me happy. Your phone's frozen. Maybe his heart's not open. Oh dear. All those cigarettes I've been smoking. No, it's so cold recently. I have this thing at the moment where I like sleeping in the cold, right? For some reason, I just like sleeping in the cold. I think I was meant to be a caveman. So I don't put my heating on at night, but then it's really cold, and then the air's cold. And I think I need to sleep in a face mask or something. No, it's really dry at the moment because it's so cold. If you do put heating on, I need to get a humidifier. Amit Gorkum Zizek, hello. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Shouldn't you be racing the nearest AC equivalent to... We could do, yeah. Alright, Chedhead. I just loaded this up to start things out, alright? I do actually... Yeah, I like having a super blazingly hot shower. I do actually sleep with a hat on. A lot of the time. I find it really comfortable. We're gonna win this. What's everyone doing? We'll put a Porsche Cup car on next. It'll be interesting to compare the Porsche Cup car with the one in Evo. Yeah, we're racing on the Game of Muscle server. Good morning, Eduardo Scoglio. Hello. The hype, spaghetti hype. 3 PM, BKHD is the latest ETA. Well, we're guessing that it might be $24.99. Nobody knows. Or $29.99. Nobody knows. ETA is T. Just spelt incorrectly. Your piano teacher was 75 plus years old. He told me he always slept with a hat on. I think if it was $49.99, everybody would buy it. The only issue you've seen with Evo Preview was, which bothered me, was the raindrops. I'm reading the chat. Raindrops on the bonnet. Yeah, it's just particle effects. I think it's the kind of thing that they could they probably work on. Hello, Jedi John. Yeah, it came out in 2014. I enjoyed AC1 early access. It was fun just driving the Lotus around. I'm alright, Scoob Sim Racing. Hope you're good as well. Welcome back. Can you get big biceps from sim racing? Probably not. No, it's more. I think you could build up. You could build up wrist and general arm strength, but you're not gonna. You don't. You're not doing failure, so you're not gonna be building muscle mass. You. Having big biceps and arm muscles and shoulders would definitely help. You just need to do other exercises to build it up. You should put the kettle on. Well, yeah, no, it's not to do with the strength of the wheel. Like, so the way that you build muscle is by doing a certain number of repetitions and then doing that to failure, and then doing that repeatedly. But when you're driving a car, well, I guess initially you would do that once with some muscles, but it's not going to be. It'll be like around your hands and your wrist that are the muscles that would initially get strengthened. But yeah, you're not going to get big arm muscles from it, because you're not. If you're driving, you can't drive properly if your muscles aren't working. Like if you've ever done go-karting and your arms are wrecked, you can't drive anymore. So, you know, it's like if you go rock climbing, you can't. If you overdo it, you literally can't climb. So you'd have to stop and then start again, stop and start again. I think it's a good if you're not. Yeah, I think it's not a terrible exercise for certain things there. Yeah, well, you know, if you've ever done go-karting with like crappy carts for a longer go-kart race and your arms are wrecked, you get to a point where you're having to end up pulling the wheel with both hands because it's the only way you can turn it. Go-karts are brutal, to be honest. Yeah, go-karts are insane. Like, a go-kart is worse than a full-size race car in many ways, because you're not strapped in, so you're using loads of muscles just to stay in one spot. So actually, I would say go-kart, and even like slow go-karts, are more impressive physically than like you have to get to pretty fast cars to start, you know. And then it'd be more the temperature thing with larger cars, which I think is a big problem. If we're saying, for me, I mean, I've barely done any real-world driving, but like temperature stuff, I think is I hear a lot of drivers say it's a big thing as well. Okay, if you're wearing like a race suit and a helmet and it's a hot day, it's going to wreck you. Like temperature is just something that's really hard to deal with. You drive with your little... Yeah, power steering cars are normally designed around about 13 Newton meters. You look like you were chiseled out of marble and then dropped in a vat of lard. Good driving, guys. R. Sarter, G. Mills, second and third. I need a cup of tea. I'm going to put another server up. We'll put the Porsche Cup car on. Gert Tractor, the one time you went karting, you tore something in your lung. But do you mean like do you mean a muscle outside of your lung, or or in your lung? There's loads of like muscles around your ribs that really hurt if you pull them. I look like a marble. Oh, the forehead, I see. Hello, Ansaria. Am I looking forward to it? I don't know, actually. I hope it's good for the sake of sim racing. It's probably a better way of putting it. It's like Microsoft Flight Sim. I don't think it's terrible, but I was hoping it's good for the sake of, like, you know, because you can get stuck for another. Let's say that Evo is like ACC. It can literally be another 6 years until there's another shot at decent force feedback or not stupid physics and things. So, you know, same with like the Forza games. Like Forza Horizon 4 was really, really good, but then Forza Horizon 5 is fine. It's not terrible, but it's like you're talking like potentially 4 years for for another shot at it actually being good. So, how much was the original? £15. Right, let me just set another server up here. We'll put the Porsche Cup car on. Thanks for subscribing, Seymour Kemp. Welcome. Need a cup of tea as well. If you're watching on Twitch as well, remember to follow. I hope there's some good achievements to do in AC. Evo would be good. Will you need to buy again before? No, if you buy the early access, you'll get you'll get all the versions of the game. You won't get the DLCs, but you'll get basically, if you buy early access, from my understanding, you'll get basically 1.0 of the game. So you bought the game basically. You'd still need to buy DLCs if you wanted them. Right, Porsche Cup car. Right, got a new server up here. See if this works. I need a cup of tea. There you go, server's up. It's the most cursed. I thought it was a work of art. You need to go to your local. You need to go to your local game shop. Have you pre-ordered the game? And they might not have stock of it. Crawford B, what was your job before this? Do you realise how lucky you are to do something you love? Well, I've always just done what I wanted to do because I'd rather. I don't like it. So yeah, I'm just stubborn. No, I worked in Morrison's Bakery. I've worked in McDonald's. Yeah, no. I actually hate sim racing though. That's the irony. I like helicopters. I bloody hate cars. I really don't like them. I think they're stupid. Honestly, I like force feedback and I like racing, but cars and car culture is honestly terrible. It's one of the worst things that humanity has ever invented. It's the apex of late stage capitalism. It's terrible. Like just think no one can actually drive these cars in real life because it's too expensive and it's entirely designed around extracting wealth from people that generally have just inherited wealth or gained wealth due to a lack of proper taxation and wealth inequality. So its entire existence is predicated on the worst aspects of capitalism, which I'm completely opposed to. As a form of art, it is incredibly inefficient, massively environmentally damaging. Or the remit for which vehicles have to fit in is utterly absurd, and limiting to engineers and to artists. It's terrible. It's honestly really bad. It's really, really bad. But helicopters, you can't fault them. No, but a helicopter's a helicopter, so you can't. I'm sorry, there's no counter argument. Like, can you honestly? Can you look at a helicopter and tell me that it's not perfection? Like, it's bloody flying in all directions with spinny blades. Last place, Tommy. Thank you. Thanks for subscribing. 5 months. Bloody hell. Yeah. Honestly, helicopters sound perfect, they move perfect, they look perfect, they float. Sure, they tend to fly into hillsides when it's foggy, but, you know, you can't have everything. That's just adds to the excitement, you know. Big noisy spinny thing. Get to the chopper. Yeah, no, motorsport and cars is objectively terrible. I think sim racing is not as bad, to be honest, but I think humanity will actually move away from motorsport as it becomes more enlightened. For sure, it will do. 100%. Motorsport exists due to our unevolved mentality, like. It's like how, like, we look back now, you'd be like, oh, why are they putting witches in rivers? Why are they burning heretics at the stake? And we go, well, that's stupid. That's really dumb. Why are they doing that? You know, that, you know, you think of like that. That is what people will think of cars in like 100, 200 years time. They'll go, oh, why were they doing that? Why were they so stupid? You think legs are the best of all. They let you move around without cars. Also, the more you use, the better they get. Me go faster than you. Win 3 berries. Thanks for the sub there. I just missed someone. Tom, thank you. Me berries. Me G2 free driver. Yeah, even people that do motorsport will admit it's completely stupid. That most people that do it are most people that do it are just frustrated people that have found an activity that they can be better than a good proportion of other people, but the reason that they're better than the proportion of other people is because there's lower competition due to the barrier to entry. So the whole thing's a scam. It's terrible. But sims are good fun. I have a perfectly good track day car and choose to sim race. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I would like to... If I was going to own a car, I'd have like a Shelby Cobra. I would like to drive like an F2 car in real life. I'd like to drive a 90s Formula 1 car in real life. But I can admit it's completely terrible. It's like me eating meat. It's unethical. It's wrong. But I'm a hypocrite, so... you can be aware of something being completely moronic and be comfortable of being a hypocrite. Wow, Simon, you're just going to have to deal with it. There's a really good Le Mans documentary from, I think it's the 70s or 80s, and they were interviewing the drivers, and they didn't care. Like, they didn't actually enjoy the driving. They just wanted to win. Am I vegan? No, I don't think I go. So, I think I'm not against necessarily eating animals, generally speaking, but I'm against like a lot of farming practices and yeah, it's a complex issue, and I'm also a hypocrite. So the veganism thing, there's degrees of like sustainability and how it actually pans out that makes it more complex. I'm not against people that are vegans though. Oh, let's see this bloody vegan. You say vegans and they just come into the chat. vegan attack. Bloody hell! It's like what's that thing if you say it in the mirror 3 times, they appear? That is one of the advantages if you don't eat meat. Anytime anyone says vegan, you can hear it internationally. They actually were planning on using a vegan when they did the moon landing, so they could communicate. Vegan astronaut, vegan ground control. I think, yeah, I think is as well as like I like real milk in my tea. Thanks for the yee, Beano. I really hope. I hope we get to a point where we can grow meat without the animal. So, like, you know, you could grow like a steak or something, and it is literally a steak. Like, there's no difference, but it's just grown without the animal, and I think that'd be perfect. Using some kind of sustainable energy and things. Does deer taste like beef? No, deer taste like more gamey. Thomas is hyped for the new Assetto, and he's at work, Beano. he can't play it when it comes out. It's so funny. Yeah. I mean, Beano, you eat fish, right? So there's quite a few vegetarians, pescatarians. But then, I mean, fish look stupid, so they kind of deserve it. Pod life. Oh, you don't eat fish? Fish would eat you, though. That should be the rule. If an animal would eat you, you're allowed to eat it. So, shark, tiger, lion, vulture. I think that's fair. If maggots, worms, I don't think that's an unfair rule. Squirrel, yeah, you got to watch out. Sasquatch. I mean, pigs are really nice. Not really. I mean, they make shark fin soup, but they throw away most of the shark. You're not sharks because I think it's because they're quite high up in the food chain. They have a lot of heavy metals in them. I don't think they taste very nice. And I know. Thank you for subscribing, guys. Welcome. Turtle's supposed to taste really nice. Well, okay. Also, this is a conundrum. Octopus, right? They only live for like 4 years, and they have a horrendous life. Like, pretty terrible. And they're also incredibly intelligent. And so, it's like, well, hang on. If something only lives for 4 years, and you could, like, you're eating it in, like, its 3rd year or something, so it's like, it didn't have much time left. And its death is terrible. Like, octopus have, like, a really bad, it's not, some animals sort of somewhat peacefully pass away, but some really don't. And octopus is horrendous, especially what happens to female octopus. So it's like, well, hang on, you're actually doing them a favour, really. I don't know. There was a whole thing about the sailors eating them all, or trying to bring them back and then eating them. Jerk off when. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
That story. You hate my life, but that doesn't mean someone should kill me. Maybe it does. Maybe aliens will come down and they'll be like,
We are looking.
sorry, too much echo on that alien.
We are looking for volunteers. Who would like to be volunteered for sustenance? We require 300,000 of your kind for our sustenance.
That's how it'll go.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best.
Well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice.
How
like,
many people do you think would
even
offer
F1,
themselves up?
GT mods.
I don't know. Have you seen that? What's that film where they've got that the aliens come and they abduct everyone into these into this room and they're all stood in a circle, and then they have to decide that there's only going to be one survivor basically, and they have to decide. It's a really bad indie film, but it's good. It's rubbish, but it's good. What's it called? They're on like a platform thing. Based on a true story, yeah. 6 hours! Only 6 hours of octopus talk to go. I need a cup of tea. Click the like button, guys, if you watch on YouTube and you don't believe in free will. I just got a job interview. I think They Live is a true story as well. Woohoo! Will I be walking at any tracks in the next 6? No. No walking. I've already walked to Tesco's today. Humans are not ready for no free will conversation. I know, that blows their minds. Look, here we go. Let's do a test with chat, guys. How many of you in chat believe that there's free will versus like free will versus an illusion of free will? Type free will or illusion of free will. We'll see. We'll see if there's. We'll see what the percentages are. See? Everyone's cynical and miserable in chat. To be fair, this live stream is a good example of a lack of free will. Like, who would choose through any rational, why would you end up on this? Honestly, if there was ever an argument for a lack of free will, this is it. It's a trap. Jerk off. It's not necessarily irrelevant. The utility of it is that you can approach things philosophically more pragmatically. So if you believe in absolute free will when it comes to stuff like punishment or actions or like societal stuff, if you believe that there is truly free will, then stuff like certain aspects of punishment or retribution and things might think that makes more sense. If you don't believe in true free will, then you're probably more likely to look for a more pragmatic forms of like not punishment, but you'd be like, right, So, for example, if someone committed a crime, you go, well, are they dangerous? Okay. Well, if they are, how do you make them safe? Or what can you do? Like, there's no point in punishing them. Like, how does that help them or anyone else? But yeah, like, illusion. Well, I think sim racers have just done so much sim racing that they realise that you'd have to be a total moron to voluntarily choose to do it. Like, what? A normal person does not do sim racing. Like, why would, like, look, we're just driving around this bloody bit of tarmac over and over again. This Porsche Cup car in AC is really fun. When I played Evo at Sim Racing Expo, it was I'm not sure if it was as good as this one. It was better over curbing and stuff, but woo! It's gonna be interesting. Morning, Capil. I haven't tried the new Porsche RSS thingy yet, no. Guys, if you want to join the Game of Muscle server, just you can search for Game of Muscle and the password is T. Might be in capital letters. We're just chilling out here whilst we wait. I need a cup of tea though. Sim racing's a real life racing subject. Well, it isn't. It isn't. It's surprising actually how there's a lot of people that sim race that have no interest in real world racing, even like esports drivers and things. And to be honest, like personally, I would like real if I had infinite wealth. And it was just more convenient, I would like real world racing. But the reality of real world racing is that it's totally rigged around finances. So I think that makes it very unappealing as a sport. I mean, it doesn't really work as a sport. And then a huge amount of real racing is waiting around and just random technical problems and, you know, track access and, you know. So some people really like that, but it's a whole... The driving a car around a racetrack component of it is a relatively small part of it. It's weird. It's like... it's quite interesting when you look at different activities in that way. Like, one of the reasons why I like walking is that you are walking. That's what you're doing. Straight away, you're walking, right? That's what you're spending your time doing. Same with gaming. You are gaming. You are... Well, maybe not if you're on a PC or whatever, you're fiddling with stuff. But you know what I mean? You're doing the specific thing that you're setting out to do. Whereas with race car driving, go-karting, glider flying, loads of activities, you're not actually doing a lot of the activity a lot of the time. So you have to like the other parts of it. So if you really like hanging around a go-kart track, or you really like engineering, or you like troubleshooting stuff with the car, then you probably enjoy it more. It's like with sim racing, a lot of people really enjoy building the sim rig, or they really enjoy, you know, the settings and dialing things in, using different devices. They like the technology stuff, so that's part of it as much as the driving is. But yeah, I think a lot of people that maybe haven't been around motorsport that much. I mean, I've not been around motorsport that much myself, but I know people doing it. A lot, they might not realise. Well, first of all, they don't realise how financially rigged it is. Like, it's absurdly financially rigged. They just don't know, and then they might not realise how little time is actually spent in the car with a lot of stuff. Your dream car list ends with a Corvette and Viper. Anything more expensive? Yeah. Well, Shelby Cobra. I think if I became like a James Bond villain, Shelby Cobra in my mansion. I mean, I wouldn't even have a mansion. I think all that stuff's a load of shit. I think I don't know why people have big houses. Doesn't interest me at all. My dream is to be like a hermit in a forest and get eaten by a bear. It's a dream that will probably happen, but yeah, if I'm playing the hypothetical thing of what you'd do if you were stupid, a Shelby Cobra, I'd have a small helicopter because a smaller helicopters are more agile and then they're better at flying into trees. That's it, really. I'd have a little rallycross track in my garden. Thanks for following. Welcome. Oh, you can put missiles in a small helicopter. You just have to hold on to them. Took you too stressed. Well, Miss is really tired. I tell you what, I think's really. I don't know if this is an age thing, right? I used to get really stressed with like building computers or building a sim rig or something, or putting something together would stress me out a lot. But now I find it relaxing. I mean, literally the other day I was looking at. I mean, to be fair, jigsaw puzzles stress me out a bit. But I was thinking of doing this a live stream. As soon as I say this, I'll bloody sell out. There's like 400 people watching, and you guys, a good proportion of you will want to get this. I'll say it, and then maybe they won't sell out. So if you do buy one of these, use my Amazon affiliate link. There's really nice metal Formula 1 car kits. You know, there's little metal things where you stick them together. You bend the metal bits and they stick together. It's like a Lego model, but it's made out of metal, right? And they're like 17 to 50 pounds. And there's some really, really nice sort of... They're not officially licensed, but they're like 80s, 90s and modern Formula 1 car versions of those kits. And they look really, really, really nice. Like, they don't look shitty. They actually look like a really nice model. Guaranteed. I'm telling you, like, that's it. I think at least 30 of you would want to buy one for sure. So use my Amazon affiliate link if you do. But I really want to get one of them and maybe live stream putting it together. I know it'll take ages, but I think it'll be fiddly, but I think it'll be quite relaxing. I don't know. I saw Formula ones. They probably do have other cars. I think I saw a Caterham one. Why do people need supercar? Well, it's not really about driving, is it? So, part of the supercar thing is a way to avoid tax and stuff. Part of it is that it's, oh look, I've got a supercar, so it's a way to be part of a club, like at certain levels of business. Part of it is networking, and you know, there's a whole weird culture behind it. Some people like the acceleration, you know, and yeah, they're not. It's more just like an object of art, isn't it? That happens to roll.
The pace car is out of control.
Assemble it whilst walking. Can you imagine how hard that'd be? Steve Sweet, thanks for following. Welcome. Well, we don't know. It's whatever's on Steam. Yeah, no, I mean, it's what's weird is if you really just like the experience of driving a car, like the actual, like the feel of driving in precision, like a Radical SR3, it's slower than a GT3 car, but it corners, it's lighter, and On the straights it's slower, but it corners better because I think it's the downforce. Certainly, if you're reasonably quick in a Radical SR3, you're probably going to be faster than a lot of people in a GT3 kind of windy track. So you can get a Radical for between 50 and 70,000 pounds. So, oh, hello. What's this for?
Probably the most exciting day for the muscle. I hope the FFB meets your expectations.
Thank you. £10. We might have to go to hype level 3 soon. Thank you very much. It's super generous. Used our high skill donation link. I'm gonna have to put another pizza on the screen. Yeah, we'll see, won't we? We will see. Right, we're gonna paste this. There's another pizza. Another spinning pizza. Oh, hang on. No, we're gonna have to do the race, and then we'll get a cup of tea. I went to Tesco's this morning. We picked up some non-alcoholic Guinness, 2 pizzas, Tesco's deluxe pizzas as well, which I've never had before, so I'm excited to try them. The frozen ones. Some Lucozade, no sugar. I'm just telling you guys my shopping list. I know you want to hear this. This is riveting content. What else? I bought some beef. What they're called? Pasty things. Thanks for subscribing. I think I just missed the name. Thank you very much. Yeah, but Tesco's was open at 6 in the morning. Lidl's doesn't open till 9. Really healthy stuff. Yeah, well, I figured we're going to be sat here for like 8 hours, so at least. Your price guess is a bit low. You reckon 34? I don't know. It depends how much Marco's had to drink before deciding what price to put it on Steam for with the early access. I get the impression that Marco is a little bit mental. So who knows? This is what I listen to get to sleep. This is what traffic lights should sound like. Is it safe to cross yet? Why do traffic lights sound so boring? I mean, yeah, I guess you have to have a pretty standardised traffic light. I mean, there was that Billie Eilish sampled the Australian traffic lights, didn't she, for one of her songs? Are you old enough to remember the scene from space with the scene from space with the lab raving at the lights? What? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Price match to Audi. Yeah, they don't dare to price match to Lidl's. Nobody dares to do that. Morning, Matthew Coleman. Welcome to the hype zone. Morning, concrete cow. How do I not know? Look here, Beanal. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. How dare you call me old? Bloody hell! Just because you're like my great granddaughter. my great German granddaughter. Bloody old. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. Great granddaughter Beanal. these Porsche Cup cars are good fun. I hope they're good in Evo. Good morning, Channel VR. Your wheel broke. That's good timing. Maybe it's because you're a concrete cow. Did you sit on it? Where's he going? Did you sit on the wheel?
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following the horizon. Oh, do you know what? I really feel like an English breakfast. I might have one tomorrow. We're off to Sim Formula Expo tomorrow in Maastricht. So if you want to go along, it's a good event. There's a car show at the same time. So if you like classic cars and things, and it's actually really nice. They have like Formula cars, everything. It was really good last year. But yeah, tomorrow I have to get up early-ish, but I don't know what to do for dinner. Might get dinner before we get on the train. I'm coming to Netherlands. Yeah, the journey is a mental one. We're going to Brussels to Aschen to Maastricht because the trains are a bit weird. It's gonna be good. Lawrence de Sosworth should be there as well. Kirith is going. Who else? Some other people are going as well. Bunch of esports guys. Good. Actually, it started today, I think. I know. Yeah, no, you can. It started today, so you can go. You can go to it now. Or does it start tomorrow? It starts today. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, go along. So it's well worth going. It's not. It's more like how Sim Racing Expo used to be before Sim Racing Expo got really big. I'd say it's like a press day. All right, fair enough. But it's you get more of an opportunity to actually try stuff out, and yeah, it's cool. I really enjoyed it last year. I mean, to be honest, Holland's really nice. Everyone's like bizarrely friendly in Holland. I mean, don't mean just at the expo, like just random people I bumped into on the street were super nice. Yeah, you've always got to be young at heart. I think what happens is people have a weird. You have a tendency to start to act what age that you think you are from how you see an average of how people act at that age. It's like a social conformity based on perception of your age, and a large part of that is based off what age you visually look like, and it's also to do with how people treat you. Like if you notice this, it's more often noticeable with children. So like if you have children that look a lot older than their actual age, people treat them like older people, and it does affect it changes how they then behave. Same with people that look younger, people will treat them as if they're younger. So it's quite interesting. Smoking a pancake. I think there are certain things that happen as you get older. Like, obviously, you know, you have people you know die. So that obviously affects how you think about stuff. And then as you get older, you're more aware of how temporary everything is. I think when you're younger, you're not particularly aware of how well, unfortunately, a lot of younger people are, but a lot of if you have a lucky childhood, a lot of people don't realise how temporary stuff is. So I think that affects people. Like, that makes people seem older when they're very much aware of how impermanent everything is. Yeah, and I guess if you've got responsibilities, the more responsibilities you have for other things and people can make you older, but maybe not. What makes me older is the lack of high-quality force feedback in driving simulators. That ages me. Shedhead's chasing me down. Yeah, well, I mean, I do wish I didn't break my spine as a teenager, because I don't... If someone had said to me, oh yeah, if you break your spine, you're going to have chronic pain for the rest of your life, and it's going to affect a whole load of things, I probably wouldn't have... I'd probably be a little bit more careful. But, oh well, it's part of life. Am I going... Yeah, we're going Eurotunnel. So it'll probably catch on fire. I've got it on video, Robin. I need to turn it into a GIF. It wasn't fully snapped or anything. I just messed up my nerves. Why don't you stop falling off it? How did it? I'd have to show the video. Sledging down the hill. And there wasn't any snow. Oh, no! There we go. Let's go. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, click the like button if you hate yourselves. Subscribe if you hate yourselves even more. You're 55 and you still act like you're 18.
The pace car is out of control.
What's my first impression of the countdown to the game? I think it's quite an exciting countdown, but I don't think it's going to be as good as the load bar that we experienced with Flight Sim. You got 4 trapped nerves, 2 brain surgeries, and you're still here watching this channel. I think you need another one. Maybe that's what. Maybe they made a mistake during the brain surgeries. They accidentally sliced the part of the brain that goes, "Don't watch Game of Muscle," and so you're like, "Oh, this is really good content. I love watching this channel. This is surprisingly engaging." The Game of Muscle lobotomy. Oh dear. Content's overrated. Oh, we're still in third here. You're only here for the countdown. Everyone loves watching numbers go down. It's not one of the most exciting things. No, I'm kind of hoping for a repeat of the Flight Sim launch, because that was one of my favourite live streaming moments. 5 hours of load bar. Just, it was so absurd. It was amazing. Yeah, you just have to accept it. Exactly. Once you accept the despair, it's manageable. I'm here to watch it. It won't be out on PlayStation for ages. There'll be no playing on the station. PlayStation actually sounds like really bad advice to give to children. It's the last place you wanna be playing. Young Timmy run over by a commuter train. You miss the age of the flight sim load bar. Hang on, you came out of surgery. Why is all the viewers of this channel have had like mental surgeries? It's maybe it's the anesthesia. That's what you need to come here. Anyone that's had a severe like brain injury, surgery or whatever, and you've been put under anesthesia, you watch this channel, you're like, this is fine. It's the 5G. Oh, someone's had a spin there. I'm dying for a cup of tea. As a teenager, Freddie Merck, I bought myself a PlayStation from my first real money, sold it half a year later. Hang on, but did you play Wipeout on it and Res? I did. No, Res came out for PS2. Tony Hawk's was on the PS1. All you needed was F197 Challenge with Murray Walker. Bloody hell, that had like missions on it where like Schumacher lost a wheel and you had to get back to the pit lane. That PS1, Resident Evil, Tony Hawk's, Crash Bandicoot. What was the game? The 2D platformer. What was it called? The guy, the alien. Yeah, F197. God, there was loads of really good games on the PS1. Not Mario, shut up. Tomb Raider was good, yeah. Wipeout was amazing. Spyro. Abe's Odyssey, there you go. Toka Touring Cars. Yeah, gee, there was so many good things. The Grand Theft Auto 1. Yeah. I mean... Demolition Derby, yeah. That was actually quite good. Oh, the light gun versions of Point Blank, Time Crisis. Bloody hell, there was so many good things on it. Driver, Road Rash, Metal Gear Solid. I mean, PlayStation 1's better than most consoles now. If you look at the range of games on it. Smileable! How's it going, Paul? Guys, check out Paul Smith Smileable on Twitch. If you like your trains and you like your factory simulator and you like commentary and you like the Northern and you like Fred Dibnah. Yeah, I like Road. I played the Amiga version and then the PC version, which had the cut scenes, the really cringy cut scenes, but I was only 12 at the time, so I thought it was really good. Thanks for following, subscribing, Blink. Appreciate it. Welcome. Ah, you're a Northerner? Oh, no. We got people from up north watching. Bloody Northerners. Always PlayStation boy until you build a PC. Dead Ball Zone? Hang on. What was this? Dead Ball Zone. Sounds painful. Okay. Was that a game that you picked up from a local shop? Oh no, we got the Dutch in here. Nederland. Hee-hoo. Hello, Maxime. How's it going? Good morning, guys. Guys, check out Maxime's channel. She does a lot of Formula 1. There's loads of random stuff. It's in Dutch, though, so it's hard to understand. Yes. See, we'll get people. We'll get people into AC land that have never been in AC land. Oh, you switched to English. How are you coping? Do you do it with a northern accent? As well? Can you imagine? Imagine going from a Dutch channel to then talking in a really northern English accent. All right, welcome to the channel. I've been driving Formula 1 today. Like a really male, deep male.
Hey up, welcome back to the channel. We've been driving cars. So today there's been update to Formula 1 game, like. And you know what, like, I think it's really good. Let me just get pie out of the oven, and then we'll do a lap around track.
If only. If only. Dreadful. Morning. Worth the buy. Oh, that guy's awesome. Who's the guy that fixes electronics as well? I think he's like got a Middlesbrough accent. I didn't have a Game Boy, no. I had a Game Gear. It was stupid. I should have got a Game Boy because the Game Gear was actually terrible. But I did like Sonic. Well done, Chedhead second, myself third, and Ars Satira in first. I'm going to get a cup of tea, guys. I'll put another server up with the same car. Okay, who's type Northern in chat if you're Northern. Atari Lynx was terrible, yeah. That was so bad. What was the one with the barcode on it? Was that the Atari Lynx? Look at all these bloody Northerners. Got chimney stack on Ed. You guys get his server up. Your wife is what's a sand dancer? I don't know what that is. Is that racism? What is that? Oh dear. Is that from someone from Cornwall or something? If I set the video speed to 2x, exactly, that's how it works. Hello JarQ. Hello VVC Vanos. Oh, you got a Mozart R9. Nice one, Paul. That's an upgrade from your... You had a Club Sport wheelbase, didn't you? They're good. Right, we'll stick with the same car, but I'm going to change the track. Actually, let's just keep this. Man, I'm so dying for a cup of tea here. Like I can feel it in my stomach. Like it's like genuinely just feel. It's like I need a cup of tea. It's like I don't understand how people don't drink tea, but maybe I'm actually physically addicted to it. It's quite possible. But how do people not? Just getting a track on here. I'm trying to think of a good track. We'll do a little spa. Right. Server's up, I think. No, it will be in a second. It's very easy to not drink tea. If someone offers you no, you say no thank you. No, but I mean, why would you not want to drink it? Do I have a partner? Not at the moment, no. Digital Cat Ghost. Your R9's 3 years old. Earl Grey with milk. I know you don't drink warm drinks, do you, Paul?
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, what is wrong with some of you people? James 20i20. Oh, bloody hell. AC hype is real. I can't wait for later to give it a go. Right. Well, you can join our server if you want a warm-up. I'm going to get a cup of tea. So at Sim Racing Expo, Jarku, they had a rig with a 3080 running the technical demo, and that was running all right. So I think it should run okay on. I think it should, yeah, because that was 4K 3080, and it was running pretty well, to be honest. Get in there. You think your 7900 will run it well in VR? I don't know. Like the index, so the index is, well, not quite like 4K. The Quest 3 is very similar to performance that you get when you run 4K on a 2D screen. An index is more like, it's not quite 4K, so it should be fine. We'll have to see that. It's going to depend what sort of anti-aliasing options they have, and a whole bunch of things. But I mean, it should run on a 4070 pretty well. Like, if you're designing a game that's, you know, you need it to run on the average hardware that's out there. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows to 1080 Ti. If you put your face next to your 1080 Ti when it catches on fire, that could be somewhat analogous to sunshine and rainbows. Like, certainly going to get a lot of warmth from it. So, will there be driver updates for the launch? Possibly, but I wouldn't necessarily expect so. It's not like a major AAA title. Yeah, they're doing their own engine. Okay. I'm hoping my 700 XT still holds up. Yeah, I tell you, we'll talk a bit about graphics cards in a minute. I'm going to get a cup of tea and a bicky. Back in a minute. We've got waffles. We've got biscuits.
The pace car is out of control.
Premature Assetto evolution. Ah. If you want to join our server at the moment, it's called Gamer Muscle. Password is T. Good morning. No, we just got some waffles and cookies and stuff.
The pace car is out of control.
Got some coffee. Now this is Assetto whilst we wait forever. This is the warm-up. Save us a biscuit. Hello. Hello, Jack Road. I don't know what this is. It's another traffic light crossing tune.
The pace car is out of control.
Mr. Biscuits. Hello. Tea time in the next 5 hours, simulator. Do you think Evo will end up in the Steam top 10? Do you think sim racers? I would imagine just about every sim racer would buy Evo early access. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit weird. Like, I will buy. I would buy like LMU, iRacing, whatever. So I'm not one of those sim racers that would just buy everything. But some people may be more selective. There's been a great time of debate. You think it's 1 hour too slow? Well, we can always change it. We're not locked into the time. Time lock. Yeah, but you need to Lorenzo, what if they run out of stock? Because, you know, you go to your game shop and they put it in the back room, right? And they've written your name on a list, so that you don't. So they pre-ordered it and they've had it delivered, so that they've got it in stock. Game Station. The town where I grew up, the game shop was called like Extreme Games or something. I don't know, something stupid. It might have been called Extreme Games. Extreme. They changed the name of it. It's fun though, because we'll go to the game shop and they'll have a GameCube demo unit. They'll have an N64 playing the Ocarina of Time intro on loop. Which was the best demo unit? Like the GameCube. The GameCube one was nice. I don't really remember the PlayStation ones. I think there was a really good Dreamcast one. Nintendo had a huge one for the SNES. I think the GameCube, like in the little glass box thing, and then the little cabinet. That's a whole rabbit hole. The demo display consoles. Oh yeah, the Xbox one was well good. Yeah, I remember playing that. Yeah, Halo on that. That was super impressive, actually. It's the Game of Muscle server, so if you just search for Game of Muscle, you'll be able to. It'll come up. I mean, Halo 1 is such an impressive game, I think, as conceptually to demo the console. Like before Halo 1 on console, you didn't really have open world stuff particularly that was an FPS that also had vehicles, and the vehicle physics are actually really good. Like the Warthog Puma, the suspension travel and the way it moved around. It's sloppy and everything, but still, like the way it worked and the way the characters would hold on to it and the gun and everything. That was actually super impressive. And as a demo, yeah, I think Halo's really stood out. Halo 1. Hello, Rusty Russell. So think of games. What games through the years were like games which really, where you're like, oh wow, that's like a massive jump. So I'd say like Half-Life Alyx is super impressive. Halo 1, Half-Life 1, Elite. Oh, I amazed myself. Elite on the Atari ST. That looked insane. Like actual shaded polygons. I'd imagine like Space Invaders probably would have looked impressive when that came out. Oh yeah, Operation Flashpoint was well impressive. Tomb Raider. Crisis just Crisis was good. I really enjoyed that, actually. I thought Crisis was really fun to play through. Half-Life 2 had really impressive physics stuff, and I think it was weirdly the physics stuff was impressive in Half-Life 2, but it wasn't actually used that much in the end. The facial animation, I think, in Half-Life 2 was actually more impressive. Had more of an impact than the physics stuff. The physics stuff was really good in the deathmatch, but then nobody really played Half-Life 2 deathmatch, which was really strange because it was actually really, really fun. Like the maps were badly designed, but the ability to like throw like sinks and stuff at people and use objects in the environment as a weapon was really quite good, but they didn't really design it. I think they ran out of time or something because they focused on the single player. But Gary's mod was exactly. But that was really strange. Half-Life 2 Deathmatch is totally dead now, and it's really strange because it was genuinely super novel and really quite satisfying using the grav gun to try and kill people. But the problem is that the pistol and the bolt ended up being too powerful. It was just badly balanced. The original Half-Life Deathmatch was a lot better balanced. Yeah, Team Fortress is amazing. Do you think it's strange they didn't announce the price of Evo? I don't know. Maybe I think they might want to just make a big thing of it. Who knows? It's all good. Yeah, first Operation Flashpoint was so good. Like, so immersive to play. Yeah, they really dropped the ball with Crisis. Like the actual single player was really fun, but I felt with Crisis it was too short. Like they could have had more villages. Like it was just a really weirdly designed game. Like. Yeah, it's such a strange game because you didn't really end up using all the features in it, and it was fantastic. But there wasn't much. Like they could have had like bigger areas of sneaking around or bigger areas of lots of combat. I think maybe they struggled with because of the performance at the time, and so that limited what they could do. But. Yeah, Crisis. It was just really strange that they didn't make. So Crisis 3, I think it was at that point in time where they realised that games consoles were much bigger profit margin, and so rather than continuing the PC Crisis stuff, they then started going down the console route. But they weren't very good, the console games, and they just gutted the freedom of it. So it basically, as soon as they started doing console stuff, it kind of lost its soul. The original kind of Far Cry, because the Far Cry 1, 2 and 3 were fantastic, and then Crisis, but then they just I think they ended up just making a different type of game really, and then they got into the whole let's try and do the COD thing, and then failed at that. Yeah, we're doing something really good. But someone in the office has seen that other games are making more money, so we're making profit, but let's change what we're doing. Yeah, there was a whole load of weird stuff with the engine, and I don't know what happened with that. They're still in business, the people that make the engine. Yeah, it's very strange what happened with Crisis. Yeah, I had 600s, which, funnily enough, like back in the day, those were like £300 graphics cards, I think, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, that's so much to spend on a graphics card." Jesus Christ. Evo should run quite well on OK hardware. From Sim Racing Expo, Evo seemed to run better than ACC in some ways, but it's hard to know what settings they were running. So, but Unreal Engine is particularly difficult to get it to perform well, especially with stuff like driving sims. Was it Far Cry that had the weird monsters in it? Where you play through it and then you get to that part of the game where they're all like genetically engineered monsters. Was that Far Cry? Yeah. That was so weird. That didn't make any sense. Like, I think that was not a good part of the game either. It was like a really, really good game. Super immersive, really fun. And then you're like, oh, why am I shooting these stupid monsters? Like, what is this about? It's out of nowhere. It was still good, but it was just like, hang on, what's going on here? Yeah, Crisis, it was aliens, wasn't it? It was like, oh, you're playing through it, you're going through the villages, and there's all these soldiers, it's amazing. And then you have all these bloody Matrix tentacle monsters, and you're in that convoy trying to escape. The games design on some of these titles is absolutely mental. Yeah, Serious Sam was really good. I really love that. First Serious Sam was like, played it at a friend's house, and we just took it in turn each level to complete it. It was really good fun. I really like the giant boss thing that did. Yeah, it's Serious Sam engine's a really good game engine as well. Super impressive, especially at the time. So the Serious engine was doing stuff that you now have in Unreal, the newer Unreal engines, like a real-time 3D editor, where you could do map editing and see it as it would do. The editor worked within the graphics, the graphics card. And I think it was partially a mesh engine as well. Like you had to, it was subtractive. Like you had to cut out the environment, so kind of how Doom and Quake and stuff work. But then you could see it in real time and test it in real time, which is really impressive. That was weird the Serious Sam engine was hardly used in any games. It's just strange. JP, you're not sure if it's been covered yet, but it says on the Steam store that SSD required for minimum requirements. Is that really true? It'll probably, I would imagine it would work without an SSD, but what you'll probably find is that it uses the SSD for like caching and stuff, or like you might find you get stutter if you don't have an SSD. To be honest, if you've got enough RAM in your system, it probably wouldn't be an issue. I don't know to what degree it's using the SSD. Yeah, it's. I'd imagine it would work without an SSD, but they probably put it as a minimum spec because you might find you get stutter in certain scenarios without an SSD or a fast hard drive. 1X. But if you've got a lot of RAM in the system, let's say you didn't have an SSD and you didn't want to upgrade, if you've got RAM in your system, that normally offsets that issue. Well, yeah, you need the floppy disk as well. That's the satisfaction of loading a game. You're in the same game. The asset streaming is so reliant on drive speeds, you'll just get stuck in the splash screen forever. Cassette games. No, Paul. Nobody is wistfully nostalgic for... Even Bubble Bobble took 5 minutes to load, and as like a 9-year-old, 5 minutes is like an entire lifetime. It was terrible, and then sometimes it would fail just to play Bubble Bobble. Oh my god, because it would be a hand-me-down Commodore 64 tape drive that had shit all over it. Oh, it was terrible. It was so bad. So bad. Yeah, fortunately, we had an Atari ST. It was a friend of mine had a Commodore. So I'd go around their house as like a 9-year-old. Can I play games? I want to play games. ZX Spectrum. Did you play Rocket? What's it called? Rocket. That was. What's it called? Rocket. It's not Jet Set Willy, is it? Where you build the rocket. That was developed by Rare developers. It was actually developed in the town I grew up in. A lot of people don't know what a floppy disk is. Just about to go to another race here. We're just waiting for this session to finish. Set the tone. Control slightly wrong and you had no chance. Oh dear. Bring back tapes just for Paul. Thanks, Gombob16. Thanks for following. Welcome. And if you're watching on YouTube and you hate yourself, subscribe. Click the like button. On Twitch, you can follow us as well. We do videos. very good low quality videos. I think I might have started a bit of a trend here, like low quality me talking rubbish to a camera videos. I think I'm seeing like other people do it more now. I feel like it was me that started this low effort opinion video. To it like I look. I think Empty Box is like the OG. If you don't know Empty Box, he hasn't done videos for years, but he would do like voiceover videos talking about some opinion thing with a sim or whatever. So that's like 2012 or whatever. He's the OG of that type of thing. But specifically, just talking absolute BS to a camera about like a random thing. I feel like we started a bit of a trend on this in sim race. I started doing this about 2 or 3 months ago, and I'm noticing loads of people doing it now, and I think I'm taking credit for it. I'm sure I wasn't the first person to do it, but I think, you know, people will be like, oh, hang on a minute, you could just talk BS and people will watch it. I don't even put video in the background. Confirmation bias, yeah, probably. I actually do get comments from people going, oh, you saw my video, that's why you've made this video. And it's like, well, first of all, I don't watch sim racing videos. I watch some sim racing streamers, like I watched Matt Malone. Go and subscribe to him, he's really good. Emil Bernstorff, he's a good guy. Watch him sometimes. I watch Random Corsa when he's live. Red Eye Warrior. So I watch people live streaming, but it's because I like the people and I like to see that they're okay or whatever, you know. So it's not really about their content. Their content's all shit. Let's be honest. It's sim racing. No, it's nice to see the live streams, but I don't watch. Yeah, I don't put Paul Smith Smiler, but no, terrible. I don't watch that. But I don't like watching sim videos because it's like, if you do sim racing, it'd be like if I did film videos, I wouldn't want to watch film YouTube videos, because it's like, if it's what you're doing, you don't want to watch stuff that you're doing. Like, it's just tedious. Like, you probably already thought of it. Not, I mean, it sounds arrogant, but like, if you're in something all the time, you're gonna be. It's unlikely that you're gonna see a video. So the only YouTube videos I tend to watch of sim racing stuff is like technical stuff that I might not know about. So like Neil's House in Velds videos, because he will do his content is sim racing stuff that I don't do at all. So it's interesting. But yeah, so I see this on a lot of I've seen this on other people's channels. There'll be trends. And so YouTubers do trends, and then people think that you've copied something. But also, people come up with the same ideas. It's not crazy that people would be talking about similar stuff. But yeah, I actually just load up YouTube channels and copy everything. I load up a list of what's the most popular thing, and then I just copy it word for word, and nobody notices. It's good. Good morning, Snowy Master. Slurping of tea. That's a good point. Thanks for the tea prompt there. Appreciate it. Cheers. Oh, the Nasty Butler. So you know that game, the game where they would have to push the button on the telephone thing to move the character. At Gamescom, somebody had that game set up. Like they had the telephone there, and we've got like a 7-hour video. We walked through the entirety of Gamescom because I'm an idiot. You could scroll through it and you'd be able to find it. It's a stupid video, 7 hours. But yeah, that game there, you phone in, and it was like, I think it's like a Dutch or German company, maybe French company. But yeah, it was cool. If you go to Gamescom, they have like really weird historical gaming stuff like that. You can try it out. So I got to play it, which was really nice, because I would watch it as a kid and I'd be like, oh, why are they so terrible at the game? I can't remember what it was called. It has like there was quite a few of them. Hugo, that's it. Yeah. I think it was a German company, but it was obviously probably called something different. They used to play it on Live and Kicking in the UK.
The
Dark
pace car is out of
Habibi,
control.
thanks for following. Welcome. Beto Boo. We love the UK. Oh, I don't love the UK. It's terrible. Conrad, do I know the launch price? Yeah, I just let me just ask Marco. Hang on, let me just give him a call. Hi Marco, how much will Evo be sold for on Steam? Because there's no price at the moment.
Gamer Muscle, what are you, why are you calling me? I am a very busy man. We have a game launcher. Why are you calling me? I don't even like you. How do you get to my number? You leave me alone. But seeing as you you are calling me, it is we not have a price yet, because we want to surprise people with a good price. So you have to wait to see, you stupid bold man. Why you mamma mia, leave me alone. Ay, mamma mia.
Oh, thanks Marco. Cheers. Yeah. So they don't have a price yet. They don't have a price sorted out yet. But it's nice. It's nice that he would talk to us. It's really. He regrets giving me his number, but oh well. Yeah, I think we were guessing $14.99, $24.99, $29.99. I'm saying $24.99. Great British pounds. Actual Rome dialect. I actually have mastered the ancient Pompeii accent that not many people know, because most Pompeians were killed when the volcano erupted. So it's a really lost accent. I could do another impersonation of the Pompeii accent if you'd like to hear it. Here's my highly accurate version. I'm going to recreate the history of the Pompeii accent. Are you ready, guys?
The volcano is erupting!
It's pretty close. Pretty close. I think it's pretty spot on. Is it too soon? I'm sorry. Too soon. Sorry guys. Too soon. Oh God, I'm really sorry. God, too soon. I think we did a pretty good job of it. The hand gestures were too subtle. Yeah. Why is this not going to race? I might have to... Nearly 5 miles. Hello, Niels. 1,946 years. How many generations of people is that? Let's say your average person. Let's not do generation as 30 years or whatever. Let's say each living memory is 80 years, right? So let's... How many times do you put 80 years into that? I'm going to force next session. She's got stuck. There we go. Well, yeah, I actually really like. I really like the Italian accent. It's actually one of the nicer accents to listen to. But then again, I like German accent, so maybe I'm not the right person to ask, because most people don't like German accent. But like, I really like how like Italian's like really it's like really rhythmically toned. It's interesting because I don't think there's any other languages that operate in that format. So it's quite a unique, and I need to like read about it. There must be some books on this, but like the specific reasons for why Italian has that kind of, because it's not like Japanese where the tone is for the actual word. It's like it's just a pacing of talking. It's because when Italians speak English, it's the same.
The pace car is out of control.
I would have thought if I was a non-native English speaker, I would have thought English sounds very dull. like when, if you listen to English, it all sounds kind of the same. Like it's very much like a burr 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 burr. It's such a dull language. I think it's very hard, I'd imagine, for non-native English speakers to isolate individual words. Oh, he's fidget spinner Porsche. Yeah, so yeah, it's weird. And I don't know why. I don't know why a lot of people don't like German accent, because I specifically I really like German accent because I find it's really it's precise, and the words have a nice. Yeah, I prefer German to French. I mean, I like French, but. Oh, it's weird though, isn't it? It depends which part of France. So it's like British, like bloody Birmingham accent is like being tortured. Southern French accent is insane, but then Northern France is quite nice. But then it can be, it totally depends. There's so many accents for these different languages. Yeah, bloody French Canadian is impossible. Yeah, I think what it is, personally, I really like languages where the words are defined. So, I wonder if that's common or not. Yeah, I've seen that, yeah. Alright. I can't even do it. What's funny is, he made that song as almost a protest song. Because he was like, oh, people will listen to any old shit if it's in this pop format. Because he hated all that generic pop rock music. And he makes that song and it ends up being like a huge hit. And he's like, fuck Christ. That song's really annoying though, because it sticks in your head. And then it's not any actual words. So you just have this weird... Tell you a bloody song that's well annoying at the moment is that Russian, what's it called? Sing my boy, sing my boy. Jesus Christ. It's the worst song ever. Sing my boy. Jesus Christ. It's torture. Do you feel this is the last time you play AC in my heart? I don't have a heart, I'm dead inside. No, you always play loads of Sims. I play Live for Speed still. That's a good song, that one. We need more music like that.
The pace car is out of control.
Shickety brickety. Hello. Yeah, there's this weird idea that people like to be like, oh, this game will kill this game. It's like, no, people will keep playing iRacing, AC, Evo. You know. It's just I mean, things definitely die out when they've not got commercial marketing behind them. Actually, to be fair, ACC will probably die. It's the death of ACC for sure, because why? There's no reason that you would play ACC over Evo. Like there's just no point. Like, why would you?
The pace car is out of control.
Finally, the death of ACC. That's actually why I feel warm and fuzzy. Yes! Yes, it's finally dying, put to rest where it deserves. Yes! We've had 5 years of false, dirty Assetto. Pineapple pizza Assetto. And all these bloody influencers pretending they're having fun playing something that's worse than AC. Purely because it's got GT3 cars, you can get views. Jesus Christ. It's time that ACC was retired. Not just retired, stake and beheaded, hung, drawn and quartered. Unreal. There's aspects to ACC that, I mean, you have to admit are quite good. I think Kunos did a good job with it. However, Unreal Engine, bloody hell. It's not even about the content or the work or whatever. It's just the technical aspect of it. Like, Unreal Engine is like, so many good games are ruined by Unreal. Like Hell Let Loose. I love Hell Let Loose is so fun. Well, it's also terrible, but like at times when you're having a good game in Hell Let Loose, it is some of the best gaming I've ever had when you're having a good game. So like once every 10 hours of gameplay. But the game engine is so bad. Like the pop-in, the stutter, the annoying graphics that you can't improve, and you can change settings. Unreal Engine is one of the worst things that has happened to the games industry. I would argue, and I don't even need to argue. I think that's a video. How Unreal Engine ruined gaming. I'm sure there are some examples of Unreal Engine that are great, and I don't think it's universally terrible, but it has been awful. Yeah, I like CryEngine, but there's some weird development quirks with it, and you can have some weird stability issues. Was it CryEngine? Oh, I was thinking of Crysis. Bring back Q Basic. Yeah, so Unreal Engine I think works really well for generic platformers or room-based games, you know, smaller type games. I think that's great, but for anything that's more of like a simulator, anything that deviates from your traditional platformer is terrible. So in fairness, like the Tony Hawk's remakes are actually really good, and they're in Unreal Engine. Yeah, anything that falls outside of sort of 2007 and earlier general games design, or is a simulator, it ends up being really bad. Yeah, well, so it's not entirely fair to blame the engine de facto. Like, what it is that a developer can get very far with the game and continue having that whilst actually having it so it's fundamentally broken, but the game engine enables that to still be a shippable product. So there's a lot of developers, and to be fair, they're on tight budgets, tight constraints. I'm not having a go at developers because games development is insane. But rather than them perceiving it as, oh, right, okay, we're using Unreal Engine, we need to be really cautious, we need to actually make all the assets and everything, we need to approach this as if we are on a, We have to be really careful. We can't just depend on Unreal Engine's optimization. You know, we really need to... We can't just have it look photorealistic. We actually need to really approach it very carefully. But no, I think you can blame Epic because the whole marketing behind Unreal Engine is, oh, just let the artists use blueprints for everything. Oh, just stick all the assets in and it'll all work. So that is Epic. That is a big marketing pitch for Unreal Engine, and that's why it doesn't work well. Like, any game engine has a potential to work and not work. But then stuff like deferred rendering, I think, is terrible pretty universally. Thanks for following. Look, I think all games should be done how they were for the PS2, where everything has to be modelled as a single solid model. And you have to load in whole scenes at known intervals. Everything has to be under like 20,000 polygons. Textures should... No normal maps, no bump maps. Flat shaded. What more do you need? No, we'll have cube maps. That's all we need. We don't need any real-time reflections or anything. Boring. Get rid of that. No dynamic lights. Don't need any of that. Bake all the lighting into the textures. Perfect. What more? Why do you want any more? Morning, CQR. I was actually really hoping that we had more voxel games by now, because I really like the idea of the objects in the game having a thickness and like being able to be broken apart and stuff. I think is very compelling from a gameplay perspective, and it gives a sense of solidity that I think is generally missing. And I don't think it has to be like like, I know there have been some voxel games. I don't think it has to be insane. But even stuff like Red Faction, it gives a sense of like thickness and stuff. Well, I've messed that up. Voxel Corsa. Played Delta Force the other week. Yeah, let's use it. No, no, it is using Unreal Engine, isn't it? I think that whole game seems a bit sloppy. From what I've seen of it, it looks like it's badly designed, like largely just copied off Battlefield, and then they don't really know what they're doing. Like, it doesn't seem to have a coherent design process behind it. I mean, look at this, right? So this is of AC1. This is a DirectX 9 game engine. This quality of lighting and graphics, the textures are great. The general shading is really nice. This quality of graphics engine, but with some like deformation for the surface and more particle effects and things, and like good game mechanics, that's like, why do you need anything more for gameplay? Like, for sure there should be. I'm not against games that look photoreal or do different things. That is fantastic, but we need to catch up with these guys here. Get back on them. Thank you, Yondaz, for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome to the hype zone. I could do Mo Walker.
And we are here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it looks like, yes, he's neck and neck, side by side. It's Jolly and Taroval. Incredible driving from the cars in front. He's on the right. He's going to the left. Can he find a way question of getting the run through the high-speed corners and then the final bus stop chicane. Is it? Yes, it's Tarquini has appeared on the start-finish line. Now it looks like Mansell has been removed from the grid.
That's Dalek. Derek Murray.
Exterminate. I am Derek Murray. Where is Nigel Mansell? Accelerate! Accelerate! Tarquini!
That's the Doctor Who crossover that nobody expected but everybody wanted. Jocked Murray Walker Dalek. I would buy that if that was a toy. Hello, Buster. I would buy a Murray Walker Dalek. Yeah, was it Lego? Yeah, no, there's some other funny Lego. The Lego Stephen Hawkins is probably one of the best. Yeah, I know. It's just such a shame with commentary. The recent commentators are so bad. And the thing with Murray Walker was, sure, he would get... he was genuinely excited and not fake excited. And he would... Because I think it comes from like doing radio commentary, he would also be describing stuff that's useful for people that could... Well, early on, a lot of the motorsport coverage, even if it was on TV, was so bad that you needed the commentator to really fill in the gaps in an interesting way. But it wasn't like now. Bloody Crofty, it's so bad. Like, the thing is, internationally, people seem to like it. I think people just like the shouting, and you know, they can't detect faux positivity. A lot of people don't seem to have that circuitry in the brain, so it's fine. It works commercially, but it's so bad every single race. Well, he made the overtake, and the constipation voice they do. He's right on his tail. Oh, and can he pass him before the corner? Oh, what an overtake! It's like, but it wasn't even a good overtake. It never is. It's like a DRS pass. Oh, he's pushed the button on the straight. Ah, oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's actually insane. Every race. And then there'll be like a 2-second gap and a lap to go. Well, will he catch him? The pressure's on. It's like, no, the drivers are not feeling any pressure. You know, the thing is, if Crofty was an idiot and didn't know, you would be like, oh, fine, it's excusable. But Crofty's been doing Formula 1 for so long, so have the other commentators. They know that the tyres are not good enough to be able to catch up. They know it's physically impossible unless something happened. So they have to manufacture this excitement. So part of this, to be fair, they have to to be fair to them, they have to manufacture excitement in something that's fundamentally broken and has been broken for like almost a decade now. It's so broken, but they have to pretend it isn't, because they need to make money from an audience watching it who don't understand what's going on and think that stuff's going to happen that can't physically happen. Whereas back in like up until about 2005, but especially in like the 90s and before, the cars would break down and the safety cars and the flags would cause things to bunch up and cause unexpected events, so things could actually happen, and so you could genuinely be excited as a commentator as to what may or may not happen. And you know, things would very high frequency, things would break down and not work, which makes it more interesting. Right now it's so clinical and so predefined. they have to pretend, they have to make out stuff can happen to create fake excitement. Which, if you watch sport, if you watch Formula One or you're aware of how Formula One operates, and you've maybe done a bit of sim racing or real driving, it's so painful. It's so painful. Like, because you know what is and isn't possible, and so you're just like, why are you it is lying. You go, oh, it's showmanship, but I think you could do the showmanship without the lying, to be honest. I think that's why it's so cringy. Yeah, bring back H pattern with exploding engines. That's what. So I guess I'm never going to be doing commentary for for Sky. Oh well, that's that bridge burnt to our. Oh well. Bring back James Hunt with Murray Walker. Fault button. Right, we can do another race here. Good driving, guys. Well done. His brand stopper with the win. Just second. Adam third. Clint fourth. Jally fifth. Look the replay. Look the replay sixth. Ted Ed eighth. Well done, guys. We're gonna change track. You're not in that much of a position to judge the amount of info they have to consume. Well, okay. Yes and no, Mr. Ninja Fish. So, but I think some parts of it are genuinely impressive, but they're doing the same job for like 10 years. So you'll notice if you watch a lot of Formula One, every year it's like, oh, we're in Canada and it's the Wall of Champions. Yes, this wall is where these drivers hit it. Wall of Champions. They only have like 5 talking points for each track. And then they have the same stories. And so, yeah, you know, it's not as impressive. It is at first. So a commentator that's doing it in their first like few years, that's super, super impressive. And there are aspects to commentary that is really impressive for any of them. So I'm not to knock it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that is really impressive, but yeah, it is their job. You know, they've been, you know. Yeah, I think Martin Brundle's really good. Generally, yeah. Yeah, they do say the same. Well, there's not much they can say different, but I think Brundle's all right. I think often when you have like an actual race driver in the commentary box, they tend to be a lot better because they tend to be like, well, they know if it's BS or not, don't they? They tend to be a bit more honest because they've retired from what they're actually doing. Right, here we go. Let's get a server. Another track up. You ready, guys? Time for a classic. Get in there. Thanks for subscribing, Sir Gus. Yeah, MX5's awesome. I think someone could make an MX5 video game, right? And that would be good enough. There we go. The vintage Mini that's going to be in Evo, I think, should be quite good, to be honest. It's interesting though with the you see this in a lot of media in the past and in older media. There's more of a focus on dynamics to stuff. So in terms of like films in the past, you'd have like a quiet bit, and then a loud bit with lots of stuff happening, and then a quiet bit, and good range, sort of dynamic. It's all about the dynamic range, guys. There'd be good range to stuff, right? Same with music, good, quiet bits, loud bits, and you need the quiet bit for the loud bit to stand out in contrast. And it's the same with racing commentary. If a commentator, there's so many commentators that do this, just scream constantly through the whole thing. It's just white noise, and you lose the actual emotion and it's like how I'm shit at it. So it's like I talk in the same tone, whereas if I was to talk more structurally, especially in pre-recorded videos, it's more compelling. So, but it's got worse. Like I think a lot of more recently, a lot of that sort of screamingness has become accepted. Aren't we old? Shouting at the clouds. You hope they get the classic mini. Yeah, the vintage minis are really weird. Like I watched them race at Brands Hatch, which was really fun in real life. They have like a really. I was at a track day once, and someone was driving one around in front of us. They have a they're quite slidey, but there's an initial poise to them. So this is the thing that a lot of sims seem to struggle with, is that a real car has that iRacing under the limit behaviour where the car rotates, wants to turn and stuff when under the limit really easily, but then also has that sliding crab walkie dynamic, but then the grip comes back quickly. And the vintage Mini really has that, because it's such a narrow wheelbase and small car, you really see them doing that kind of it's really hard to explain, but yeah, no sim is really, either a sim is a bit sort of R Factor 2-y where it just wants to slide around a lot, or it's iRacing where it's railed in and then just rotates in a stupid way. AC1 is kind of the closest, but it's a bit sloppy. It's not as tight as it should be before you get into the slip. So no one's really. AMS1, is actually quite good, but it's this weird behaviour of tyres where they're sort of contradictory. They're like, tyres are like surprisingly bitey initially, counterintuitively. It could be to do with like sidewall flex, or I don't know. I don't think people know exactly what it is that causes the behaviour. But there's a pointiness to cars and tyres, but then there's also. And there's a slide that you can get into from that pointiness, but there's also a type of slide you can get into that's more like you're in a more of a drifty kind of slide. So there are these different types of induced slide that a car can get into, which seems to cause different tyre behaviours. And I don't know what it is, what causes that, but I don't think any sim has been able to mirror that behaviour. What's this? Whether you like it or not, they're unionists. Well, let's not go into Northern Ireland. Let's not go into that. I don't know enough about it to talk about it without saying something stupid.
I don't like AC Evo, but I do like the normal AC.
Orimu, thank you very much. Who'd be a physics program? No, they're mental. Physics programmers are insane. Like, I've worked with some, and I've met a few. They're mental. You have to be like. I've told this story before, but I knew people that were doing years ago, before it was like normal to have like good ragdoll physics, like Havoc physics engine and stuff. But people that were programming their own like ragdoll physics engine stuff, so all the kinematics and everything all worked right. The math and stuff to make it work realistically is insane. So like. Yeah, physics programmers and graphics programmers, they're just not. They're weird people. They should be put in a basement, really, just locked away. They're like, in the past, your physics programmers would have been like your druids. They're the type of people that built Stonehenge. And like, sure, we now have rocks that we can visit, pay £70 to walk around, so that's great. But like that's they're the type of people living like a hobbit in some soil and kept out of the way. That's what we should do with them now. What's this music? This is the Dutch national anthem. What do I think the new Fanatec wheelbase is? They're quite good. Yeah, they're really nice. You're always updated on the sim world. Have we made any new tracks? I've been doing loads of techno music for myself, but not any remixes of Salt. Yeah, MX5 game I think would be spot on. If I was gonna develop a driving sim myself, I don't have it, Dan, already installed now. if I was gonna if I don't know, if I had a concussion, I was like, right, I'm gonna make a driving sim, I would make MX5 only racing game, and it would have all the cars would be bopped, and you race against other people. It's online. It's only online, like a iRacing thing. Every 30 minutes there's a race, and it's like 20 to 35 car grids, and it splits. It's all ranked and everything like iRacing, but just MX5, and you get credits in the game for how far you drive. You lose credits for like damage that you do to your car. Like you have to, if you damage your car, you have to pay your credits, the in-game credits, to fix it. And you'd also be able to buy like body mods and stuff. It's all bop, so it doesn't affect performance. But you would use your credits to like buy liveries or body kits, and you can do whatever. And that'll be the whole game. So you're racing your MX5. You get credits for winning races better. It's got an ELO ranking system. But yeah, if you get damaged, you lose money. You lose credits that you have to then. No, you don't. You wouldn't even need that many tracks. It's fine. Like 12 tracks would be fine. 10 tracks. People would just be addicted to wanting to win. No, it wouldn't get old with one car because it'd be pure racing. This is a myth of sim racing. So there's a novelty that with lots of different cars, and people that want to play a game for cars, that's one thing to do. That's fine. That appeals to a lot of people. However, the focus for this game is racing and painting your cars and stuff. It's basically racing. So it's like on iRacing. People will play F4 car for 300, 500 hours, 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours, whatever. People will just drive one car. That's fine. If it's good racing, it's good racing. It's not about the car or the track. It's about the race. And that's what's compelling. It's like when you play Counter-Strike, it's about the quality of the game. When you play Rocket League, it's about the quality of the game. You don't need loads of different cars and pitches and stuff. One pitch, that's it. No, for sell your face. There's a type of gamer that is attracted to the different cars and the idea of the novelty of the different cars and the idea that you're experiencing driving those different cars. That's a type of game, and that's fine, and that does have a big market to it, but that is a specific type of game. I'm talking about a different type of game. So, like the thing that you have now is that all these driving sims, and most of them, tend to do lots of different cars and they're general simulators, which is fine. It makes sense from a development perspective, because if you've got an artist or artists and you've got a physics engine and you've got someone that does licensing, well, you might as well have multiple cars and you generate value from that, and you're giving people stuff to do. But the whole point of this game is that the artist would be spending time doing different bits of body work and other things that people can then use to make their MX-5 custom rather than different cars. So I think that hyper focus, like, and MX-5s are great. They race great. They're fast enough to not be boring for good sim racers. They're not too fast for newer sim racers. Racing's racing. I mean, we used to just play on Live for Speed. we'd just drive the Fox car for like hundreds of hours, and the servers would always be full. And it was just SO. It was one track with the Fox car. It was always full because people are doing it to race. So yeah, if maybe we could get the game, maybe get Assetto Corsa licensed to us. Does someone want to license their engine, and we'll just make this MX-5 game? So I'll give you 5% of sales, Kunos. Hang on, Marco. I was wondering, could you license Evo Game Engine to me so we can make this MX-5 game happen that I've been wanting to make? You know, I'll give you 5% of sales. I don't think it's going to be a huge game, but I think it'll be. You know, it could be something. 5%.
Yes. Well, would they do it for that? Yeah, maybe. But you see, you have a stupid face, and you're always so negative about Assetto Corsa competition. And so I don't want to work with you, you stupid bald man. Mamma mia. Why are you calling me again, you stupid fat bald man? Yeah, mamma mia.
Oh, thanks, Marco. Appreciate it. I guess we'll talk to the guys over at Beam, see what they have. Cheers. Yeah, well, so Marco wasn't interested. It's worth a try. It's worth a try. Hello, Izzy. He's on the same screen. We're going driving here. Right. My free will is an illusion. We're just playing AC at the moment whilst we're waiting for the launch. This car's fantastic, by the way. If you like driving and you wanna, especially if you've got a DD wheel or something, Shelby Cobra is fantastic. Oh no, is he? 84 months. 84 months. 84 months. 84. 84. 84. Can you imagine? That's so depressing. That's terrible. That's like being trapped in a Tory party conference for a weekend. 84 months.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is probably one
bloody hell.
Probably one of
the best.
Well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Oh, this car is superb. I mean, I don't know how realistic it is, but it's fun to drive. You hope you get a good one. I'm from Rome, same as Marco, born place. Like I really want to go to Rome. Well, I've been to Rome once. It was so bad. Not Rome, but like the trip. I went with we were doing a promotion for Formula E, and it was when it was that mental heat wave. So it was like 40C or like 38C. It was something like it was so hot. It was just stupid, and the plane was like delayed and messed up, and yeah. So basically, went to Rome but didn't see anything. It was terrible because I really wanted to go. I love history stuff and old buildings and things. So. I mean, well, my shoes were melted. It was hot. No time to free roam in Rome. But there's so much amazing stuff in Rome. Like, I really like the, you know, the Colosseum. the aspect of how for like hundreds of years it was just used by like homeless people, and then people would be stealing stuff from it, and how it turned into like a weird, just like, oh, it's a place to hang out. Like, I think that's even more interesting than when it was in its sort of heyday. And also just like the scale of the sheer scale of Rome is mind-boggling. Thanks for your sub, Izzy. I really appreciate it. The government's been alerted. Bonjour! Allez, 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 allez! I know! Ah! I know. Well, I've been to Italy twice, but both times was like for like sim racing stuff, or like I say Formula E, and then Sabelt were launching their sim rigs, which are really nice sim rigs actually, really nice sim rigs. And again, just well, that was quite nice. Walked around Monaco, walked on the old track, so we actually got to see, you know. That was actually pretty reasonable for actually being able to take stuff in. A lot of like sort of rando promotional stuff, you don't actually see anything. Not that I'm complaining, I'm so super lucky. To be clear, I'm not complaining. I realise it's insane. Like, I do, incredibly fortunate, but it is just really shame when if you go somewhere and you just don't have enough time to actually take it in. It's the only French you know. You know I'm 7 years, his head's got shinier, but he's also got better at pronouncing names. Not got better. Oh, I got better. Maybe you've just got more and more brain damage from watching this channel, so we haven't got better, but your brain's got worse. Corey, thank you for following. Croissant, oh, almond croissant would be well nice. This is in the Eiffel. This track, but I don't think it's supposed to be next to the Nürburgring. I think it's meant to be in the Eiffel region. You couldn't go out for 2 days, yeah. But the problem I have is I really like walking, and I'd end up overwalking on my first day visiting something, and I'm knackered. Thanks for subscribing, Gazee. Appreciate it. Fun fact, this Shelby Cobra was one of the first mod cars for the original Assetto Corsa, and then Kunos liked it so much that they officially licensed it into the simulator. It's a little bit funky handling, but good fun. Are Land Rovers that unreliable? I mean, I've not owned one, so I wouldn't know. But from YouTube channels of people that do own them, I think the thing with a Land Rover is it might not be the most reliable thing, but it's the kind of vehicle that you can repair yourself. If that makes sense. Like, if you've got the tools, it's fairly like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you can patch it up and make it work. We ain't making the corner. Oh, no. I don't know about new. I'm talking about like 90s. I'm talking about old Land Rovers here, not new ones. You'd like to learn. Well, there's loads of YouTube videos on those sorts of things now. Yeah, I mean, the other day I was watching, someone did a really nice YouTube video on how steam trains worked. I love stuff like that. I tell you, actually, for car stuff, there's a whole bunch of like 1940s videos explaining how differentials work and things, and they're really good. Like, older cars are a lot more simple as well and bulky, so it's a lot more clear how things work. Sell your yeah, it's a really good video, that. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, click the like button if you've got nothing better to do, and you can subscribe if you want to. Also, if you want to hit the bell or don't, you know, I'm just saying it to remind you guys, because people don't do it otherwise. And if you're on Twitch, you can follow. You can link Amazon Prime with Twitch, and then you can subscribe to us for free, and you don't get any adverts on Twitch that way, and I get some money. So appreciate people that do that.
The pace car is out of control.
How do you unsubscribe? You have to write to a local member of government. Woo. It's Friday now. I hope not, because we're... Oh, you're in fake time land. We're off on the Eurotunnel tomorrow. Well excited. Eurostar. It's so run down now, the Eurotunnel. I remember as a kid going on it, and it was like, it's the future. We are under the sea. It's magic connected to Europe. And now it's like, oh, it's a train. I mean, I still get excited, but yeah, it's funny how run down it is. We need to be more like Japanese, where they actually care about stuff being nice. Oh yeah, the car thing's meant. As you guys know, I don't drive in real life, but if you take the car on the Eurotunnel, you have to like not rim the wheels on the. There's like these rails that you have to drive on, and entering into the train is quite tight. So many people must puncture their tyres on it. It's so easy to snag a wheel on the really sharp metal edges. Exactly. Unsubscribed. What's the point of getting on this train? Oh yeah, you get meals, yeah. Yeah, it's expensive though. It's like £300 for the first class ticket. I think my ticket to go to Maastricht was like £75, £80. It normally works out at about £120 to get to Holland or Nederland. It isn't too bad. It's more expensive than flying, but then you just get on the train and you're there, so. They really need to sort out the Eurotunnel and connections, because it's so convenient if you live in London. Drive a truck onto the train. Do you do that, your truck driver? I've done it in Euro Truck Sim, so it's obviously exactly the same. If you can do it in Truck Sim, I mean, come on. Exactly the same. DCS 2025. Hang on. What's this DCS 2025? Oh, video, right, okay. I'll have to watch that. It's not this. No, it is. Simulators are exactly like real life. It says on the box. I always trust what's written on the box. Why wouldn't you? This is the Shelby Cobra, which is, I think, one of the nicest looking cars ever built. Personally, like if I was wanting to waste money on a car and I wanted to drive into a tree, this is what I would do it in. I mean, if you've seen one of these in real life, they are so nice looking. And they sound amazing. And they're quite small, actually. They look bigger in games than they do in real life. It only has 4 gears because you don't need any more. I think I saw an original one of this, he's saying. And a lot of the ones that you see banging around are kit car versions. I think the one I saw when I used to live up north and someone had one, I think that was an original one. I mean, if it wasn't, it looked it didn't look particularly new. It looked like a well-maintained old car, so. This is so this was the first mod car for the original Assetto Corsa, or one of the first mod cars, and then Kunos officially licensed it, and then I think Aris tweaked it a bit into the sim. They cost like 500,000, don't they? Original Cobras. You can buy I think the kit ones are 35 to 50,000, but an original Shelby Cobra, I think they're like 200 plus. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you wouldn't really need an original one, would you? Let's be honest. You could buy a helicopter for the same price as one of these. You might as well just get a helicopter. What am I most looking forward to? I'm just hoping the force feedback's not terrible. To be honest, it doesn't have to be as good as AC, but I'm just hoping it's, you know, I mean, so when I played it at Sim Racing Expo, it felt better than ACC, but it didn't feel as good as AC. I think it's just in different physics, engines or different handling is always interesting, regardless. So, so my hope is it runs well, and the force feedback has a bit of depth to it. But if it doesn't, it's fine. We'll just play flight sim. I think also when the early access is just single player stuff, I think it'll be interesting for with the multiplayer and how the multiplayer systems and stuff actually end up working. Will be really interesting. I think most people will probably be really happy with Evo, to be honest. Like this car is so good, and like you could have a whole game just based around this car. Like driving. What's weird with Sims is it's so hard to drive quickly with cars like this that most people just wouldn't have enough time to even get within what is the basic framework of driving the car, right? So you have all these vehicles in these Sims, but it's just too much for most people. Code Warrior. I don't know what's public, so I'm not going to say anything. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? That's my answer. Everything's getting closer. Le Mans Ultimate is just another artifact. Whoa, trees! Oh, there goes that lap time. I wouldn't say Le Mans Ultimate's a cash grab, to be honest. Like, the developers behind Le Mans Ultimate are good people, and they're doing a really good job. You know, so it's not really a cash grab's the wrong word to use. Like, yeah, it's a business. I mean, you could argue that all businesses are a cash grab. You know, that's literally capitalism. My live stream's a cash grab. Yeah, they're actually all billionaires. All the guys behind Le Mans Ultimate, all the developers, they're just there smoking gold cigars. This is you have to remember. I think a lot of people don't realise. Racing sims is quite a small niche, and a lot of the developers, the people actually working on the game, not the financial people, but the people actually working on it, are normally doing it because they're stupid people that don't like to make a lot of money. So accusing them of like cash grabbing is kind of ironic with sim racing. Not that some people haven't made good money. I mean, Kunos have done really well out. AC and stuff sold amazingly, and BeamNG as well. But often, it's not, you know. Most staff as well working on a game are being paid less than they'd be being paid if they worked in a different industry. Opening the VR menu system is better than Assetto Corsa. Okay. Oh, let's go. We've got 328 likes. Thanks, guys. Don't even know if that's good, but I don't know. YouTube supposedly do like likes and stuff do help promote content, but it's really weird because sim racing niche is so small with YouTube. Like, I feel like you get the whole YouTube system of promoting things is trapped within the niche of sim racing. So unless you cover a console game, there's a real cap to how many viewers you can get. So I don't think the YouTube like comments and likes and things massively affect how much content's viewed in the sim racing niche because it's so small. Whereas if you play like a normal console game, it does make a big difference. Or if you play like VR is even though VR is a niche, it's so much bigger than sim racing. Yeah, ultimately for YouTube, it's watch time's the biggest metric. But yeah, will I stream GTA 6 when it comes out? I do. I really wanted to play Red Dead Redemption. Actually, I was thinking about that the other day. Because I never played it, and I know it's a really good game. It's one of those games I kind of put off playing. Yeah, YouTube's really weird. I think I might do some videos on some advice videos for sim racing people that are starting out doing sim racing content, because I think there's probably quite a few people. I mean, I do see new people in the sim racing space, and I think there's some stuff that would be useful for them to know, so they can be more successful. So I'd be good to do some videos on that. I don't know if people will see them though. This is the thing. Or the people that you want to see them, like trying to be helpful. Tip 0, always go for a gap. No, there's just like a whole bunch of weird things that I've like worked out through doing videos for so long. Because like the fact is, my content is pretty shit on like the grand scheme of content. Like intentionally, like I quite like it being like that. I think it feels more genuine. But despite that, I think we've managed to like work out ways of doing reasonably all right. So giving them to people that actually are going to do good content, giving those tips to people that actually do good stuff, I think will be useful. Because like sometimes you see stuff and you're like, oh, that really deserves more views, and the reason it hasn't got views is purely because of some small tweaks that they could have done. Bit of curb in there. Do you think the wheel settings could, I saw someone post those Moser settings and it I've not tried those settings, but they seem bloody weird choice. But we'll do our own settings and share them. I imagine someone at Kunos probably has had to quickly go through a whole bunch of wheels, and they probably don't really care that much. And they're probably like, well, it feels fine, so we'll go with that. And in fairness, the different wheels, so like Moser has some like interesting ways of naming some of the settings, and how they work is a bit weird. So, and it's probably not an... Hello, Charles K. So if you're... when you've got the launch of a game coming out and you're doing all wheel settings and stuff, it's probably not like top priority for it to be, for you to know every single wheel base is ins and outs. Only like an idiot YouTuber would probably do that. So AI generated racetrack. Well, it depends what you mean by AI generated. I could see how. So moving forwards, using Gaussian splatting. If you Google that and watch videos on it, driving a car, collecting data, creating a 3D model and texturing from Gaussian splatting, and then using some kind of AI algorithm to process that into a more traditional mesh and traditional models, 100%. I could see that. I could see that being very much the future of cruising, rally, a whole bunch of games. I mean, you already use AI for like Speed Tree, which has existed for decades. That's an AI tool that's used for putting trees on in video games and different types of trees. There's a whole load of procedural map tools that have existed for years. So it's just an extension of that. If you mean like track design, I mean, you could do that with AI, but you don't really need to. Like, $30 confirmed. That's $24.99. I was right. I told you. Predictor muscle. Do I get a prize? How much do I already know? Well, if I knew certain things that weren't public, I wouldn't tell you. Because, I guess if people aren't going to want to talk to you, are they? Oh yes, we will talk to you about these things. Not that they have. No, I don't have an NDA. Like you'll find it. Basically, you'll have some people are relatively trustworthy and some aren't, and then it gets complicated, but. The annoying thing I find is that some people tell me stuff. This is not to do with AC. This is to do with other things. I'm not going to say what they are at all, so you won't. So but some people tell me stuff. For some reason, they think I'm trustworthy, and they tell me stuff. It's like I didn't want to know because as a YouTuber, it's fun to speculate, and that's content. And if you're like a relatively, you've been in the space for gaming or whatever, you can know what companies are doing just through like deduction of understanding it, right? Because it's not going to, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes, right? So so then you can make a video where you're like, oh, I think this is going to happen, and then that, it's an interesting video for people that aren't in the space to be like, oh, I didn't consider that. That's quite an interesting angle. Whereas if someone's bloody told you, you can't really make that video, on the speculation, because deep, do you know what I mean? So in some ways, I actually prefer it when people don't tell me stuff. But often, if you're at if you're at a trade show or something and people are drunk, they just say everything. So it's just like. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the NDA thing is normally it's different. Like a lot of the time, you just wouldn't sign NDAs because you wouldn't have NDAs because you'd be like, well, that person's just a bit of a cock. It's not in anyone's interest to share that information. So NDAs are typically used for like if you're a tester or something, or you're not. Do you know what I mean? Like there's specific scenarios. I mean, I don't know. I really like personally with business and stuff. I think it's nicer to work on a sort of trust level with stuff, but then you do have to protect yourself legally. So I'm not against NDAs. I think there's the general public view of how NDAs work and where they're used and why and when you wouldn't and all that stuff. I think is a little bit distorted. Oh, the steering wheel's on the wrong side. Ah. Woo! It's really good fun track to drive with these old cars. Oh, come on. Yeah. Well, it's like the comment someone made about Le Mans Ultimate going, oh, the developers, it's a cash grab. It's like, I can see how someone can have that perception, and I can understand how you end up with that perception. But it's like, it's also, I think there's no law to stuff like game development or film production and things, or media production. So that sort of, oh, thanks Tom, bloody hell. Oh, bugger me. Off-road test. Car behind brakes. Ah! Thanks, Thomas. Really appreciate your waste of money. Yeah, it's a really good thumbnail, isn't it? Day. What was I saying? Oh yeah, perception. So people have this like mystical perception of game development and or films and production and stuff, right? Because it's the external view of like show business, because it's a product that's being sold on it being entertaining and everything. Whereas the reality is, like most game development, it's like a dingy office and terrible hours. It's just been sat at a computer going through monotonous tasks, right? Which isn't, I mean, I definitely, as a kid, when I didn't know about the games industry at all, I was like, oh wow, imagine working for Rare. Imagine working in that. Oh god, the game. It's like, well, actually, I mean, not that game development isn't amazing, and working with a team of people that are really good at something, that is fantastic. But you know, it's the same as like film production. It's just gonna be like, it's just super stressful, isn't it? It's gonna be like organising is most of it. So a lot of it's gonna be just a chore of like, Jesus Christ, you need to get stuff done. You know, the problem is, if you have to get something done, even if the thing you're doing is really good, but you have to get it done, it really can ruin the enjoyment of the process. Which sometimes it can help it, but there's degrees of these things. So actually, I would say the only sort of commercially artistic thing that I think is genuinely... I think doing YouTube is really good, to be fair. Like, live streaming is amazing. And, like, YouTuber, the pressure's so low and you can be massively incompetent and a complete idiot and it's fine. So I think YouTube's amazing. And that's actually great. But music production, I think, can be pretty good. Like... if you're reasonably competent at producing music, you have a large margin of being able to pull something out of the bag that other people will think is great, even though you know it's shit, but it could be commercially viable. So I think that's pretty good. But I think stuff like, you have to be, for a lot of 3D art, game development, programming and stuff, you have to be at such a high level of competence, and there's so much stuff that's unknown, and there's so much teamwork involved in it. I think it can become incredibly stressful and pressure that I think it can really ruin the enjoyable aspect of that part of the work. No, this is the original Assetto Corsa. You'd love to do YouTube. You don't want your face on video. Well, you don't have to put your face on videos. Like,
I don't like
you
ACC,
know,
but I do like the normal Assetto.
the normal.
That is amazing. So it's probably one of the.
What's his name? OC Sim Racing, is it?
Not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
OC Sim Racing for like a year or two didn't show his face in anything. And just film stuff from first person, which is a totally valid style, and you can still convey the information. He did a really good job. Like, his channel's really good, a really nice guy as well, actually. So, OC Racing, go and subscribe to him. But yeah, you don't need to show your face. I mean, funnily enough, one of the main reasons I did YouTube was because I used to have like really, I would still do a little bit. I used to have really bad anxiety for talking to cameras. Like, just stressed me out, and just that kind of presenting confidence stuff. I hated it. Still do hate it, but so if you just do something a lot, it becomes more normal and you get used to it. Oh, he's dead. Unless you're that guy. Is that why I show my feet? Yeah, I'm proud of my feet. Yeah, no, I used to we had to do like presenting for business, and I hated it. I still hate presenting, but I think if you just do stuff, it's you get better at it. Probably you still hate it, but you get better. You're never gonna give Steam your bank data. Steam are not that bad on the grand scheme of things. You're pretty good at interview. Not really, but I appreciate it. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on half the time. I've said this before. Like, Jimmy Broadbent is particularly good, I think, at doing, like, when he's done like the GT stuff, commentary, and his like interviewing stuff is really, really good. And it's like one of the things that I don't. He's been very successful on YouTube, and his videos are great. But like, I think his content's fine, but I wouldn't put him in a category of like like a PewDiePie or Jacksepticeye or you know, he's fine, not bad, but it's like he's good. But his commentary stuff and his interviewing, he's actually bloody good at that, to a level like way better than lots of other people that do it. But it's weird what I think different people identify different stuff with people for what they're good at. Slams. No, I see it's weird what people latch onto as thinking is. The thing is, a lot of what people latch onto for someone being good at something is more framed around, oh, they've made a lot of money out of it, or it's got a lot of views. You know, it's been commercially successful, and it's like, actually, that's very rarely the thing that's actually good about stuff, if that makes sense. Like if you watch a film that's like a popular film or a thing that does well, often the actual component of it that's super, super impressive isn't really the commercial thing.
Out of control.
So, right, we're going to do another track here. Just 911, myself, look the replay, top 3 there. This isn't Evo, no. Any Man 3, I don't know what that is. Ant-Man. Start lying, what am I lying about? Say this is Evo. Well, I mean, you could tell that it isn't pretty easily. Jimmy Paul. Well, I'm not. I then Jimmy Paul makes worse than PewDiePie. Oh dear. Yeah, no, I just think. I think you have to have done certain things to then appreciate the things that are difficult as well. Let's get another server up here. Well, I think we should stick with this Shelby Cobra. It's so fun. Change track though. Space sled. Right. What's another good vintage stock car in AC? Yeah, you hope AC Evo will have better VR. It does, I'm pretty sure. Like Sim Racing Expo, it seemed to be a lot better. You never thought about doing other gameplay videos? No, we did a lot of VR, but then I just kind of got stuck into doing sim racing stuff. But I really like VR. I'm trying. What's do you? Let's have a look here. Let's have a look in AC menu. I can't even remember the name of them. I mean, the Ferrari 32. Oh, there's the old Mercedes. It's really fun. Tags, vintage. Classic. Here we go. Let's see. Hello, Euclid. We're playing the original Assetto Corsa at the moment.
The pace car is out of control.
Maybe we should do the no. This car's mental. No. I know you guys can't see on the screen. Let's try this. Don't want anything too quick. His words only make sense when you don't know anything. It's just another comment of someone that didn't like us because we'd said the game was rubbish. So, I like the comments we get where people go, Game of Muscle is really toxic these days. And it's like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, don't always say positive stuff. It's not really toxic, is it? It's just being honest. Oh, well. The night. Here we go. Oh, we'll do the Highland track. Here we go. This track looks awesome. Go to race department, download. It's not Highland. It's what's it called? Bonacabra. This would be awesome. I need a drink or something here. Are you ready? The link should be on the server for the download as well, if I've set it up right, which I probably haven't. This track's superb. Here we go. Shots. No, not an alcohol drink. Need to. Yeah, Burby. That's what I'm saying. I think it'll be $24.99. Samir, you hope the brakes will be improved in Ace. We don't have any more go. No, so this is a massive misconception about braking, right? Because right, so it's more complicated than it's framed. So with real world GT3 cars, if they have, the problem is it gets complicated. So real world cars have different quality levels of ABS and TC systems. So some work better than others. So some you can fully lean on the ABS and some you can't. That's one thing. Then it also depends on like aspects of tyres and other aspects of grip and stuff. That's another thing. So then it depends on the setup and the settings that a team or a driver is going to be using on the car. In GT3, most of the drivers are terrible at driving, a good proportion of them. There's a selection, there's the pay drivers, and there's a selection of drivers on the grid that are actually really good drivers. But there's probably over half of the people doing GT3 racing are pretty terrible drivers. Like they would genuinely be worse than most sim racers that are like 3K iRacers or something. They genuinely are fundamentally massively off the pace drivers, don't have particularly good car correction skills like that. You'd be surprised. They're just paying a lot to drive a car. That's part of GT3. So as a result, a lot of teams can set the cars up so that they are very forgiving to drive, right? So there are scenarios in real cars where the driver can basically just stand on the brake and it's fine, right? And there's other scenarios where it isn't, and you end up with a scenario where where the driver would be better staying off the ABS or not fully utilising it, or a mixture, right? And so, okay, so you've got that whole complexity there. Then you have the iRacing thing where you get people going, well, iRacing has more realistic braking than ACC. But really what people are talking about is that when you're under the limit in iRacing, the cars do pivot and roll into corners really nicely, and they do respond really nice to trail braking. And about a year ago, iRacing made it so that you can actually fully push onto the ABS, but that will probably cause you to understeer, depending on the car setup. So you generally wouldn't ride the ABS. Fine. But then iRacing's tyres don't, if you do lock up or you do overdrive, they completely go to shit anyway. So you logically, it doesn't have more realistic braking because it physically can't, because of the tyres do not work like that. So a tyre model has to work for braking to work, because ultimately you're braking as hard as possible generally and then trying to balance it with the braking. Also, you need to have force feedback to know where that limit is unless you're driving like a robot. Both iRacing and ACC do not have force feedback for that degree of precision. They have a bit of vibration and stuff. Toxic topic. So it actually gets really quite nuanced and complex, but it just becomes a meme because you'll have one real world race driver say, "Oh, iRacing has more realistic braking," and if you actually get them to distill it down, they'll be able to say, yeah, what I've just said basically, for the XYZ reason, they generally prefer it. And maybe it's a better training tool, blah blah blah. But then you'll have another real world race driver saying, oh no, actually ACC's closer for XYZ reason. Right? But then it turns into the fan base of iRacing is much bigger than the fan base of ACC. So you then have this popularity contest on who chooses what to believe based off which popular driver or driver coach said something and which game has the bigger user base. So the actual reality of the nuances of ABS, how it operates and what it is and isn't realistic from a simulation point of view, a literal point of view, a simulation point of view, all gets completely distorted, and the level of conversation on it is completely moronic. So yeah, whenever someone says X simulator has better braking than another, I want to put a Dremel drill through my forehead. You nearly fell asleep watching Random Course, and Random Course has a legend. Go and subscribe to him. He's probably just tired. He has a family and kids and stuff, so. All right, join the server. Well, there's this other misconception. There's certain cars, right? In some cars, in real life, especially cars with downforce, you can brake as hard as you can physically brake and the wheels won't lock up. Like when you first go into the braking zone from high speed, a driver physically cannot push the brake hard enough for the wheels to lock. Like they just can't. They can't, the brake, you can't get the pressure onto the brake. So normally when you look at locking up as well with a lot of cars in real life, it'll be like the an inside wheel locking up, or when it's the later part of the braking phase. That's where the wheels can actually lock up. But so that's another weird thing with sims where you can you can effectively apply a brake pressure that you physically wouldn't be able to in a real car. And so there's a whole load of reasons for that, like pedal sensitivity, the way a simulator's programmed, the actual physics of the brake, how the brake operates, or the physics of how the tyres grip the road. Yeah, BRT, you're not meant to put C4 in your brake disc. Yeah, well, the pump. What is the reason for pumping the brakes? It's to get the calipers to be in contact with the disc. There was something I saw with old cars, because obviously water doesn't compress, but the fluid liquids don't normally. I'm not sure how it works, but basically the tubing with the fluid in it for the braking, there can be like bits where the liquid's not pressurized in there or something, or the tubing's like loose or whatever, and so when you push the brake the tubing can move around, which can then mean that there's like a dead zone in the pedal. There's a whole load of like weird stuff that happens with real world stuff that it's not going to happen in a simulator. Get Niels knows all this. How do you join the server? In F2... Hang on, here we go. Niels knows this. See, I don't know. This isn't an area where I just don't know. I just know... I hear stories about things that have happened from real-world drivers that own vintage cars or race cars, and they say, I'll just casually be chatting to them, and I'll be like, like just asking out of curiosity, and they'll be like, oh, this happened here, this happened there. But I don't understand... And I'm just taking at face value what they're saying. So what they could even be mistaken sometimes when they're saying something. They might be describing something that's happening, but the mechanism for how it's happening. This happens a lot actually. This happens so much. People that own race cars, real world race drivers and real drivers, they think the mechanism for what's happening is something, and it's not. It's incorrect, but they've just attributed it to that. So basically, I will be talking to someone that has actual real world experience of something, and I'll be like, they'll be telling me stuff, and I'll be like, oh, I'll assume they're not lying, but I'll be like, oh, that sounds really interesting. I put that in my brain as, oh, that's something that seems to happen. I'll assume what they're saying is correct, but I don't know to know if it's correct. That's how a lot of that stuff works, and I'm too dumb and not knowledgeable enough about it to, like, question it or anything. What's Neil saying? F2, for example, ultra hard braking. They press with a sawtooth shape. They can't leave initial pressure because wheels do run the risk at 250. So what's going on there? Okay, normal humans can't press hard enough, so it's 150 kilograms.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because you can artificially set your pedals up to be, put like, you know, full pressure or whatever. There was a dead mouse on the engine. I'm sure there's a joke in there, Gasper. There's definitely a joke in there, but I'm too dim to think of the joke. Well, no, Niels. Okay, yeah, maybe you can, but realistically, you're not going to. So, yeah. We'd have to test it out, though. We'd have to... Let's get a Radical SR3. Thanks for funding it, Niels. I appreciate it. So, Niels has kindly offered to get a Radical SR3. And we are going to go... we'll go to Silverstone. Thanks, Niels. Really appreciate it. And we're going to get a Radical, and we're going to see if we can... We'll hire Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's got strong legs, and we can actually try it in real life, do some actual testing. That's an awesome idea, Niels. Really kind of you to fund the testing as well. It'll be a great video. I'm sure it'll be a great investment. I am hosting a server, yeah. It'd be interesting. So this is the other thing. You're not going to do certain things in real life. Because you'd be like, well, why are we testing that? Like, what's the point? Oh, great, we've walked through, like, each... So, for a Radical SR3, like, a slick tyre is, like, what, minimum £200? Well, it's like £600 for 4. I think you can buy 4 SR3 tyres, slick tyres, for £600, maybe a bit more now. So, if you're testing locking up, you can flat spot bits of it, but... You're going to mess up the tyres if you're doing that test, so... Great! We've managed to prove that you can lock the brakes. £600 gone. So stupid. Here we go. Look, we've opened a whole can of worms. There is kind of 100% braking in real life, but it comes from brake temperatures... Not the theoretical clamp force. Clamp force sounds like an adult film. Your pads catch fire. One clamp force. Clamp Force Sim Racing. That's a good name for a channel. Right, let's try this. I need to get another cup of tea here. We've run out of drink. Infinite braking to... Oh, bloody hell. Look, the bloody nerds are in the chat going at it. This is the problem. This is the problem, guys. This is what happens. What's annoying with somewhat technical stuff is that if you say something that's like 80% the truth, like, or 90% the truth, or even 99.9% the case, right? And you've got like mega nerds. they will have to highlight that 0.01%. It's like the Reddit comment type situation. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's interesting, but it is just really funny when you're talking with people like or technical stuff, And you just be like, oh, especially when everybody knows already. And you're just like, oh. Not that's what's happening now, but I'm just saying it's funny. Threshold breaking. Well, it's sort of the other one. The other thing I saw was the there was this like really long thread on people arguing about de-acceleration and acceleration, and because if you're looking at it from there's no frame of reference, so technically it's always acceleration, but it's not actually considered that way because you normally do stuff from a specific frame of reference. So anyway, there was this like 10-page argument of people arguing past each other because, you know, one of them's talking from like a practical perspective of physics and one was talking from a sort of theoretical point of view, and you're just like, oh my god. It is kind of weird if you think about it, that if you're braking, if you're pushing it from no frame of reference, if you brake, it's analogous to accelerating in the opposite direction. Like, you wouldn't know if you were going in a car, like you don't know you're in a car. You're in a black box, right? And you push a pedal and you're pushed into the back of your seat, right? You'd be like, oh, I'm accelerating. Okay. Now, let's say the box rotated, like you came off the throttle pedal and you're flying through space, and then your black box rotated, and you push the same pedal again, but the box is rotated, so you're actually now being pushed in the other direction. So you're braking. You wouldn't know. You'd be like, oh, I'm accelerating, because of how you feel that you wouldn't know. Which is, yeah, there you go. I'm going to put thrust reverses on my Skoda Citigo. How cool would that be, actually? Oh, that's a well good video. Getting an aeroplane thrust reverser on a car. And this is not a cheap video to make. Imagine having a jet car and then you put or you just put jet. I know you've got those active aero that block the wind and stuff, but imagine having like active aero. Like, get a car, you could put like you could do it with a go-kart and get model. The problem is jet engines take ages to spool up, but you could use the baskets on the back, so you give it full throttle and then you put the baskets down and that will. How many gigs do I think Evo will be? Probably at least 50. I'd imagine. It's probably got quite... So most of the file size with video games comes from the textures. And so the higher resolution textures, the higher the file size. Weirdly though, a lot of the textures in a racing sim can be repeated, like a lot of tarmac textures, trees, a lot of the materials can be repeated, so it's not... Driving sims, relative to the size of the maps, can actually be quite low, and also the compression is better, and then now you have a lot more shader-based textures. So, that'd be... I don't know. I'd say I'd expect about 50 gig. Yeah, probably not. Most people will probably play it and be like, "Oh, okay, that's nice," and then, you know, they'll want to. They'll want like full-on single-player stuff, and it's more. I think of the launch. The launch today is more like a tech demo, like with the original Assetto Corsa. They did the Lotus Elise. if a car weighed half of car B, would it have half the braking? Well, it would take half as much energy to to slow it down, but it's going to depend on like the grip of the tyre, isn't it, and a whole bunch of stuff. So you could achieve the same amount of braking with half the brake. I mean, I guess if you had I don't think it'd be the brake pressure. It'd be like the just the capacity of the pads to slow it down. I mean, as you know, the Flintstone car, you just put your feet through the floor, so that's the real. What I was thinking about recently, actually, physics-wise, that I thought was quite interesting, is like why a heavier or lighter, or an object with more or less mass, why do they fall at the same speed in a vacuum, right? Because I hadn't really thought about it. Like I knew that's obviously the case, right? But why? And it's because the acceleration, I'm gonna get this wrong now, but it balances out the mass and the acceleration and the way the gravity attracts it balances out. So yeah, I can't put that into words, but I hadn't actually thought about it properly. Yeah, it's really basic physics, but I hadn't thought about it. Like, I've just been like, yeah, I know, experimentally you can see that that's what happens. But I hadn't actually really thought about, because if you actually do think about it, the first thing you think of, no, it's not to do with air resistance. The first thing you think of is like, oh, obviously air resistance affects stuff, right? That's fine. But in a vacuum, you'd be like, well, hang on, why? Why would intuitively, you'd think, why do two objects of different mass actually fall at the same rate? So. But I think a lot of people, I genuinely think they've just accepted. They've gone, oh, well, we've seen the experiment. And it's like, but they haven't actually thought, oh, actually, that's quite interesting that things have different, they'll have different amounts of inertia and stuff. How that balances out. No, it's not. Yeah, they are weightless, but I'd have to read the exact explanation. But it's to do with the balancing out of the mass and the acceleration. Hang on, I'd have to read it specifically. I can't explain it. Like an object with less mass can accelerate faster than an object with more mass. So, but it automatically balances out. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Which I hadn't thought of. I don't think most people had. I think they've just gone, oh yeah, they both fall the same. Oh, in a vacuum. It's like, oh, actually. I know this is like pretty basic stuff, but I hadn't thought about it. So, to me, it was interesting. Have you seen that Lemmy sketch, guys? Where he's like, how heavy is a kilogram of feathers? And a kilogram of something else. It's like bowling balls or something. And he's like, but I don't understand. but the feathers are lighter. It's so good. The way he just looks so confused. But the feathers are lighter. Yeah, but it's a kilogram. But the just Google it, guys. It's amazing. It's like a top 10 sketch. Yeah, Lim is awesome. Who put that wall there? Bloody hell. I'm cheating. I'm gonna. Oh, Jesus, reindeer sign. Right, nailing it. We're just warming up the walls of the car. You don't think your mum will buy Ace for you? What? Get a job. Are you trying to get a free key? You're in the wrong place. No one's going to give you a free key here. Yeah, wait, save up. Give me your mum's number and we can work something out. Ah! Good behave, guys. Bloody hell.
The pace car is out of control.
I know, it's terrible. If two cars have the same power to weight... Moving on! If two cars have the same power to weight ratio... Hang on, I need to be saved by this comment. Where... Right, Jesus Christ, I need a cup of tea and... right. Where's this? Was this on Twitch or you type this? If two cars have the same power to weight ratio, then the heavier car will have more top speed. I don't think so. I think it's going to be it would depend on the aerodynamics, won't it? Like the limiting. Why would a heavier car have a inherently higher top speed? It would. Why? If they were identical. Yeah, if they had identical gearing and identical bodywork. So no, it doesn't make any sense. So let's say you had you have a go-kart. You have two go-karts that are identical, but one of them has an extra kilogram of lead under the seat, right? Or a kilogram of weight under the seat doesn't affect it aerodynamically or whatever. And let's pretend it doesn't affect anything else apart from weight. And then that car also has the same amount of engine power that offsets that weight. The top speed would be the capacity would be the same. It'd be the same. Like, why would nothing else would know? Like, how would it? No, but yeah. Let's hypothetically say the engine's magically got more power. Hang on. Well, it would. Once it's up to speed, yeah. The thing is, it'd be to do with momentum, wouldn't it? If an object's got more mass, it would take more energy to change its direction. So maybe it'd be less affected by wind or by external factors because it's got more momentum. Because it's got more inertia. Sorry, so it'll just have more inertia. So it would be less. It would be more resistant to changing, but its top speed wouldn't be the same. It would just be that it would take more energy to slow it down or for it to turn left and right. It won't be faster though. Thanks for following, guys. I'm just going to get a cup of tea whilst you guys work out this conundrum. If you're travelling at the speed of light and you turn your headlights on, what happens? It would look... Well, first of all, you can't travel at the speed of light, so it's impossible to happen. So, because you'd use up all your... Supposedly... just regurgitating popular science here, you would use up all your energy to get up to the speed of light, so only photons can travel at the speed of light. But putting aside that, from your frame of reference, it would be exactly the same as you just turning your lights on. So from your frame of reference, you're not travelling at the speed of light, but other stuff relative to you would think you were. So, yeah. But you can't travel at the speed of light, so... there you go. Oh, I need to get my tea. Be back in a second. Do a practice start, guys. I'll restart the race.
car is out of control.
Hello? Hello? We had to get a pasty. We had to move legs around to avoid getting deep vein thrombosis. We've been streaming for 4 hours. That'll be a flight to Turkey. Well, that'd be nice. A little pasty. Do I need to change the timer? Anderson Solomon, yes, a high quality thumbnail. How much will a 5070 cost? Isn't it like £500 or something? Quite a lot. Ain't cheap, mate. Hello, Bart Man. Good morning. Can we go back to the physics stuff? as an engineer, I was really into. Wait, you ain't getting. As an idiot, yeah, I'm not going to be able to. I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb to say anything interesting about physics. People in chat can talk about physics if you want. I think it's the new graphics cards are between 10 and 30% faster. Probably around about 15% faster than the previous cards in terms of non-DLSS and frame gen stuff. Raw GPU power. Well, so on that, what's annoying with that is the conversation online is turned into a stupid conversation. So you have like the aspect of AI for rendering, which is fine, and DLSS and frame gen, and then you have I don't know how to put this into words clearly. So there's you have people that are then going, oh well, people are saying that they're against fake frames, but it's all fake because it's a video game and it's all graphics and it's all using tricks. But that's missing the point, because there's a valid discussion between if something is rendered in a way where it's genuinely processing the polygons and how that operates, versus if it does some kind of post rendering technique or a generative technique, which isn't necessarily bad. Like, it's not a de facto good or bad thing, but what we've seen historically is that DLSS and frame generation have a bunch of specific artifacts that most people that are into hardcore gaming or spending £1,000+ on a graphics card would care about. So the thing is, you can actually have a really genuine conversation on the merits of DLSS and AI technologies for upscaling and stuff. And the thing is that Nvidia obviously can see that there's more potential improvements to be made using AI technologies. It's obviously their the area that they've progressed down, and their manufacturing, their design pipelines, and their decisions as a business are to pursue AI generative technologies, because that ties into their business goals, which might not actually be in the interests of people that are pure gaming. So it's more that Nvidia have looked at their business framework and structure and gone, focusing on generative technologies with graphics cards works for our business. So that's what they're then going to promote. And it might not objectively be the best direction for graphics computing to go in if you're someone that really cares about latency or actual raw quality of an image. But the conversation online has turned into what's fake and what's real, and then people straw manning each other. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. But I don't think you should be able to. I think DLSS, there's debate. It's debatable as like because DLSS actually works really quite well, even if you're quite got scrutinized, you scrutinize stuff. But frame generation does not really work that well, and it should be more considered as like how you think of the software, like the lossless scaling software. Not that in the future it might work perfectly, but and I definitely think AI AI rendering I think is the future for computer rendering, in the sense that
The
you
pace
look
car
at
is out of control.
if you look at how these generative
The pace car is out of
thanks for
control.
following, guys. If you look at how these generative tools can generate images, photorealistic images, and even like the video, like Sora and the video stuff, well, clearly you're going to get to a point where you can put that on a single graphics chip, and you would be like, oh, okay, we want this game to be photoreal, and it will just render a photoreal image of whatever you want. So that's it. Reasonably, that is the direction things will go in for graphics cards. So, but at that point, if you can do like full 4K AI at 60 to or 100 FPS, full 4K image generation in real time, you're not even using polygons or anything. Like you would have like some kind of system at the back end that informs the generative AI model. So you might have like very basic polygons, like something that was like AC but not textured, and then the developer would be like, yeah, these buildings are all they're all need to be rendered in, they're expected to be like this type of building, and then the AI fills it all in. But that's like 10-15 years away, I think. So in the short term, I even think the ray tracing aspect of it is the wrong direction. I think ultimately pure generative AI will be the direction that computer graphics go, because I don't know how would anything beat it. You can already see now that of those videos, those AI generated videos are photoreal. So why would you not want to get like? There you go. You've done it. Yeah, that's it. So the game might do physics and stuff, but no, you won't have any lag because it'd be operating at, say, once it would all be put into a chip, so it'd all happen in real time. I say this is like 10-15 years away, but the developer might use polygons and stuff for physics, but the actual graphics will be generatively produced. You might use polygons as a say to like shape how the AI builds the scene. But what you'll be able to do is you'd have a game like this, like AC1, and you'll be able to use a generative AI renderer to turn this into anything you want, like visually. Yeah, so that in Abyssal, that's a whole nother thing as well, isn't it? That's insane. What I do think's weird with this AI stuff as well, though, you have companies going, we're replacing all our programmers and we won't need programmers. And one thing that I've not seen anyone talk about is so they're going, we can replace all our low-level programmers or mid-level programmers, which I don't think you can, or maybe in the future. But the thing that I think they are failing, they're thinking of things in such a corporate way. They're not realising that there's a value to someone starting off as a low-level programmer doing something that could maybe be done by someone else or a tool or AI, right? But by them starting with something small, they become a better programmer. You know, they learn how to be better at stuff, a better artist, if you will, so that they are then able to be more creative and do other things. If you are businesses and you go, right, well, we're not employing anybody that's low-level programmers because we replace them with AI, where is the like development process for a programmer to be able to have an income or do whatever to get to learn to become better? Like, I guess you could argue, well, they'll all just start out with using the AI tools and whatever, but I think you would have to maybe use you'd have to have a separate education that's outside of the commercial framework for someone to develop the skills, or some kind of form for someone to develop the skills that are required, or that would allow them to become the best person they are, or could be. No, we're doing this again, but I'll skip the qualifying in a bit. Needed my tea. T in capital letters is the password if you want to join. Hello, Len. Have we discussed what am I doing first? Probably menu stream. Probably messing around with the menu. Oh, hello. Yeah, no, there'll always be ways to learn and get better at things, and things evolve and change. But I think yeah, it's hard to put into words. Well, I mean, look at the world at the moment. You have so much information. So I think one thing that seems to be happening, which is a bit unfortunate, is that more noise is being produced. Like this, the signal to noise ratio is becoming worse. So despite having like all this knowledge available, all the facts available, like Wikipedia, the ability to communicate with knowledgeable people, to pick up, grab scientific papers and all this stuff, despite that degree of connection and availability of knowledge, it seems that there's an even bigger proportion of emboldened morons than has ever existed. So it's a bit worrying, really. And this is like, it's actually quite interesting, like modern. So the way sort of modern propaganda and or social control can operate, it's disturbing but really interesting. So like if you look at like East Germany, like during the Berlin Wall, and the way that sort of public thought was constructed and propaganda operated, it was more a case of, okay, let's build a wall and let's isolate people from specific knowledge, and then we can control what they can think about. Sort of North Korean way of controlling a population. So that's a very literal and physical way of controlling the ability for people to think about things, right? Whereas the modern way of doing it, which is more Machiavellian and actually disturbing, is that you have all the information there, you have all the knowledge is available, but there's so much noise and yeah, there's so much rubbish and noise, and you can still culturally segregate people through like virtual walls, and you just convince them that they're in, you know, you convince them that they don't need to look at the other information. So you don't actually need to build a physical wall. So it's much cheaper and much easier to maintain and a lot less obvious. Like if you've got a bloody wall going through a city, even an idiot's going to look at that wall and go, hang on a minute, why is there a wall there? I mean, am I being protected or am I being trapped? Like, even like a really dumb person is going to look at a wall and be like, that's questionable. Whereas if you don't have a physical, obvious wall,
The pace car is out of control.
but you actually have like a metaphorical wall, it's way more powerful, because you can then say, you could say to someone, oh look, you're in an information bubble, you don't understand critical thinking, you don't know about these things, and they're not aware of there being a wall, so they will go, oh no, you're being ridiculous, I don't believe you. So by making it so that they can't see that there's a wall there, you've made the perfect wall. It's mental, it's really disturbing, and it's getting worse. It's really, really disturbing. It's actually worse than like 1985. 1984, what is it? Is it 1984? George Orwell. 1985, I don't know. It's worse than that. I mean, it's kind of along the same lines, but it's actually worse. Delightful, positive stuff here. 1984, yeah, sorry, I always get it mixed up. Thanks for following, guys. And it should I mean, if it doesn't, Gasper, what's the point? Well, we could run on the 5 tracks on Evo, but I wanted to drive this in because it's amazing. Scotty, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Thanks for the subscribing, guys. Welcome along. I can't drive. Bloody hell. Yeah, we're gonna do. We'll have one more race with this because I wanted to do it, and then we will try.
The pace car is out of control.
This is Bonner Carbra. It's a Project Cars 2 track. Ah, nice, Matt. Guys, click on Matt Oliker's name and subscribe to his channel. He plays AC and live streams every now and again. Click his name. Tell me, type in chat subscribed if you subscribe to him. If you're looking for another AC streamer, he'll obviously be playing Evo. Tell me if you subscribe. Type subscribe in chat. We see how many subscribers go to him. Yeah, unsubscribe for me, yeah? Thanks, guys. CSP is Kerbal Space Program. It's also custom shaders patch. It's the it's like a mod for the original Assetto Corsa that lets you do better graphics and a whole bunch of stuff. This car is really fun to drive. It's a little bit snappy on the throttle, but it's really fun to just flop it around the track. Now, it's a shame with Kerbal Space Program 2 because I sort of didn't get into Kerbal Space Program 1 because I was like, oh, it's a bit buggy and it's kind of indie, like overly indie. And for that type of game, that I could see it was an amazing game. I did play it for a few hours, but I was like, oh, I wanted something that was just a bit more forgiving to get into initially, and some other stuff with it, like more fleshed out single player and things, less sandboxy. And then so I was thinking, oh, Kerbal Space Program 2 will do that, and then they just totally. There's a really good there's a video breaking down the development and how stupid the development process was. It's such a shame. Such a shame. The concept of it's such a good game, like as an Kerbal Space Program as an educational title.
The pace car is out of control.
Such a good thing in general. Like forget gaming as a work of art, absolutely fantastic. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Sorry if I miss call-outs. But I appreciate people following on Twitch and YouTube and subscribing and what have you. If you've got Amazon and you haven't, you can link it to Twitch and then you can become a subscriber on Twitch for free using Amazon Prime, and then I get money and you get no adverts. I'm gonna fast forward this to the race after this lap. So this is really, these types of road tracks are really fun. I think it's probably gonna be about 20, probably like either $24.99 or $29.99 for the early access. I would guess. Nobody knows, but I would guess. We're going to go to the race, guys. Hello, Manolis. Whoa. Very excited. Tea drinkers assemble. Monty, thanks for subscribing to the channel, appreciate it. We can't do a Murray Walker intro. We have to save our energy levels. Energy. Transfogarson. I think so, but not recently. Today is the day. What's £25 in you, like 30 euros? Here we go. It's gonna be interesting to see what that Project Motorsport game's like later this. I think it's coming out later this year. That'd be awesome if Evo ends up being really good and then also comes out on console, and then you effectively end up with like a new Project Cars type game, and also is on console. I think it'd be really good for sim racing. And then if iRacing miraculously makes their tyres drive like actual tyres over the limit, it'd be so good. Because it's been like a 6-year dark ages of sim racing. Where, like, I mean, AC's had loads of mods and has been great, and it's quite nice what they've done with R Factor 2 and LMU, but we've kind of been stuck in a simulator rut. Ah, you have to brake. Thank you. Oh, bloody hell. Thank you. Oh, dear. Absolutely punted. I would really like a good rally game, to be honest. Like another RBR. Game changer! Yeah, I would personally, I'd really like a decent rally game that actually had good physics. Yeah, Last Garage, you'll be able to play. You can play it at Sim Formula Expo if you go there this weekend. They're doing a really interesting competition where they're letting people qualify, but no one's played the sim or that car in the sim and the track, so it'll be like a real test of who's good. Brenton Edwards, James West Rally. This track's from Project Cars 2. Yeah, BeamNG needs. BeamNG is great, and I think it would be really good to have a rally game. They need a better tire model, but it is really good. No, don't believe me. I've suggested to the developers of BeamNG that they need to license it to do a rally game. They've heard enough of it. Every time I meet BeamNG developers, I'm like, guys, why can't you license it? Why can't it be a rally game? Come on. I try, guys. I do try. Have you ever touched race? Yeah, we used to play Race Room a fair bit. It's got a really good hot lapping mode, but I prefer the physics and driving in AC, so I tend to just play AC. But Race Room is good. It's a really nice, solid game. The developers have done a really good job on it. Hello, off the bar. I'm just using like a default PP filter with Pure. I tend to just have quite muted settings, which I quite like. Appreciate everyone watching on YouTube, by the way, guys. If you want, you can subscribe. If you want to, I have to say it, otherwise, otherwise people don't. We can do a subscribe wheel. We can do a hit like wheel. Oh, it doesn't even work. Oh, it is. Do we have a subscribe fish? Oh no, it's just a fish. Ugh! Into the wall. Actually, these older cars are so fun. They're a bit tricky, but they're really fun. Just you don't even have to be near another vehicle to really enjoy just trying to be precise with them. Hello, hello. Thanks for following Swagagiro. Swagagirigajiro. Now I'm going to Sim Formula Europe this weekend. Come and say hi. Really good.
The pace car is out of control.
They do. It's a good place to try some sim racing equipment, and there's also a retro classics, I think it's called. It's like it's not retro classics. It's another. They've got a vintage car. Well, it's not even a vintage car. It's a car show. Really, really good. Maastricht, the Mecca Centre or something. About half a mile from the city centre of Maastricht, well, about half a mile from the train station, just south of the train station. Niels is working on my MX-5 simulator. He's already agreed to it. He's gone. Oh yeah, I will work for free on this game that's never been made. Like, this MX-5 racing sim is honestly the best idea ever. I'll repeat it again for those of you that, and Kunos have agreed to license Evo to me for it. So the game it's only MX-5s. It's all bopped. It's like iRacing multiplayer with splits, but it's just MX-5 cars. Starts with a few tracks, and it's multiplayer racing, all multiplayer racing, and you race to get. So you got like a safety rating and an elo, like a ranking rating. But every time you drive and race, you get credits, which you can then spend on body kits, car liveries, customization tools to your MX-5. Like nothing that really affects performance, but it's all voice chat. So it's basically a pure competitive MX-5 racing sim. Everything's bopped. We could have like new MX-5s and old MX-5s, but it's all bopped, so that you don't have to worry about. It's pure skill, pure racecraft with MX-5s. But then you could have like really cool body kits and stuff, and so all the cars would look different, but they're all basically the same. And so you'd be like, oh, I've won the race. I can now buy this really cool bit of aero from a vehicle that looks cool, or like a LED light kit, or or stuff in the cockpit. That's the whole game. If you get damaged and crashed, you lose credits that you have to spend. They're like virtual currency or whatever in the game. You don't have to buy anything. Like, it's not. The game would have microtransactions, like you can buy more credits if you want to, but the game you can play for free, totally for free. People will spend a fortune on it. People will be like, oh shit, custom sticker pack. Yeah, I'm buying that. Or they'll be like, oh, I want to buy some more money credits so I can quickly get this body kit. No, it wouldn't be like Wreckfest because it's got safety rating and ranking system. So if you crash into people, you lose safety rating. So you'll get put in the less safe splits. And because it's only MX-5s, there'll be a race every 30 minutes, and everybody is put into that one race. So you'd get separated from the crappy drivers very quickly. That's it. It's literally one car. Everybody is on one thing. That's it. And then, unlike iRacing, we would have people that moderate the servers. Like, they wouldn't be in every single server, but you'd have people watching. And if someone's wrecking, they get instantly sent to the pits. Like, our moderators would be like, right, you're clearly driving unsafe, so you might get banned straight away, or you'd certainly get sent to the pits, or you get ghosted until you can drive safely. So there'll be like a list of stuff that happens. It's all microtransactions. It's all great. It's basically free to play, but here's another one. Here's another great Game of Muscle game design. Here's another thing. If you sign up for a monthly, you could do £5 a month, or actually it's $9.99 a month. If you sign up for that, you don't need to do this. But if you pay $9.99 a month, you get a certain amount of in-game credits given to you all the time, like a pack. But you get like a whole prestige thing that shows that you're a supporter of the game. So you're like motivated to do the monthly thing because you'll be like, oh no, I'm a legit supporter of the game. Might even be like £5 a month, or I don't know. It might even be like a yearly fee of like £50 a year or something. But yeah, no, it's a genius idea. MX-5. Yeah, it's got voice chat. So it would have a built-in report system as well, where instead of having to like do some convoluted replay thing, every single race you can if you can commend one driver, but you can also just click on a driver and click on the name and be like, oh, they were toxic, or they were, you know, they were wrecking or whatever. So basically, your driver profile. If someone's always wrecking, you would have the data as a developer to be like, oh, hang on a minute, we've got some. We'd have an analytic tool as well. I've come up with a system myself that analyzes, that would analyze people for their safety driving. I actually have a really good system. I don't talk about it because it's too good to talk about publicly. But we'd use that, and then we'd also have. You would have the user reporting, which isn't. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't automatically do stuff on it, but you'd be like, well, look, these guys are clearly, this guy's been reported by so many different users, and now they've been involved in these crashes. Well, hang on, I wonder if they are causing problems. And we'd also have a commend system though, so rather than it all being negative, when you have good races with people, you would click on their username and you'd be like, oh, commend, and it would be like an encouraged thing to do. And yeah, so you're using positive reinforcement as much as you're using negative reinforcement, because in sim racing you actually have really sometimes have really good races with people, and you know you want to commend them. So yeah, this is the game. It's happening. Yeah, you could buy horns. You have different horns. You can't spam it, but you can have different horn sounds, which would be like different music packs or whatever. I'm telling you, this is what sim racing needs, and it's really kind of Neil's to fund it. Because this game's going to cost like £2.5 million to develop. So thanks, Niels. thanks for that. Anybody else want to invest in it?
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thanks for subscribing. I can't afford to invest in my own product. I'm just the designer. What a guy. Oh yeah, okay. We got Arnie in the racetrack, and then we've got the sim as well. The marketing of it. Oh, we finished race over. We're gonna do one of the AC Evo tracks now. The marketing of this game is we would also do a tie-in with a Real World MX series. But we get Jimmy Broadbent's going to help us market it as well with his minty car, whatever he calls it. So that's really kind of Jimmy as well, and he's also going to help with the funding. So yeah, if you win the first year season, you get to drive in one of Jimmy's cars. How generous is that of Jimmy? I can't believe he's doing that. Thanks Jimmy. I appreciate it. So we've got Jimmy on board. That's gonna be great for promotion. We've got Niels on board. That's credibility. Also, Housenveld's the primary sponsor for the game. So all the cars, all the MX-5s have Housenveld pedals in them. Oh yeah, this is another feature of the game. The in-game steering wheel can be customized as well to be whatever. But also it can match your actual steering wheel. So we would partner with Moser, with Assetto, with Fanatec, and so you can be like, oh, I've got my actual steering wheel in the vehicle in the game if you want it. Or you could just choose, you know. This is like, I don't know why no sim does some of these ideas, because they're not expensive ideas to do, but pretty much all sim racers would be like, that's bloody amazing. It would be really cool. Right, we're going to do another server here. I mean, RSS have done it with the GSI. They were the first people I've seen to do that sort of thing, which is good.
The pace car is out of control.
How really? This is happening. Neil's just confirmed it. I was surprised. I thought he would. I thought he'd be against it, but he just emailed me now whilst we were chatting. We need to fix the timer here. Well, I think Rensport could do something like that. Don't even need to use like a, you know, all the racing would be in the dry, perfect conditions. You know. As I say, we need about £2 million to develop it. Right, games development's awful, guys. It's like the worst thing ever. Andrew Levy, have I got PPI.com? Right, I'm going to put another track on and then we're going to... How long does it say on Steam? Guys, the hype. The hype is mounting. Mount the hype. Let's have a look here. Store. Assetto, Corsa, Evo. Carpation. Carpation. 2 hours. Hang on. It says 2 hours, but then it says 2 hours. Well, we'll see. If it says 1 hour, does it actually mean 2 hours? Thank you, Jason Murphy. Thank you very much.
Carpation in ACEHVO.
Carpation. Thanks for the hype train. One minute and we'll see, yeah. Carpation. Carpation. No additional information yet about what? You could have slightly randomised variables for each car. Yeah, we could put that in. And we'll use that in the marketing material as to why our MX-5 racing game is the most realistic racing sim ever made. It's the first racing sim where you can drive your own designed car. It has proper ranking. Every single car, every single car is unique. It has a history from every race in terms of damage, and you need to repair it. Yeah. 1 hour, okay. It's a state of mind, right? What's an hour in seconds? I need help on this. 3,600 seconds. That doesn't seem right, does it? Look at that. Yeah, I get. Okay, I get it, but I mean, I'm just saying it doesn't seem right. It doesn't feel right. If you didn't do the math on it, and someone said how many seconds, like even, I mean, this is me being dyslexic, but I don't think, because you've got like 12 hours, and then the seconds is like 60 seconds in a minute, right? But then why is it 12 hours in a day? It doesn't, it's not satisfying. It should all be like, it should be like 10. It should be 10 hours in a day. And then it should be like, divide that up. And then it should all be, like you can't have it be like 12 and then 30 and then 60 and then What do I think about snow driving? Same with degrees, yeah. $24 in a day. Well, you know what I mean. 10 hours and 100 meters.
The pace car is out of control.
Weekends should have a minimum of 60 hours. Well, no, in my we should have. Thanks for following Hypertech. I'm just changing the server here. Sorry, guys. We'll just get this server. What was a car? What's a car and track that's in the early access? What can we do? The Porsche Cup car at Brands Hatch. I'm surprised it didn't put Oldham Park in the early access because I think that's one of Marco's favourite tracks and it is one of the best tracks in the world. And it's already in ACC, so I assume they've got the licence for it. They've got Brands Hatch. Brands Hatch is MSV and so is Oldham Park, so... I like how you politely stop reading out loudly when someone just types absolute nonsense. So it's probably just me being dyslexic and losing track of the chat. It's probably not a skillful thing. Let's do the Porsche Cup at Brands Hatch. That's going to be in the game. We did walk the Nordschleife. I need to do a video on it. We did it as a live stream, but I'd never got round to making a video. I wasn't feeling too well this last week and a bit, so so we've just been doing low effort videos. But hopefully we'll do some proper videos soon. My server. Oh, here we go. Right, I lost my server. So we'll do the Porsche Cup, and we'll put it at Brands Hatch. Because that is a track that's in there. This is the older Porsche Cup car, but it's the closest thing they have to the new
The pace car is out of control.
Buttons, Silverstone, Brands Hatch. There we go. How can 1 million seconds be 11 days? Oh, I don't know. Do content creators get to play 1 hour earlier? No. I mean, we might. There we go. Oh. Gonna get this server up. Here we go. Start.
The pace car is out of control.
Is this Assetto Corsa Evo? Not yet. No, we're doing AC whilst we wait for AC Evo to go live. It will be Evo. Evo in like an hour or so.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, guys. Welcome. Yeah, I reckon Miller. That's my prediction as well. Is Ace Force back more like AC1 or ACC? It was hard to tell at Sim Racing Expo, to be honest, because yeah, it was hard to tell.
The pace of control.
Because the equipment was all a bit weird. We'll see. Mod if every mod will be paid. Well, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. You'll just have to wait and see how things pan out. Do we know what will be the what? Oh no, chat's going too quickly. I'll have to put slow mode on. Fin Ghost, hello, FNG Ghost. Pretty sure it's 3 PM UK time. Well, look, we can add another hour. I'm simulating the experience of a British person waiting for a train. Yeah, original AC1 was like £15 for the early access. I think it'd be $24.99. We could ask Marco. Hang on. Hey, hang on. Oh, hello, Marco. It's Gamer Muscle. You know, the bald guy. Could you tell us what price? Could you tell us what price the game's going to be?
The pace car is out of control.
Oh no, it is not you again. Why do you keep calling me? I told you I do not want to speak to you. You are such a stupid bald man with no hair on the head. Well, how did you even get my number? We do not know. I'm not telling you the price, you stupid man. But it will be a good price. You will want it. But please stop calling me. You stupid, you cannot even drive. Why are you, what are you doing? God, please leave me alone. Yes. Oh, thanks, Marco. Okay, yeah, that didn't really help, but cheers. Goodbye. Yeah, no, he won't tell us. He won't tell us the price. I keep calling him, but he gets more and more annoyed each time. If you don't think 3,600 seconds sounds right for an hour, you'll never believe how many seconds in six weeks. It's 10. Oh no. T is the password. All Italians speak with reverb. It's just a lot of people don't know that, but it's to do with the atmospheric conditions in Rome. It's you're only allowed to make phone calls from the Colosseum, so there's always an echo. That's the only place they put phone masts in Rome, because they're really anti-telephones for some reason. Don't know why, but I've been always since morning I could get Italian again. I'm going to get sued by Kunos. But they're going to be like, hang on, no, we can't, no. £10 for everyone else, £60,000 for Gamer Muscle. Special, they'll use my Steam idea. They'll be like, well, for you can pay this price. Highly specific regional pricing. No Gamer Muscle branded Radical. I mean, look, I offered to let them use my logo for free. And if you think about all the games that have my logo in it, they've been such a great success. Like Project Cars 3. My logo is not a curse. Whoops. Oh well. The cursed Gamer Muscle logo. Chill Robots, hello. They will do an MX-5 at some point. I think they showed it in a trailer. Is MX-5 in the early access? I did. Oh, it is. Oh, there you go. Well, we'll have to do a race with that then. I didn't realise. I was a bit out of the loop. My brain's a bit cooked. There you go. Question answered. This is the thing. You can always count on YouTubers to let you know. You have one job. Look, I didn't say I was good at my job. I just, you know, I help to lower the bar so it's easier for others. That's what I'm doing. People think of reality through comparing and contrasting and comparison, right? So they look at me and they're like, gee, bloody hell. And then they see someone else that's doing something a bit average and they're like, blah, that's well good. So really, I should actually be seen as Sim Racing Jesus, effectively. I'm telling people where the fish are.
The pace car is out of control.
Ollie looks Ocelix. Hello. Eddie's giving us compliments. That's a ban. Well, I can walk on water in Microsoft Flight Sim, so I feel like we're halfway there. Just need to be crucified. Oh, that happened at the start of last year, so yeah, basically. You hope when multiplayer launches, there will be a bop. And by bop system, you don't mean balance of power. You just want like 80s beats behind everything. I don't blame you. This is Pac-Man 3D. Where is Tom the dentist? I don't know. What about Tom the fake dentist? Golden Age! It's in the server. Golden Age. Look the replay. Look the replay. Look the replay. A report for sure. I heard a rumour that Chili Dog's going to host all the servers in the Assetto Corsa Evo. Ooh. I'm looking forward to Lotus being back. Want you back for good. Whatever you are, whoever you are, want you back. I don't know how that song goes. $75? Where are you getting that from? I would pay 100. 100 pounds. Hang on, what's the maximum that you guys would pay for Evo?
The pace car is out of control.
60, 25, 50. You cheap bastards. $129. What if the game cost £130, but it had electrodes you had to attach to your testicles, and then anytime someone crashed into you, it electrocuted them? Worth it. or it came with like a big fist that comes out of the. It comes with a big fist that comes out of the TV screen and punches people in the face that cause accidents. That'd be worth like £300. Thanks for following, guys. Welcome. Insta buy. Day 1 testicle DLC. Take my money. Oh, hello. Crawford donation.
I want you to continue pursuing doing what you love, because I'm really hating my job and life decisions right now.
Well, you should do what you love if you hate your job. Thanks very much for the donation, Crawford. Really appreciate it. Is there a way for you to plan a path out of your current job? So, like, this is actually one of the surprising things that ChatGPT can be really good for, like large language models. If you're doing a job and you're like, shit, I'm stuck in it or whatever, which happens to a lot of people, especially people in their sort of 20s and 30s where they've been quite successful, but they then get stuck in an industry and it feels like you can't get out of it because of your expertise and everything. You can you can help set yourself up a framework for trying to get out of it, and a time scale and a way of planning it, and how to, you know. It's even worth just thinking about, like, for yourself. Go, all right, hypothetically, what are the general options then to, like, put aside like 10 minutes a day or whatever to sort of try and plan out of the trap that you're in. I mean, it's good for anything. It's not even work. Like, there's loads of stuff where you might be like, oh, like it could be like a basic thing, like I don't know, anything really. But like, not 100% happy with this thing.
The pace car is out of control.
And then you could use, like, I say, large language models are good for prompting ideas to you in an angle that you hadn't thought of. If you just sit there when you're stuck in a way of doing something or thinking about something, it's very hard to sit there and think of different angles to approach it differently. It's one thing that, yeah, because you can ask a language model, how could I look at this differently? What other options could there be? These are the things I've got available to me. What would be the next thing along to do? You know. There you go. You can have a maths teacher to loan you to buy what? What's going on? Leave your job, I'll do it instead. Yeah, it's difficult, mate. Well, even within YouTube, it's hard to avoid, like, it's just the society that we live in. It's just how it is. Like, it actually actively punishes you if you don't directly pursue capital interest. You are really punished. You are manipulated in so many ways, to the point where it's really hard to know. Sometimes it can be really hard to know if it's something you genuinely want to be doing, or if you've been manipulated through profit incentive.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah. In some ways, I think it's a lot easier when if someone is a pure capitalist and they just go, oh, I'm doing this thing to try and make as much money as possible. It frees them up of a lot of burden, and it's a lot easier to then think about stuff, because you just go, well, I'll just do whatever makes the most amount of money and that's it. Fine, okay. Turn the brain off. But if you're someone that's doing stuff not for that reason because you think it's actually disgusting, it's not quite that easy. You've been doing a lot of day trade. No, that's not a good idea. I'm doing a lot of gambling, guys. My plan to get out of the trap is to do gambling. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Great plan. No, if I say, genuinely speaking, if you wanted to get out of a specific trap, like you have to ask, well, what? Generally, if you try and do what you actually want to do, and you generally try and pursue that, you will eventually end up having a skill set that will be of value to someone. It might, there'll be degrees of that and how much profitability that has, but basically, if you really pursue anything to a high degree, you will end up having a unique knowledge base or a unique perspective that will probably have value. So I think what happens with a lot of people is they go to school and they're like, oh, they don't know what they want to do, but then they have an aptitude at something at school, and so they then do that at university or something, or their parents encourage them, or there's certain industries, so it makes sense for them to do it. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but then what happens is they do quite good at it, but they don't really like it. They're just quite good at it, so then they get into a job with that, and then they're like, oh, okay, I'm doing well, and they're getting good income or whatever, which is lucky to get in that position. But then they progress through that, and then they progress more and more and more down an avenue that they don't actually really enjoy, but it's working financially, so you get financially trapped because you're like, well, I don't really want to be doing this, but I'm really good at it. And if I try and do something else, you're probably going to drop down on pay, and so you're incentivized to keep doing the thing you don't want to do. So, and I know a lot of people that happens to. And it's a difficult thing to get out of. It's like a success trap. So, in some ways, if you're an absolute stubborn arse and you only pursue stuff that you really want to be doing, even though it's probably a huge detriment and terrible, it can work out. Filing account.
Are we hyped yet? Are you hyped? We are hyped. Hype. 7 Trillionen, 777 Billionen, 777 Millionen, 777.777 Point Assetto Corsa Evo. The hype is real. Hype it to the maximum 40 minutes to go. And counting down.
Thank you. Thanks for filing the account. Really appreciate it. Can we not promote day trading? Because day trading is effectively gambling. There's a lot of data to suggest that day traders do not make, on aggregate, a sizable profit. It's just gambling. Sometimes some people make money, sometimes they don't. It's very hard to... You're not going to beat the market when you've got bloody mental algorithms, people with servers right next to the trading floor with automated trading. No, it is... Okay, right, here we go. Here we go. Right, let's just have a look at the evidence here. Here we go. Right.
The pace car is out of control.
Here we go. So this is ChatGPT, so it could be complete BS, but I'm just using chat. So I like to use ChatGPT as initial point of inquiry, and then I assume that it's a load of bollocks what it says, but it can be quite a good way to initially get at ideas of stuff and what may or may not be true. So ChatGPT, which I'm not saying it's a good source, but if you, I asked it, I asked it a neutral question. This is a good thing to do.
What about a rocket for the night traders?
Yeah, well, that's obviously night trading works. Rocket, thank you very much. Counter debate, bloody hell. Where's the rocket? I asked it a neutral question. Is day trading statistically profitable or is it more close to gambling? What's the evidence? And studies and data, which it could have made up. Low success rate. Various studies include that a small percentage of day traders consistently make profits. For example, a study by the Brazilian Stock Exchange, I had taken this is obviously true, found only 3% of day traders made consistent profits. 3%. So that's worse than a startup business. So like obviously you can make money, but it's like, how is that? Like, it's like poker, right? You can make money playing poker, right, professionally, but your chances are you're probably not going to make as much as if you just did a normal job. Like, you know, but it is possible. If you happen to win a big tournament, you can use that funding and you can get sponsorships and stuff. But you know. No, I know what day traders do. And like, so, right, the problem is, we don't want to derail this stream. The problem is that, okay, if first of all, the most this is not financial advice, but generally speaking, the most likely way that you would make money on the stock market would be that you have insider trader information, or you particularly know a specific niche. So, for example, I would be in a really good position of knowledge to be able to invest in sim racing hardware manufacturers and to know likely which ones are probably going to be the better long-term businesses. I would be in a position. I would personally be in an advantageous position through me being in that industry, understanding that industry to a much higher detail than anybody else, even a lot of traders. They just wouldn't understand it because they would be involved in more profitable industries. So that would be a type of trading where I could go, right, it's quite likely, it'd still be incredibly risky because of the type of industry it is, but I could be like, this company, and this company, I can see that they have very solid management. I can see the product line that they've got available. I can see what they're likely moving towards. I can see their production lines. I know all the tangible, solid components of their business. I know their staff. I know their business, right? So I would be able to use that information to go, right, over a 6 to 10 year period, I think it's quite likely that this business will maybe be bought out by another business or grow. What, you know, right? So that type of stuff, that's how legitimate trading works, is where someone actually understands the core parts of those businesses. But you have to really be in that industry for that to even work, and then say you're going to be outcompeted by people that are dedicated to it. Then, so what you get with like day trading is like people looking at the candles and then going, oh, this candle's gone down, this currency's gone down. Oh, it's a good time to buy because in the past it went down like this. It's like, that's a load of bollocks. It's not how the market works. So, maybe you happen. It's possible that someone's in a minority and they happen to be. They might make the right choices, but how do you know? This is the other thing. It can be really hard to know if you are effectively playing roulette and you've just been lucky. Like you could go to a roulette table and you could play it for a week and come out with many thousands of pounds just by being an idiot or randomly doing stuff, or you could play once and lose all your money. But the variance is so high it masks the reality of it. So. And then, as I say, a big problem with day trading and foreign exchange trading is that, as I say, if you're a home user using like one of those apps, or you've got a basic trading account, you are so separated from all the like BS that goes on in the market. It's like it's rigged. So yeah. people should do whatever they want to do. I would just treat it as just gambling, but that's fine if you want to do that. But it's not good advice. I don't think it's good advice. And yeah, unless you work for a firm and you've got, if it's not your money as well, that'd be the other thing. If you're investing other people's money and you've been given a budget to deal with, well, you're not risking your own money, so it's win-win. That's how most people make money on the market. They're not risking their own money. So that's not financial advice, but I would just be incredibly cautious of day trading and forex and any of those apps. Well, no, CXD Reaper. You brought up an interesting topic, and you will be punished for it. Have you tried being a door-to-door salesman? The amount of bloody adverts. I'm not saying this is what you were suggesting or you do, but like, have you seen that advert with that guy that goes? He sat down with his laptop with the candles on the screen. For those who don't know, when you're looking at the price of stuff on the market, you have like green for when it goes up and red when it goes down. They're called candles. They're like predicting where it's going to go and what have you, based off whatever. But anyway, so he's like there, and then they're like, "This is how you." Oh, look at they've given it names to the prediction of this. It's all bullshit. It's all completely made up. Like it's so insane. It's like, if it was as simple as they're saying, an algorithm would have worked it out decades ago, because it's such a simplistic degree of prediction. Like, it's absurd. It's absurd. And you have these people going, "I'm going to teach you how to day trade. You looking at the candles." It's like, it's such a scam. It's one of the worst. It's so bad. How do we know how much it's going to cost? Probably like 25 to 50. Right. Who got me off on that?
You know that Assetto Corsa Evo is a new sim racing game releasing in 30 minutes.
Crisis.
It is something special.
Thank you,
Something
Fine.
fantastic.
Thanks, Falling Account.
Changing. It is a 7,7,7 jackpot at the casino. Get into the game. Buy a wheel, pedal and a rig. Join us.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know why people are so like trusting of, just because someone's popular, they trust them. It's why don't trust them. Don't trust YouTubers. Don't be influenced.
The pace car is out of control.
If we buy this, we will need to pay more to upgrade. No, if you buy this early access, you would only need to pay when DLCs become available.
The pace car is
So
out of control.
it's basically, you'll be buying, if you buy the early access, you will get all the updates up to like whatever the game is until they start releasing DLCs. That's my understanding, and that's what they did with AC1 and ACC. So it makes sense. And the Kunos do a good. Kunos historically have never. They've always kept working on stuff and patch things, and as a developer, they're like same with like Reza and.
The pace car is out of control.
They do a good job as a developer. I mean, you might not like the game, but you can't. I can't think of a time of really being able to fault Kunos as a developer. They're better than I would ever do. That's for sure. But I would say only buy an early access if you're happy with the price. Thanks for the sub. If you're happy,
I am the champion of the
CKVR. Thank you very much. If you're happy with the price, so when buying anything, it doesn't matter. When buying anything, you should ask yourself the question: is the price that I'm paying right now worth it for what I'm getting right now? That should be the only question you ever ask yourself when buying something. And so you'll never be disappointed then with if they, you know, because anyone can promise anything. So I think that's a really good way of dealing with purchasing of anything. Always ask yourself the question, is what I'm spending right now worth it for what I'm getting right now? And then if you've already made that decision and that you're happy with that, you're not ever going to be disappointed or disgruntled or feel cheated. These Porsche Cup cars in AC are fantastic. Thanks for following, guys. Appreciate it. As it goes off to the sand dunes. Ask that before you get married. Well, that's a whole nother kettle of fish. Thanks for following, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome along. Old Green.
The pace car is out of control.
Trinity. Thanks for following. Welcome. Yeah, Brands Hatch is a fantastic track. With faster cars, it's a bit hard for overtaking than larger cars, but it's a really good track for vintage Mini, MX-5, Formula Ford. Smaller cars, it's a lot better with smaller cars because you can fit more than one car through the corners, and it makes more productive lines through the corners. Whereas with this Porsche Cup and GT3, you get once everyone's up to pace, or within like 5/10 of pace of each other, it's very, very hard to overtake. So I think that's why a lot of people don't like it as a track. Like if you drive F4 around here, basically it just turns into a convoy because there's no way to really pass. It's a really fun track to hot lap on. But yeah, basically overtake is either this T1 or Druids. Yeah, we might have to add in. Our original timer might have been correct. We're going to have to see. It says 1 hour when I think the goal was for it to come out at 3 PM, so it might be another hour. Everyone's a bit confused on the timing. But I'm battling up front there. Oh, another thing with Brands Hatch is if you've got cars where you can have a bit of contact, it helps. So an issue with a lot of driving simulators is the netcode and the physics doesn't allow for contact. Whereas if you watch a lot of like 90s racing, thanks for following Razor. A lot of 90s racing, there's a lot of contact and BTCC touring cars and things, which means that you can actually hustle your way through a corner, and again gives more overtaking opportunities. Thanks for following, guys. Welcome along. Bloody hell, where are all these people coming from? Appreciate it. The Evo Zone. Evo Bonanza. I need a secretary, yeah. I know, I really do. I'm really hoping AI tools can help me with that. So I actually struggle to keep on top of stuff. I struggle at basic life. I was on your homepage. Oh no! I've been.
The pace car is out of control.
It's happening! It's happening! We're turning into a successful streamer! Ah! Oh, thanks for sending people here. No! We're not meant to be successful. It's supposed to be unsuccessful. This is not going correct. God damn it! Go away!
The pace car is out of control.
Bugger off! There'll be too many people in our chat will devolve into meaningless drivel. Oh dear.
I don't like ACC, but
Ban!
I do like the normalist. But that is
Stop watching!
it's
Get off my lawn! It's a terrible place. Don't want to be here.
one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
My timer's travelling at the speed of light. Yeah. Well, it seems we've got quite a lot of viewers. Guys, if you like sim racing or you're new to sim racing, first of all, don't. It's terrible. Awful hobby. Secondly, though, you should check out Random Call Sign. Check out his channel. Can someone link some channels in chat? We've got a mod. It'd be good to like link some other channels that you can subscribe. No! I'm coming through. Yeah, it'd be good to link channels that you guys can subscribe to keep up on like Assetto Corsa Evo news. So like Sim Racing, Mitchy Hoyer, Random Call Sign. I mean, everyone knows Jimmy Broadbent. Who else? Who else? What good channels to recommend? OC. Is it OC? What's it called? Is it OC Sim Racing is really good. Sim Pit. Jardier. There you go. Really good channels to watch. Give them a Matt. Yeah, link some of these channels, guys, in chat for people to follow if you're new to sim racing. They're much better than me. Like
I am the champion of the ninjas.
My channel's focused on being stupid and miserable. So they're good, positive channels. But yeah, Basic Ollie does a lot of iRacing. I'm sure he will get into. I think a lot of people will get into Evo though. If Evo has in the early access, it won't have multiplayer. But if it has like the ACC type online, oh, is it OG UK? He's really good.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, if it has that stuff, then they'll be playing it for sure. Yeah, well, I mean, Ollie's you can't help everyone, can you? I hope he does. I think he's trying to do. He wants to do real driving. I really hope he does. Like, it's nice when you see like people that want to do real driving, like Jardier, Jimmy, Super GT, James Baldwin. It's nice for them to manage to get to do real driving. So I hope that. I think Ollie's actually getting there. It'll be good. 15 minutes. Well, I don't know if it is 15 minutes though.
The pace car is out of control.
You got like Swolio Almedia for like coaching and stuff. He's got like a book and he'll teach you how to jailbreak. Oh, he's got Real World Radical videos which are good. Do you want to learn about trail braking? Well, you're going to if you see one of his shorts, because he's going to get a billion trail braking videos. Whoa, it's getting cozy round Druids. Steam doesn't do minutes. Well, we'll see. We'll see in 15 minutes. Who's this on my ass? Alan? Oh, WTF. Oh yeah, Lawrence. Lawrence is good. He's nice, chill. We'll be at Maastricht Sim Formula Europe this weekend. Myself, Lawrence, Maxime, XMX. Is that right? Some other people are going as well. So if you're in Holland and you want to try out like really awesome motion rigs, ImSim, Assetto are going to be there, I think. Next Level Racing, and there's a car show as well.
The pace car is out of control.
Really good. Sim Formula Europe. It's really good. It's nice and chill. It's not as big as Sim Racing Expo, so you get more time to actually try stuff out. So if you were like, oh, I don't know what wheel to get, it's a really good thing to go to. And they've got a sim there that's not out yet. I'm going this weekend. We're setting off tomorrow. We're off on the train. It's tightly packed. It's partly why we're doing such a epic live stream today. Well, you don't. I mean, I've driven a few real cars, and you can feel exactly where the tyres are at. So you don't. They have like the force feedback built into them, so you're not going to complain about it. I guess some cars inherently have a lot of understeer, so that could be annoying. But
The pace car is out of control.
thanks for following. Will you make AC Evo influencer reaction at the expo? I don't know. Hopefully we can. There'll be a rig with it on, so we can play the early access on a nice rig like the ImSim rig would be awesome. Where's he going? Well, real cars force feedback is different. Like some cars have no force feedback in the steering wheel, but it doesn't really matter because you feel it through your body. I mean, I'm sure lots of you guys would have been go-karting, and there's plenty of go-karts, like especially rental carts, can have absolutely nothing through the wheel. The aerial atom I drove at Drift Limits was broken, but that had there was nothing through the wheel. Like, it was terrible. I think the car was broken, but but it didn't matter because you could feel it through your body. So, oh yeah, Neil's Niox is good. He's a nice grumpy guy. We get 1,000 likes. It could be the biggest stream ever. Yeah, so we'd have a like wheel. I don't think people want to click it. Can do if they want to. Windy LCN, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Yeah, Dan does a lot of hardware reviews as well. He streams it. He's German, but he streams in English. So yeah. So yeah, guys, check out those channels if you're new to sim racing. Nah, I've made up with Dan. Sim Racing Expo. I had a chat with him. I can't hold a grudge with people, to be honest. Life's too short. It's too much effort. What are the predictions on the price? It's going to be $24.99. For sure. Whatever you do, don't subscribe to Neil's Housenveld channel. It's really weird. Yeah, don't subscribe to that. It's really weird. There's this bloody weird guy, and he's obsessed with spreadsheets, and it's just weird, really. Because half his videos are him just driving like old cars in outdated driving simulators. To be honest, it's just sad, actually. Like his channel, every time his channel uploads a video, I feel bad for him, to be honest. No, his channel's really good if you like technical stuff. He's going to be doing a video. I hope he is. He said he was going to. He's going to be doing a thing about the throttle input for Evo. So I think he's doing that today as well. So definitely subscribe to it, because subscribe to his channel and you see he's done previous videos. It's basically on how the Sims respond to throttle input. It's actually quite interesting. I've outed your plan. It's not interesting. I thought you'd gone. Now he's in chat. I'm gonna go back to saying he's an idiot. God damn! You can't compliment Dutch people. It gets to their heads. They start like the smoke comes out of their ears. Yeah. It's like the vegans. It just appears when you say his name 3 times. Oh, will we get to 1,000 viewers? Oh, we have! I don't know if that's a benchmark. How many viewers did we have for Flight Sim? I think that's hype. Getting to 1,000 live viewers is pretty damn hype. Let's go to hype level 3. Let's not get too carried away. But 1,000 live viewers is insane. I can't even picture 1,000 people. I imagine most of them are in an old people's home and they've left the TV on and they're like... they're like, what has been left on? Oh dear. I appreciate everyone watching. They're all watching for me, not for the game, obviously. Let me just build my ego up a bit here. They've come to see a shiny forehead. Nothing to do with Evo. Peak retirement home. Oh dear. Right, well done, Gasper, for winning. Fast Boy second, Alan third. Oh, bloody hell, the chat's going too quick. I'm not slow-mode in the chat. Only Twitch viewers. How many people do we have on Twitch? 10. I know we have 500 people on Twitch. What on earth? Jesus Christ. That's mental. Little do they know.
The pace car is out of control.
The people watching, they don't know. Honestly, you won't enjoy this channel because we what happens is I will say categorically I will say stuff's not good, right? And people that are fans of a game will get upset. They'll get annoyed because people don't want to hear when something's bad or not very good. So, like, honestly, you won't enjoy it. Most people would not enjoy this channel. Jesus Christ. Right, good driving, guys. We're going to change to MX-5. And maybe the game comes out in 5 minutes. We don't know. Non-alcoholic Guinness, by the way. Really good. Yeah, the viewer count is outside the box. It's a disaster. Don't self-destruct. I'm warning people. I'm helping them. Let's try MX-5 there because we want to. We want to do the old car so we can compare it. You're dreading the file size. It shouldn't be too bad. Thanks for following, guys. Sorry if I'm missing names. I can't keep up with them. That sounds really arrogant. Oh, we're so successful with all these followers. I can't keep up with them. Jesus Christ. If I turn into an obnoxious live streamer, guys, please tell me. So it's probably already happened. Right, MX-5. Is it the MX-5 Cup? Yeah, right. Server's back up. Yeah. Evo console countdown up too. That's going to take like a. I don't think they'll do the console version of Evo until like they've 1.0'd on PC. You don't understand why no one's done a live service game like iRacing.
The pace car is out of control.
So the difficulty of doing a live service game is that there's like an upfront cost to it, and you also have to get a certain degree of you have to get a certain number of people into the game to get the ball rolling. So
The pace car is out of control.
yeah, you would have thought that more games would do a live service, but sim racing is quite a small niche. So unless it's a game that's on console as well, it's quite difficult to get that fundamental user number there, and then to convince them to spend the money. The reason it worked with iRacing is because they were very early to do it. They had investment from the baseball, was it the Red Sox owner? So they didn't need to turn a profit within the first few years, which is quite rare for a lot of games companies. And then they also was one of the platforms for oval racing, and there was nothing else offering that at all. So you know, yeah. But yeah, I mean, now you'd expect, like we said, our MX5 game, which pure MX5 racing. It's going to be well good. Oh, click the like button, guys. This is I don't think we're going to beat this year. We've peaked. It's over. It's over. We peaked. I'm going to have to delete the YouTube channel.
The pace car is out of control.
We're going to see if Evo actually is in an hour or 5 minutes. So the plateau. Well, we haven't played it yet. This is AC1. This is not going to be as exciting as Microsoft Flight Sim. when Microsoft Flight Sim came out, we live streamed the launch, and we were watching the load bar for 5 hours. It was the best. Honestly, I was saying this earlier. It was the best. It was the best live stream ever. Like, it was so stupid. It was amazing. I think we streamed for like 10 hours, but we watched the load bar for 5 hours. Honestly, the best live stream I've ever had. It was so dumb, so stupid. It was so dumb. Like, you couldn't even come up with it as like an artistic idea. Like, it was amazing. It was beautiful.
The pace car is out of control.
Set the clock to 1 hour. Has it reset? No, we've got to wait.
The pace car is out of control.
Got to wait. 1 minute. It could be 1 minute or 1 hour. Oh, DD girl! Hello, ladies and gentlemen. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, SimUcube. It's a DD girl, a dreamy girl, beautiful server motor babe. Mark Bears with the DD girl. He's joined the DD girl club and he regrets it already. It's a D. Oh, everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig.
She's a powerful job.
She's got silver motor legs that always run at 100% force feedback. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. For some reason, the graphics not on the screen. DD girl, the dreamy girl. Everybody wants a silver motor babe. Girl, dreamy girl, powerful silver motor thighs. Thank you very much. Thanks for the prime as well. Oh dear God. Emotional. So if you're new to the channel, anytime someone becomes a member on YouTube, a new member, the DD girl is unleashed.
I am
the champion of the ninjas.
Yet Visuals, thanks for subscribing, appreciate it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like.
Oh Jesus Christ, chat's broken. We've missed 65 messages.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice.
Oh my
like,
goodness.
Even F1.
1 hour?
It's really good.
Oh bloody hell! I'm gonna have to slow mode the chat. 1,400 people watching. What is this?
The pace car is out of control.
This is like Big Jet TV, guys. We need to film a plane landing
The
sideways.
pace car is out of control. The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for following. I do not know what's going on here.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Gee, everything's broken. You guys have broken everything. You've broken me, OBS. Jesus Christ. What on earth? Reset the time. Okay, yeah, hang on. What's 57 minutes in seconds? Ah, bloody hell. What was it, 160?
The pace car is out of control. The pace car is out of control.
3, 420.
The pace car is out of control.
There we go. Oh, bloody hell! Why is she not on the screen? DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. She's disappeared. Thank you very much. I can't even keep up. Christ almighty. What is... Right, this is hype level. This is hype level 4. this is definitely hype level 4. Bloody hell. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. She's so powerful and strong. She likes to lap the Nordschleifer with the servo motors on full power. DD girl with the DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motor legs. It's Matt Meadows with a DD girl rotating in his bed tonight. And Mark Bess, thank you very much. This is not working out. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe! What a beauty! DD girl! What? Oh God! Thank you very much. Hello, Unlucky Vader. Right, we're going to do a lap. If you want to join the server, search for Gamer Muscle, and the password is T. And
the pace car is out of control.
You can kill me. You can
the pace car is out of control.
Join our server here. We're just trying the MX-5. Oh bloody hell! Everything's broken. Thanks, filing account.
T-Tax.
Yeah. Sorry if notifications and stuff aren't loading. OBS cannot handle like 2,000 people, so really appreciate the Jesus Christ, this is like having an aneurysm. It's just like the chat is just scrolling. There's like YouTube and like shit. It's out. What's going on? Is it out? What's happening? Oh, bloody hell. Is it actually out? Oh, Christ. It's not. Less than an hour. What on earth is... No! Go away, Kunos. Right. Bloody hell. Oh, I've been kicked from my own server! This is a disaster! There's too much happening! Jesus Christ. Right. Okay. You're gone. Right, we're gonna... We're restarting our server and we'll go straight to the race. If you want to join the server, I'll send you guys an invite link. We're going to need to set up slow mode on the chat or something.
The pace car is out of control.
It's not out yet. Thanks, Paul.
The pace car is out of control.
This is too much. Too many people. Too much stuff.
The pace car is out of control.
At the moment I'm on this is insane live stream sim.
Out of control.
At the moment I'm on I can't even see anything on the screen. People just sending me money.
Hi all viewers. Gamer Muscle is one of, if not the only, GNU in a Simratze out here.
GNU?
His opinions are his own, and he does not hold back is so
Thank
is bad, and praises with caution if something is good.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Enjoy this lotus and do despair.
Thank you very much. Hang on, have we got events on here? I can see, maybe this shows it. No, yee, woo, oh bloody hell. Okay, yeah, no, that's not working. Well, we'll get back on the server. Thank you, Edward Scooby. Imagine tuning into this stream now and you're like, oh, I wonder what he's doing on Evo. And there's a guy singing this song. Dee dee girl! What a beautiful babe! Dee dee girl! Dreamy girl! Oh, she's on the screen! There's the Dee dee girl, guys! Everybody needs a Dee dee girl. Put a Dee dee girl in your sim ring. I can't even remember the words because my brain's cooked. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Edward. Dee girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motors for her legs. It's a DD girl. DD wheel rotating in Eduardo's bedroom tonight. What a beautiful servo motor babe. Pure power, AccuForce hips. She's gone. She's gone. Right, we're doing a race. Well, at least we're going to try. When you've got servo motor legs, you don't need to shave them. That's the beauty. Game is free. Only pay for content. No, you'll have to buy it. Thanks for subscribing for 8 months, CKTL regret. Thank you very much. Come and get a bleeding ear remote. And I see YouTube numbers represent we're clearly the ones with enough money, but unwilling to spend it. Okay. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Really appreciate it. Here we go. Let's do some driving. The reason we're doing this is in the old AC, so we can compare this car with the new one.
The car is out of control.
Kunos have cancelled Evo. Ranpack, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate it.
The pace car is out of control.
That's what we're doing, cool. We're driving this in this. We'll just do 10-minute quali, and then we can compare it. It'll be really interesting because I think this car is a good benchmark car. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, you click the like button. Try and get to 1,000 likes in a single live stream. And if you're on Twitch, you can follow us. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It will insta download, obviously. It depends on. It used to be like that, Paul, but I don't think it is now.
The pace car is out of control.
I think it actually works. This developer and also you can. There used to be like set times, I think, where you could make something go live. I don't think there are now. Thanks for following, Beef. T in capital letters. Oh, is it still like that? Oh, fair enough. I thought they changed it. The YouTube thumbnail is so cringe. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It is terrible, but it's pretty good. It's the pasta hype. Look. Blame Thomas Schmidt for the thumbnail. He's responsible for the thumbnail partially. It's not my fault. Yeah, it got more and more ridiculous. it just started getting more and more stupid. Yeah, we did think about using a pineapple pizza. Yeah, this is really good. Brands Action MX-5 is a really good car track combo, I think.
Okay, let's go.
Built from the ground up. Do you remember that with Forza? Oh my god, so stupid. Like, built from the ground up, and then it turns out that the cars are from Forza's from 5 years ago. Your tyres are bold, pit now. I can't believe with Forza, like, how they dropped the ball on that when they didn't need to. It's really weird. So Forza's with the Forza 1, 2, 3 up to Forza 5. And for me, I know this is controversial because a lot of people prefer. Was it 4? I think I really enjoyed Forza 3. I think it started going downhill. Was Forza 3 the one that had the Top Gear stuff in it? Yeah. And then I think the only problem with Forza 3 was the load times were excruciating. And so when you wanted to do like the mini game modes that were quite short mini games, like the car football-y stuff, it was so painfully slow to load and stuff, or like the tag stuff. So maybe it was 4 then, but I just remember I'd already got into PC gaming by then, and so I was like, just the load times were just really ruined it. Well, to be fair, Forza Horizon 4 is really, really good, especially with the gamepad. I would say Forza Horizon 4 is probably one of the best racing games since Burnout. I really enjoyed Forza Horizon 4. I mean, I only played it for like 100 hours, but I really enjoyed it. Like, it's memorable. Ashton, oh, thanks, Alan Kicker. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think Flight Sim needs like another 4 or 5 months of development. The thing is that the dev team obviously needed a break because they'd been crunched really hard, and yeah. So, guess what? But I mean, I've had fun playing Flight Sim, but definitely is a bit... It's too janky for it to be a game. If you play it as a pure simulator and you stick to certain things, it's okay, but... How much can you bench? Nothing? I'm weak. Well, it's a shame because I've met the developers at Assetto, and they're really nice people. And they are trying. They're genuinely trying. I think there was just some technical things, and then complexity and deadlines, and you know, they're not. It's not like they, like, you know, you have some developers where they're just a bit stupid. They're genuinely trying their best. You know. DD1. Well, the PS1 had a particularly unique way of memory management and the processor to get it to work decent. It was kind of annoying with the PS3 is that when the developers had finally started to master it, the PS4 came out. It's like, oh, okay. When are we walking another lap of the Nordschleife? Soon, hopefully. Antoine Jacket Potato. Yeah, we're just racing with subs here to see what so we can see what the difference is like between the cars in Evo and AC. Yeah, like 360 was such a good. I definitely think the Xbox 360 was. So out of the games consoles, I really personally I think the PS1 was great. I think the SNES, Super Nintendo, was great. The NES was crap. The 16-bit Sega was really good. The Sega Mega Drive. I really liked the Dreamcast. The controller was awesome. Basically, the Dreamcast set the framework for the Xbox. But the Xbox 360 was a really good console, and I think the PS4 was a really good console. The Wii actually not too bad. Wii U was terrible.
The pace car is out of control.
I think the Xbox 360 was the first games console that a lot of people that already had PCs were like, oh, I'll get one of them. Like a 360, I think the gamepad, the performance,
The pace car is out of control.
Xbox Live Arcade, the general design of it. I mean, the overheating issue and the chips being crap and the red ring of death was the only real thing with it. Yeah, I hated the NES. I'll tell you what was worse than the NES was the bloody Sega Master System. That was a terrible games console. Absolutely awful. I hated that. The Alex Kidd bundled with it. Bloody hated that game. Yeah, Xbox 360, I think, if you had to pick one games console that basically was like the apex of what a games console should be, I think the 360 is it, because it was before all the games were just like broken at launch. So most games were like really nice and polished on it. It had enough power to do really, you know, like really nice 3D graphics. Could do normal maps, so it looked great. It had the online for the Xbox Live Arcade and multiplayer stuff as well. The actual design of the console looked really nice. Hello, Shane. And the faceplates, really good. Really, really good games console. Can't believe they dropped the ball so much on the later ones. I knew quite a few people that modded the original Xbox, and they would mod the hard drive into it. So you'd have like the ultimate emulator machine. The Neo Geo Pocket, that is a really nice handheld, really nice design. But the Neo Geo console is that was like £700 at the time, which is like two grand of today's money. The meaning of life. Well, I'm gonna finish this lap and then I'm gonna fast forwards to the race here. Ziz Lobsy, do you know how much Evo is going to cost? At least £5. Probably more than this, but less than this, but more than this, for sure. Ow! Cramping my foot. Right, so we were guessing at pricing. My thing is that I think they might surprise everyone with like $24.99.
Morning GM. Can I get a quick little ditty for 16 months?
A ditty? What's a ditty? Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just sorting some stuff out there on my stream. Amber Saber, thank you very much for subscribing. Would you like a rocket? I'll give you a rocket. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm just going to get a cup of tea before we do this. You saw something about them pricing it aggressively in a good way. Yeah, Marco said that they wanted to surprise people. So that could mean anything. It could mean that you get a free pineapple pizza with your purchase. We have phoned Marco a few times today, but he gets angrier each time we call him. So I'll be back in a minute, guys. Just grabbing a cup of tea.
some tea.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, this is my music. These are my tunes. How's everyone doing? Woo! 30 minutes. I don't know what the previous track was. What is this? This is the Assetto Corsa Evo theme tune.
Evo, 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 Evo. Assetto Corsa Evo. It's a car made of pasta. 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 Can it go any faster? Pasta, pasta. Can it go faster? Pasta, pasta car. He's a pasta car. Faster, pasta car.
Yeah, that's the theme tune. It's the theme tune. Oh dear. You are mental. I don't think so. It's going to be pretty easy to see if Ace is any better, since it's all going to be the same content. Exactly. Perfect. In it, bruv. UK grime scene. Let's have a little waffle break here. Does iRacing also sell skins for cars? No. But you can do them for free. JK, we could have had AC Evo already if Game Master would have stolen the hard drive from... I was tempted. I'm glad to schedule my therapy. There's so little content on Evo, you could put it in a thumbstick. Well, we've got a minute until we're doing this race. Hello 3D Sim Gear. How's it going? Guys, check out 3D Sim Gear for 3D flag boxes. Sim Gear for flag boxes. We got one on the rig, but it's not turned on at the moment. Neither's my butt kicker stuff. Thank you.
Here we go.
Here we go. Thanks for the sub there. Appreciate it. I didn't really get a chance to use it properly, John, so I can't really say. Hopefully they're at Sim Formula Expo. It was still in beta, so... Spangot. What's this? It's gifted subs. How many subs? What? Thank you very much. It's gifted a sub to Egro Gatlus. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
The pace car is out of control.
Right, well, there's not much they can really do with the Switch. I mean, it is what it is. It's really good. Well, the viewers started leaving when we started singing DD Girl for some reason. they're not ready for it. That one day.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Hello, TC. My timer's scuffed. No, this clock's actually. Hang on. Let me phone Marco again. Hang on. Don't look. This is his phone number. Hey, is that Mark? Yeah, Marco. Yeah. We were just wondering how many minutes it is until the game comes out. Because people want to play it now, and they're waiting, and it doesn't sell. So it just says less than an hour. So can you let us know? Why are you calling me again, you stupid bald man? Every time that you call, I get to pick up the phone. Why are you calling me? You stupid! You are always saying a mean thing about Assetto Corsa competition. I don't want to tell you, but yes, it is correct. You do have the timer correct on the screen. You now leave me alone. Why are you always phoning me? You stupid British man. All right, thanks, Marco. Thanks, Marco. Yeah. Oh, hang on, hold on. There you go. That. It's correct. Once again, appreciate him picking up. So it's really nice. 3D Sim Gear with the gifted subs there. So it's nice. It's nice for Marco to. It's getting worse. It's nice of him to talk to us. I feel. Right.
The pace car is out of control.
Do you have an American character? We've got Sean Cole. But a Revolution. You guys know Simpit. Sean Cole Simpit's really good. It's gonna. I keep having horse heads in my bed. That's the problem. The Marco magical horse head. I can't do American. No. I mean, really, I can't do accents, but we try. That is the kind of accent. That's what you get on this channel. You get a contact with the developer that you just wouldn't get anywhere else. Yeah, we got to hype level 4. I know it truly is something special. Truly a magical moment. This isn't Evo yet. No, we're in AC. Evo is supposed to be out in like 30 minutes. We've been doing the Porsche Cup. Thanks for subscribing. We've been doing the Porsche Cup and now we're doing the MX-5 so we can compare. Yeah. Evo. It's been delayed till summer 4032. Ah, beautiful. How good's my internet? It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good internet. 200 away from 1,000 likes. What a miracle. appreciate everyone watching though. Thanks for all the subscribers, donations, and viewers. I mean, I was expecting we get like reasonable viewers, obviously a game launch, but pretty mental having like over 1,000 people watching. They all regret it, of course, but but that in and of itself is quite amusing. Here we go. I really do hope Evo's good though. It's going to be really disappointing if it's terrible. Here we go. I mean, it was alright at Sim Racing Expo. Wing, wing. It is hot. I mean, we've got to hype level 4. Have we ever got to hype level 4 before? I don't think we have. A bloody game. Bloody game changer. Well, I think we flight sim. Flugs him. Leander's Warrior, thanks for following. Nobody knows how much it is. Oh, here we go. Flugs him. Oh, I nearly ploughed the orange car there. I didn't see him until he came up in Heli Corsa. Easy. Easy. I'm in the sandwich. You do not want to be in the sandwich. Ah! Oh, there's a car in the wall. Who is it? Fast boy, he's a slow boy. 360 no scope into the Armco. Yeah, the MX-5s are great. I think you could build, as we said, you could build a whole sim around them. This is our server.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, do you remember the Clio Cup car in Project Cars 2? It was really good fun. I think it was a particularly loose rear, which was unrealistic, but and it had mega draft. But accidentally, they created a really fun car to drive. Yeah, the Radical SR3 and the Caterham as well were good fun in Project Cars 2. I think the Clio Cup in Project Cars 2 it lent itself really good to doing sprint races and then also having like the different weather and things, because you could just front wheel drive, you can just push the accelerator to bail out. Oh no, Carnage behind us. Website's gone down. Action. Mamma mia! Yeah, the R Factor 2 had a really good Clio. It rolled over a bit too easy, but it was fun to drive. Bit of knitting here. Three wide.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Whoa. I mean, I think the MX-5 is a really good car for testing the differences between sims, because it's like a neutral car. It's also super like grippy in some ways, but then also actually rotates quite nicely. Like, it's a good balanced car, so it kind of exposes when a sim's not balanced. It makes it pretty obvious. Or like the tyre combined with something that has a bit of suspension on it. Whereas like race cars are great as well. Like every type of car has its own thing, but I think the nice thing with an MX-5, if you're a more experienced sim racer, you forget that a lot of people haven't wasted their lives sim racing, and also a lot of people aren't naturally good at driving, or they just haven't put the time into it. And an MX-5 is a really good, like, no like stupid assist and things, not too big, familiar to a road car because that's what it is, but then also actually, you know, good with drafting and things. More forgiving for contact because it's not got the wheels sticking out like a Formula Ford or a Skippy. More draft than some cars because it's quite boxy. I think it's a good... Yeah, this is the Game of Muscle server that we run. The anticipation is killing you. Back of one of those midnight GameStop releases. Only it's worse because there's a bold git playing the old game. The only midnight game launch I went to was... thanks for following there, Brian. Was Halo 3. And I didn't even have a games console. I think there was something else actually. I was friends with a guy that I say friends, like I'd sort of befriended the owner of a game shop, and they would just give me the games early, so I didn't have to go to the midnight launch, because as soon as they got it in stock, this is before like games were checked online as well. They'd just be like, "Oh, here you go, here you go." It didn't really matter, did it? No one's gonna know. Well, they do now because I've revealed it. Okay. His shop was closed down because of bloody Game. Game destroyed so many indie game shops, and then now Game's gone out of business. Banned from Evo. He's in prison now. Yeah. They would if game shops did that regularly, they could actually lose getting hold of games early. But this was like back when this was before like DVD cases. You remember the big square boxes? That was when it was good. I think we can all agree. Proper big square PC game boxes. Hidden and Dangerous, Half-Life 1, Forsaken. You know. Those were the days. Proper game. Every game box was a different size. The DVD boxes were the downfall. SWAT, Rainbow Six. Those were the days. Quake 2, Quake demo discs. Okay, here's a test to see. We might have enough viewers that this is possible. Who in chat? Can we have a bit of chat silence for a second here? Who in chat managed to get a hold of the One Must Fall freeware, shareware demo discs, floppy discs. Someone in chat must have had that experience. That was the best ever shareware game. 2 floppy discs in a little box, in a little one of those mini plastic boxes. Oh, it's so good. Nobody has. No. Ow! One Must Fall has the Google One Must Fall theme tune. It's one of the best theme tunes ever. Looks breed. What on earth? What is that? Jesus Christ. Sounds like we got some Gen Zs in chat, guys. Watch out. My first gaming rig was the Amiga. Motocross Madness 2. Yeah. Well, I think the first one was good as well. What happened to motocross games? Like, why don't we have a good... I don't have a good one of them anymore. Ugh! Guys, 10 minutes. This is the original Assetto we're playing at the moment as we wait for Evo to come out. Is there a new motocross the game in development? But do you think they will get it right in terms of it? And I saw a tech demo of something with like floor deformation. I think the thing with the original motocross game, I mean, I think it wouldn't hold up now, but at the time, it had a snappiness to it that I think a lot of games are missing. It's like that Tony Hawk's Pro Skateboarder type thing where it's not realistic at all, but it's very, very snappy. Whereas I think the problem with a lot of the MX bikes and motocross games that come out at the moment, they kind of try to be more realistic, but then they lose that snappiness. I think you need to... For a motocross game to work, I think you need to take the approach that a Tony Hawk's Pro Skateboarder game takes. I mean, I'm not saying all games need to do that, but I think you could make a very good game that does that. On the inside,
Car is out of control.
Nocturnal, thanks for following, welcome. Do you remember the cages? No? Ow! You git! Oh! Absolutely filthy. Filthy! We got 90s touring card. I'll have to give it a go, George. It's been a while since I played off-road motorbike game. I like arcade bike games. I never felt like the more realistic, especially like those track racing bike games. I always felt that they just end up being really hard with the gamepad and the way you have to know the corners. And I think you could do a more sort of drift mechanic with the bike gradually stepping out. Need for Speed was great. Hot Pursuit had the really cool split screen mode where you could be a police car and you'd race against your friend, but you could set stingers on the road. It's all about the in-air physics. Yeah, so the mechanic I really like in motorbike games and like Tony Hawk's is it's the idea that you're in a jump. And then you're trying to do as many tricks as possible and then land smoothly, right? So it's the the combination of deciding to do another rotation or another trick and then gambling how long you can hold the trick for to then still land smoothly. And obviously if the ground is undulating, it can be quite hard and rewarding to then get the landing right. And I feel like they often don't understand that that's the interesting mechanics. Same with snowboard games. They end up being really sludgy and sloppy and not really focusing on the in-air mechanics, or that sort of gambling thing. Yeah, what's the Xbox 360 one? Is it Amped? Was really good. You know that mountain bike game, Descenders. They're doing a snowboarding game. It's really good. I played it at Gamescom. Really good. Thanks for following that AU guy. Oh, is that we got an Antipodian. Antipodian attack. Welcome. Good day, mate. Yeah, nah. Anthony Miner, thanks for subscribing on YouTube. Struth. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I killed him. Okay. I was slowing down to let him go back in front, but he's dead. No point slowing down for a dead person. Sorry. Bit of understeer there. Rest in peace. Oh, bloody hell. I'm just testing the car at the limit, guys. Just, you know. Tonight on Police Camera Action, Derbyshire Constabulary have been chasing after a teenager that's stolen a MX-5 Cup car and is now driving it around Brands Hatch. The police have to keep their distance in order to maintain the safety of the pursuit. Oh, that's 999. These ruffians are out of control, driving at over 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. Other drivers are having to move out of the way. Do you never watch Police Camera Action? Who watched it? The people will be too old, too young, they won't remember it. Police Camera Action was where it was at. The police helicopter has had to stop pursuing as it was low on fuel. Every time. Stupid. And then 999. I mean, we always talk about this, but I need to watch some more of it. 999, for those of you that weren't to the UK, in the 90s and 2000s, it was like... Susan was walking her dog in the Peak District when she slipped and fell down the mountain. Breaking her leg in 4 places. It was only a matter of time before she would die from hypothermia. Fortunately, Bob McTaggart was out walking and noticed her broken legs on the floor and was able to call the helicopter. And the helicopter made its way. Dramatic, and there'd be like dramatic reconstruction. There'd be a woman on the floor going, oh, really bad acting. Oh, my ankle, broke my ankle. It's so good. It was so good. Every episode, it would always be Arthur Medaley was walking on the cliffs of Dover when he slipped and fell off the cliffs and broke his ankle. Or it would always be someone walking on a hillside, or like David Grommel was driving his car to work. He thought it would be just like any other normal day, but little did he know it was the 1980s and this was one of the worst storms that Britain had ever experienced. Half an hour into his commute, a tree fell on his car. I would like to do a parody version of 999 as a legit thing. So good. That was good driving, guys. Good racing. Good punting. Are you ready? Something's happening. What camera do I use for what? I use Sony DSLRs, A6000s and A6400s plugged into a Elgato capture card. That's generally what I use. It's quite a good solution, actually. We're very reliable. We have them on for hours, and I'd leave them on for months, and they're fine. So yeah, really good, actually. Let's get some music back on here. It's gone a bit quiet. I think I have a bad day. My Wi-Fi router's broke, so you can't what? Steam says 100 gigabytes. Where are you getting that from? Oh, that might be. It'll be under that, but that might be the extracted size. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. The hype. Will it be $24.99? What's his tune? Okay, let's go. 28:33. Thanks everyone for clicking the like button. How many likes are we on? Refresh. Can I have a refresh? 835 likes. If everyone clicks the like button, we'll have.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
We'll have a mega like time.
So
Be beautiful.
Probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT.
The pace car is out of control.
Twitch or YouTube for live streaming? Both. always do both. Right. Just waiting here. It's beautiful. Got a cup of tea.
The pace car is out of control.
It will have a photo mode. I don't know if it'll have it at launch.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Camper. Oh, hello. Who was that? Hell Knight, 28 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Cheers. ACDC's going mad.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's
the normal. Probably have to update Steam.
One of the or not the best simulation.
Late.
Like,
late.
Even F1 or GT mods.
It's been cancelled. That's it, guys. That's it. Cancelled. That's it. That's it. Cancelled. Coming soon. Look, the replay. I'm cancel the stream. Right, I'm off to Maastricht. Didn't happen. It was a good trap. I tricked everyone. Everyone fell for it. Yeah, you idiots, you noobs. I made it up. I just we just got Kunos to. It was all a ruse. Zabby, thanks for subscribing. It's just a trick. It's just a trick. Fooled you all. Oh, it's a good joke, Marco. I knew everyone would find it really funny. Nice one. Italian Ferrari move. Oh, hello.
AC Evo.
Bloody hell.
iRacing.
It actually gives me a headache reading the chat. Everyone gets too excited.
ACC, but I do like the normalist.
I need a chat room that stops it going crazy.
Probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods.
Even F1.
It's really good.
It's gonna be $24.99. $24.99. We need a poll on that on Twitch. Hang on. Price at Evo. Start a prediction. Evo price. Oh, hello.
1, go.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
About an hour on my end.
So
I
it's
am
probably one of
going
the
to update studio and head off to work.
One
Thank
of the or not the best simulation.
Bloody hell, WWJNZ, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate that.
It's really good.
Really appreciate it. We'll do it in euro. Thanks, I really do appreciate that. That's super generous. €15. €25. 30 or less. Oh, hang on. I've noticed a problem in this. We have to be like greater than. But no, 15. Oh, bloody hell! How do we do this? How do we do this? We don't want it greater than or less than. 15 to 20. Here we go. 15 to 20. There we go. Set an actual range. Bloody hell. 25 to 30.
AC Evo. Coming soon.
Thank you. Who's that? Thank you very much. Hang on. I'll call him out in a minute. Oh, gotta be quick here. Oh, doing this poll. Euro.
3, 2, 1, go.
5 minutes. Here we go. Start prediction. Evo price. Thank you very much. Bam. What's a bam? 10 bam. Nevin.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the. Well,
hope you're not this hyped for your first girlfriends. We're well past.
Even F1,
sadly, we're well past our first girlfriends. No, also, with one of an early girlfriend, I did ditch her to play Matrix, Enter the Matrix, which was a really stupid thing because Enter the Matrix was not that good, and I was more excited for Enter the Matrix than Enter the Girlfriend. It was a total failure. I felt betrayed by Enter the Matrix. I mean, it had nice animations, but disaster. It was alright. It was a bit janky though. Yeah, that was it. I learned an important lesson from that. It was a poll going here. Okay, most people think it's going to be 30 to 35. So with this market data here, Kunos need to go for €35 if they want to please people. That's what the market's suggesting. Thanks for following. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing, D guy. You're going to buy 2 more cars and a track from iRacing. Yeah, but then you'll buy AC anyway. So. No, you can't just take the pizza out of the oven until it's cooked. Like, you know, Kunos will know when the pizza's ready, right? They can't. If you take it out too soon, it won't have that nice crisp on it. It'll be all floppy. So, you know, you have to trust in the Kunos. I think it'll be $24.99. Or yeah, I think they'll do $24.99, and everyone will be like, ah, that's. Oh, look, I've influenced the poll. People are doing 25 to 30.
control.
Oh no, we got 8% of people think it's going to cost 15 to 20 euros. The data. Oh, we could have added the load bar, yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
$69.69. I already had a coffee today. The polls on Twitch, we don't, just because it's for channel points. We don't have a YouTube poll, unfortunately. One day I'll be competent at live streaming. Look at the hype, the launch hype. This happened before. We had like all these people thought he was about to come out when the timer went down. But this is guys, we've cracked YouTube. You just need to put a big timer on top of the screen and have it counting down, and people are like, "Oh God, it's happening!" Because they want to know when it's going to release. We just put a timer there. We could have an animation of a defragmented hard drive. Yeah, just keep adding 2 minutes. People are like, "Hang on a minute." What is BAM currency? Thank you very much. What is it? Navan Riduk. What is BAM? I've never had a donation in that currency, so I really appreciate that. Bosnia.
Okay, let's go.
I thought they were on euros. You didn't need to renew your car insurance. Good morning, Dark Tin Man. Hello. From the States. What a state. He's in a state. He's in such a state. Bloody hell, it's actually hard to read the chat when it scrolls this quickly. Someone needs to have a smooth scroll. It's painful to read. It's like I know why people use slow chat now. If you pass a certain threshold, it's like you're being slapped in the face with messages. I mean, it's a good problem to have. I'm not complaining. I am complaining, but you know. Imagine if we had text to speech on. We could simulate it.
BRT Cobra Jardier has almost 5k watching. Imagine keeping up with that Dark Tin Man. At least you are no read right. Chili, Assetto, Corsa, Evo in the headlights. It's a kudos. I'm from Adelaide, yeah, you. I am an idiot. Hell, Dark Tin Man, beautiful.
I can't keep up. Robo muscle. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't need that many viewers because I am not greedy, and people here are much higher quality. So for every one viewer we have here, it's worth at least 10 viewers on other channels. Let's be honest. Do you know what I mean? It's a higher quality, like your chat can confirm, it's just a higher quality viewer. We filter out the riff-raff and only the intellectuals and beauties. I mean, yeah, good job, mate. Good job. 80% of our viewers are hot supermodels, so you know what can I say?
3, 2,
oh, hello,
1,
Ace.
Go.
This game currently store page simulator.
Store page simulator till next year.
Thank you very much. First super from him on a live stream. Yes, I was the first person he's ever wasted money on. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Oh, I've lost the chat room's paused. Ace, release yourself. 80% are models. Oh, hang on, we've got a DD Gill here. What's going on with Evo? We're waiting for it to come out. Nevin Rudolvik.
The pace car is out of control.
You ready? Get your candles in the air, guys. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Nevan Rodovic has her in his bed. It's a DD girl, a dreamy girl, beautiful sim racing servo babe. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, Simulcube, Sim Magic. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. She's so powerful and strong, but if she gets in your bath, turn off the power or she will fry. DD girl with the DD wheel, rotating all night long. It's a DD girl with a wheel. Fanatec, AccuForce, and Magic Simulcube. DD girl, dreamy girl. There she is. Emotional damage. Thank you very much. Appreciate the membership. She does have a quick release. We'll have a look at the polling. The polling for the pricing here. So most people, so we've got 36% of people think it's going to be 25 to 30. 27% of people think 30 to 35, and 27 as well are thinking 40 plus euros. There's a lot of confusion here, but it would seem that Kunos, they could probably get away with 40 plus euros and people would be happy. That's what the data suggests, and you can't argue with the data.
The pace car is out of control.
It's data, you can't hate her. Read chat. Yeah, but the CD keys price is made up. 27, 39.99 Humble Bundle, 31.99. Oh, it's on Humble Bundle. Yeah, but that's not legit, is it? That's not the legit. It's not real. That's a made up price. That could be like the initial. You don't know what's real, do we? I don't. You can't. Bloody hell, with chat room's broken. How's Humble Bundle not real? They might not know. They might have made a mistake. It's possible. We can't until it's on Steam. This is the poll is for the Steam price, guys. Let's not get carried away. Also, my goodness. No, I crypto course. Desperation is set in. Why get the game on Humble Bundle? You got the auto clicker going. I'm sure that's helping Steam. Why would you want your money to go to charity? Surely you'd want to just buy it at a good price and then you donate to a charity that you know is good and then take advantage of the tax benefits of that. What's this music? How long is it gonna take before people get pissed?
Assetto Corsa Evo. When does it release? Assetto Corsa Evo. It's meant to have released now, but it's not. Assetto Corsa Evo. Assetto Corsa.
Right, I don't know, I don't know where that song's going. I've already got mental. Evo, Evo. The game's not fin. Oh, not again. Not again. You have to go to work. Coming soon. Oh, no, guys. The suspense is killing everyone. What a time to be alive. What a suspenseful moment. Oh, well, you could always play the original Assetto Corsa. Auto-tune's broken.
Hello? New auto-tune, do you like it? It's a bit high pitch.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
Auto-tune! Mega
Probably
tune!
one of the
Balloon tune!
one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Hello? Hello? I don't know why it's high
Pitch. I don't know why it's broken. It's got a weird bug.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, it's stuck. It's stuck. Oh well.
It's a feature.
Okay, let's go.
This is a beat. That's my robot dance. I'm pretty good.
I am the champion of the
Oh, thank you, Papa Minute Hertz, for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go.
This better be the theme music for Evo. What have you tuned into? Welcome to the 80s. You've tuned into people waiting. Oh, we're almost at 1,000 likes, guys, on the live stream. Cotton Kendi, thank you for following. Virtue, subscribe to the channel. 2 months, thank you very much. You can buy the key, but it won't work. Absolute trickery. Yeah, hell no. We've got one. We'll have to show it off soon. I'm going to be here for a while. That's all right. We're enjoying it. Although the thing is, this is not gonna top the Microsoft Flight Sim launch. Let's be honest. Nothing is going to beat that. We could put that on the screen to keep the suspense up. Should we make a manual load bar? We could use this as a load bar to simulate the load bar experience. You ready? The load bar dream. There you go. Oh, it's loading, guys! It's loading! It's loading! The load bars do this thing where they stop, and then they go, and then they stop, and then they go, Yeah, that was exciting. And then they go backwards. And then it starts a new, and then that was just a file, and it starts a new file and goes back. Load bar life. What a time to be alive. Who doesn't love a load bar? Now I've ruined this. Oh no, I've broken it.
The pace car is out of control.
Starting soon. Yeah, you have to put your cursor on the screen, so or you, yeah. Or you look at another part of the load bar screen. Oh, hello! Oh.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Florian82, thank you for the sub. Let's have some rockets for the subs here. Thank you very much. Look at that beautiful pink shaft. Not 967 likes. I mean, there's 1,159 people watching on YouTube. And how many people on Twitch? 600 people on Twitch. Hang on, if you're on Twitch, type hello, please, and I might get a weird Twitch achievement for having 600 people type at the same time. I don't think we've had more than 400 people type at the same time. So type hello on Twitch, and then we'll I might get like a badge or something. Hello, look at that chat bonanza.
The pace car is out of control.
Beautiful. So well, I don't know how many people will type. It's probably like 100, but it's worth it. I appreciate it. I think it's in like, where is it? Is it community, activity, analytics? There's achievements. Here we go. Let's see what. Kind of a big deal. Bleed purple marble. No. Oh. What is it? What's it called? 250 viewers at the same time. We've got that. Easy. I know, here it goes. No, but that. I'm sure they had an achievement. Maybe they got rid of it.
Car is out of control.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to it. There used to be an achievement for. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Flow Mouth.
Aloe.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Flow Mouth. Appreciate the sub there, guys. Hype Train. Yeah, if you subscribe, you can link your Prime. Dark Tin Man. Thank you. You can link your Amazon Prime with Twitch to subscribe for free, and then you don't get adverts. So I really appreciate that. If you do that, it's a good way to support me or any streamer. Do it to whatever streamer you watch. Do it. Yeah. Is it Steam? Yeah, it is. It is. Is it Steam or Kunos? Well, it's a mixture of the two in terms of file updating. And Blackjack, thank you. Oh no! Nevin's just gifted 5 memberships. Oh, here we go, guys. 5 DD girls. 5.
Car is out of control.
Who's got the memberships there? Matthew Coleman. Candles for Matthew Coleman. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl for Raoul, Velcro, Matthew Coleman, Tom Jones, Doug Boy, Matt Olikers. DD girl. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. No, I was wrong. Wrong verse. Oh dear. I can't even sing. My brain's cooked. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, SimuCube, Ace Attack. DD girl, dreamy girl, powerful 40 Newton meter thighs. DD girl, look at her powerful arms. Hang on. We have different prices everywhere. Why do we have... we've got the Echo. Why have we got all these different prices? So it could be $24.99, like I said. Could be. Could be.
This is not working. Why is it broken?
Oh dear. Should we restart the Go XLR? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn this down a little bit, otherwise we'll all go insane. There we go. Beautiful. My ears are bleeding in the most beautiful way. It's $28.99. How do you know? How do you know for sure? Cool Kunos and braid some spaghetti. Frankster Deluxe, thanks for following. Welcome. It says €32. Hang on, what's that in pounds? So it's $24.99 then. Bloody hell. Calm down, guys. How much is $32? £26.30. That's a weird price. I mean, it's a good price. I think anything under £30 is fantastic price for like, you know, because it'll be a fully fledged game. So. Oh man, the chat's making me dizzy, guys. I'm getting motion sick from the chat messages. We'll have to work something out. Maybe if we make it smaller. Bloody hell. Hype Train level 2. Thank you, guys. Songwriter Simon, thanks for following. How can you F up release time? Are they still working on the game? Yeah, of course they're working on the game still. They'll be working on it up until the very last minute. And then patching it and stuff. That's how games development works these days. There's no escape. It's part of the excitement. No, I wouldn't worry about it. They probably keep finding, you know, you find random issues and then you keep patching it because you want the launch to be as good as possible. So you'll be like, well, and then it takes time to update, and then you might test that, and then you find some issue, you know. But it's never going to beat the Microsoft Flight Sim. I think it's good because then, like, people like me that are utterly incompetent, we can do live streams and have 1,500 viewers. So I mean, I'm glad they're doing it. I appreciate the support from Kunos. The more they delay it, the better for me. It's beautiful. 5 PM, 10 PM release. 97% of the way there. 5 hours to go. From all YouTubers from sim racing, I can say that you have the best content. Thank you. But the good thing with YouTube is there's different, you know, people have different tastes, so it's good that you got a selection. But yeah, obviously we are the best channel, obviously. I mean, if you want to go mental, I do think we are like the most mental channel, most absurd, I think. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. So that's good. That's good enough for me. I don't think we're the most informative. No, Dave Cam's got less hair than me. Yeah, the most tea promoting. I'm good with that. This is the new loading sim. It's good. I'm enjoying it. I don't think I will do. I don't think I would do real racing, to be honest, because it's too expensive. I mean, maybe like if we had like you know, like what Jimmy's doing with the and Super GT. If it's like a fully sponsored thing, then it'd be really good fun. But I really want to do. Like, I really want to fly a helicopter. I really want to do some glider flying. And I'd like to, as I said, I'd like to drive like a 90s Formula 1 car. Only small things, but only like, I don't need to do racing. You know, I would like to do a one-off MX-5 race and stuff, but nothing, you know. More because it's like, the experience is interesting, but I know I'm not that good, so there's no... I'm not interested in being like, oh, I need to prove myself against other people, because I don't care. Also, I'd like to do it to make a good video out of it. If that makes sense. I've been more interested in the creativity part of it than the actual, you know. They don't let anyone drive helicopters. Cool bucket list. Well, glider flying is surprisingly affordable. It's just, it takes a lot of time to, like, you have to wait around an airfield for the right conditions or be near an airfield, and, you know. So it's good. It's really quite affordable though, for considering how mental it is. Updated your BIOS this morning. Oh no. You got a lot here, singing, quick witty jokes, and sometimes even drop. Well, the witty jokes is debatable, let's be honest. The wit is, yeah, if you're suffering from a concussion, do highly debate. Look, it's not exactly the pinnacle of comedy here, but you know, I think I say we lower the bar and the despair is really high.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Gary, thank you very much. Nice shiny head, yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for all the support. I mean, I thought we'd get like good views today, but I didn't think it'd be as mental as it's been. So I appreciate it. You're gonna buzz? I could do another cup of tea. I am well due for a cup of tea. Ace just got removed from the 505 game store. That's it, cancelled it as a troll. The most elaborate troll in the history of sim racing. Thanks for following, Just Dave. Thanks, guys.
The pace car is out of control. The pace car is out of control.
Shiny ray traced head. That's where it's at.
The pace car is out of control. The pace car is out of control.
Assetto Corsa Evolution. Evolution.
Evolution. Evolution. Evolution. Evolution. Evolution. Racing simulator. Made by men in Italy. They don't drink cups of tea. It's Assetto Corsa 3. It's not AC or ACC. It's Assetto Assetto Evolution. Assetto Evolution. It's a
revolution.
Assetto. Assetto.
What a stupid song.
Assetto Corsa Evolution.
My scooter moment. I thought people was joking when they said Assetto Corsa website was powered by GoDaddy, but now it's loaded on my screen. It's powered by GoDaddy. Someone got him a spot on Britain's Got Talent. Scooter's actually performing this year around the UK's touring if you want to see Scooter. How much is the fish? Yondaz, can you be sat inside one of those carnival rides and just scream the mental stuff in the oh, it's be like that guy, the kid. Oh, let's go, everybody. What does he say? Okay, let's go. We've got a sound alert for that. Okay, let's go. How many downloads? Oh, okay, let's go. Strip club DJ, Steel Jono. Thank you. First super on a live strip. That's 2 people that have done super chats for us. Thank you very much. First ever. Can you link Matt's channel, guys, so you can check it out? Matt Olica's channel. Link a random call sign as well. Hang on, got some channels to link here. Just past 1,000 likes. And Champion Joe would be good. Let me just link it to some. Subscribe to random call sign here. And then Champion Joe. They're 2 people that they'd play a lot of AC. Oh, hello! Cool Banks. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Beautiful servo motors for her leg. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Perfectly formed, powerful arms. DD girl. 5 members. There you go. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim ring. Woo! Thanks guys. Filing account with the 5 memberships has gone insane. Bloody hell. Who's got a membership from that? Dan Fry. Coulthard, Christopher Allwood, Inductor, and Strike and Cole McKenns. You're now members, whether you like it or not. Is this Spotify? There you go. This is the ultimate place to be for music that rocks your brain. All you know is that the price is over €35 before discount, and that's what you voted for. Well, you know, we're going to have to see what the Steam price is. The Ace Discord is going mental. Let's have a look here. Where is it? Where are they? I don't have. How do you get what? Oh, I don't have the Assetto Corsa Discord. The JDM kids are throwing a tantrum. Why is that? I mean, the thing is, so it's with AC. With AC, you have like different groups of like you've got the people that like the pure racing. You have the cruising people. You have the drifting people. You have the people that are just really about mods and random mod stuff. You have the toge or whatever it's called, you know, the Japanese track driving. There's like a whole and each one is quite a big, its own quite big little niche, and they're quite separate. Like a lot of the people that do drifting in AC, they don't do anything else. That's it. They just do the drifting, and a lot of the people that do the racing don't do the drifting. It's really weird, actually. Yeah, it's really strange how it's all divided. You notice it when live streaming. Thanks, still, Jono. You notice it when you do live streaming AC. Just the if you do drifting, it's a whole different audience. It would be nice if Evo does bring things together more, but I don't know if it will. I think, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. You need GT3 servers for the boring people. Well, I do think AC Evo will benefit from how so ACC kind of separated off a lot of the people that used AC for racing. So having Evo will obviously is killing ACC totally. Evo's replacing it. Still, John Joe, thanks for the donation. I really appreciate that. Don't know if it's going to come up on the screen, but thank you. Yeah, having the ACC players combined into an AC audience, I think that could be really good for keeping it, getting numbers of people into servers and stuff. We're not there yet, no. Price is $30, I think, is what people is coming up. I think it'll have drifting. I think they've already said it will do. Oh dear. Try telling Jardier that ACC's dead. Well, no, well, it's not dead now, but like obviously it'll probably take like 6 months. But Kunos are not going to be updating ACC, and Evo will have GT3 cars in it, and also the online multiplayer. You know, so it's freaking out. Oh no, the shirt's just covered in phlegm. Oh no. This shirt is it's what's it called? Test Drive Unlimited, isn't it? They gave it to me at Gamescom like 2 years ago. Solar Crown, yeah. That game was a bit of a Jesus Christ. Like, it's a shame because I think the developers are really talented, but I just think it's, you know, games when the engine doesn't work well. Didn't AC1 take a year to start seeing drifting? And I can't remember. I think you could drift everything if you wanted to. Like you know, if a simulator's realistic, you can drift every car like you can in real life. It's just gonna be harder with some cars. I don't know if it'll have like full-on drift modes or, you know. Captain Algren, because they'll be updating it all the time. You know, it's developers like to have as much crunch as possible so the staff can have a mental breakdown. It's just part of the games industry. It's because managers of companies are like, hang on, what's the most stressful way of doing something? Let's make it as bad as possible for our staff. It's just a fun part of the games industry. We'll have a Tokyo Extreme race after this, but yeah, when we get back from Sim Formula Europe. Thanks still, John Joe. You want your restricted open world and you want it now. Quigley, thank you for following. Well, so with AC1, the first demo they did was just one track and one car, and then like a week or two after they added some more stuff to it. I think there's a lot of hype for this game. I don't know why, but there seems to be a lot of hype. I don't know where it's coming from. It's not like every live streamer is is like streaming the launch.
Hands in the air for Evo! Here he comes! Here he comes! Everybody waiting! Evo, 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 Evo! Hardcore Evo time! Kudos with the sim! Kudos, kudos! Kudos with the sim! Kudos! Here we go! Hands in the air if you don't like to go slow! Faster in your face, faster in your face! Faster in your face, faster in your face! Faster in your face, faster in your face! Hands in the air for faster time!
Stupid. That's the Kudos Hard Dance remix. How stupid is hard? Hardcore's so dumb. Lyrics should be in German, yeah. I don't think anybody else is doing hardcore menu music remixes. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I don't know what's happening here. Did someone just donate? Oh, bloody hell. D-Man, hello. This is making my expenses very... Hang on, are you doing your tax return a bit late? God, people that leave their tax return to January. Bloody hell, what's wrong with them? They're the worst. Not like I was filling out bloody W8 Ben forms yesterday. Bloody forms. Gee, guys. Okay, we're going to talk about accounts here. This is D-Man's fault. Proof of residence, or like proof of, what's it called? Proof that you work and live in a country form that bloody companies want now. Oh my god, it's the dumbest thing to fill out. Just had to get that off my chest. What's it called? Hang on. Certificate of residence form. Bloody hell. What a pain in the ass. Absolute disaster. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. After the loading simulator, we now have the waiting simulator. Bundle fight is because of you. I have to bloody fill out the form, but at least UK tax is not as bad as American tax. Like the your tax process in America is terrible. UK is actually not that bad for tax. Say some release is delayed because devs are watching Game of Muscle Strip. It's unlikely, isn't it? AC Evo being patched can see it on Steam DB. They've just removed the wheels on all the cars. So in America, they have individual tax laws and forms for each state, and then they have a whole the whole weirdo rebate system. Yeah, UK's actually done a good job with the HMRC website. This is really great for viewers. Oh, the people waiting. All the people waiting for Evo, and we're talking about bloody tax. Can you imagine? Oh, I think I'll tune in to see if Evo's out. Oh, what bloody guy talking about HMRC's website? Well, good. No, it's good. They've done a good job on it. I'm thick as bricks, and I think their website's good. Imagine the devs come in chat now and say we pranked you. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Kunos forgot to put fuel in the cars. That happens. Oh no! Imagine if Evo drove like iRacing. Imagine. Yeah, well, it has to come out not too late because we're travelling tomorrow, so you know, got to make the most of it. Not iRacing again. Glenn Jacobs, thanks for following. We're getting new, so Project Motorsports by Straight 4. That's the developers. Yeah, we're going to Sim Formula. Are you going to be there, D-Man? You should go. It's right. Are you still there? You still in that area? We're going on Saturday and Sunday. Lawrence is going. There's a couple of people there. It'll be good. Obviously, you know people are going as well. If you're in, yeah, as I say, it's only an hour from Cologne. Will Evo replace iRacing? No, it doesn't work like that. So iRacing has like a iRacing has a established user base of people that enjoy that video game. So you're not gonna. I mean, I could see it taking, like ACC. I could see it taking away users potentially if it offers like competition, but you're not going to have a game. Is not going to come out within a year that offers the structure, the people that are used to it. I mean, like the big events in iRacing, people like like the Daytona that's happening this weekend, and voice chat. And iRacing gets updated, and also people get good at it. Doesn't matter what's a more realistic sim or anything. It's like each racing simulator, separate to what's more or less realistic, is its own video game, and people get good at specific video games. And so those people that are used to and good at one certain video game will just want to play that. And even if a better game comes out, people like. I mean, you like what you've got used to in many ways, so yeah. It's out! It's not on my screen. We've got to reload Steam. Reload Steam is out! It's on! It's happening! It's happening! It's reload Steam. Ah, it's happening. It's happening! Hype! Right, that's it. And goodbye, guys. Thanks for watching. Oh, we've that's it. End of the stream. Finished. Everyone, panic! Right. Are people excited? Oh no. Freaking out. Well, we're reloading Steam here. Assetto Corsa Ever 26.39 is the price. That's the price. So hang on, let's do the poll.
Okay, let's go.
Installing. How big is it? 38 gig. I called it. We said 50. Beautiful. It's downloading. Beautiful. %.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
The normal.
It's probably one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 GT mods. It's really good.
Right. We just download now. Just change some settings on this. What? Okay. Downloading. No multiplayer in this at the moment. You were here for day one. I need a cup of tea. So I might grab a cup of tea whilst this downloads. We can't start the game without a cup of tea, can we? I mean, really, that's ridiculous. I'm just going to get a cup of tea. I'll be back in a second, guys.
Okay, let's go.
control.
Hello? What's going on? Oh, apparently it's now. Ah, downloaded. Are you ready? Are you ready, guys? Oh. Let's. We ready to experience the Assetto? Let's see. Here we go! Okay, let's go. Right, here we go. Okay, let's go. Right, loading. Don't know what's happening. Don't know. Nothing's happening yet. Launching.
Okay, let's go.
Game launching. Nothing's happening. Oh. Well. Launching. Have I got to click on something? Oh, here we go. Play Assetto Corsa Evo. Launch it in OpenXR mode. There you go. Confirmed OpenXR is an option. That's good. So, if you're playing in VR, supporting OpenXR is good because the feature set of that is decent. Right. Yeah, that'll help with performance. So good. That's good. Loading. It's loading. Not responding. Why is the window tiny? What's this? It's a game for ants. What's happening? Offline mode. Hang on. It's got. So it has to always be online. It wants to check with online servers. Look at this, a bath. Okay. It looks nice and sharp. Well, let's just see if we can drive straight away. See what happens. What is this? Okay. Where's the MX-5, or do we have to rent it? A. Well, seems like you can alt-tab the game quickly. That's good. There's no... thought someone said there was an MX-5, but there isn't. Or do you have to unlock it, maybe? Ah, it's my license, okay. Well, what do you try first? Let's try this Honda. Why not? A Ford Escort. We'll go for that. Okay. So what do we do? Okay. Hang on. We've picked that. The design of this user interface is already a bit questionable. There you go. Selected it. This interface layout is terrible. I'm calling it that. I'm sorry, guys. This is a UI failure. I mean, what on earth are they thinking? Maybe it's all right once you've learnt it. But what were they thinking? Menu review. I'm already giving it 3 out of 10 for UI design. Calling it. Sorry, Kudos. This is terrible. GP. What is that? Like, how have they made this UI worse than ACC? I'm being honest. I'm being honest. Like, it's not. That's not. It doesn't make sense, does it? It's not intuitive at all, and it's not. But fair enough. Right. Let's continue. Start session. Yeah, the ACC UI was a bit weird, but like the thing with this is, it's not immediately obvious what to click on to select what, and then it's like, okay, how is it related? It's really bad. Basic flow, basic UI design principles have just gone out the window. You know, I think it looks like it'd be a fast to browse UI with a D-pad. So it's weird because the other basic UI look quite nice. All right, here we go. Thanks for subscribing. Nice animated driver in the cockpit. Here we go. Yeah, let's turn this off. Where is it? What is this? Do they like consult with a designer for the user interface? This is terrible UI design. Come on, guys. It's on the screen with the cast, like... Okay. So we have to go back out. Hang on, why have we got Gran Turismo menu sounds? It seems to load snappy, that's good. Oh, here we go, sis. Here, right, fine. What's this stability control? To turn that off. Okay. I can see how this could be fast to navigate with a like a D-pad, which is clearly they've got console in mind for that, which is fine. It's just don't know if it'll automatically detect the wheel. No. So what? So that doesn't work. How do you... Oh, you've got to click this. Okay. At least it's put them all there. Where's the wheel? There we go. Nice. I can see why they've done it this way, to be fair. Why would you not have the input displayed here immediately though? Like, it's weird, isn't it? It's strange that you have like this sort of stuff has been worked out like a decade ago, and then developers still release stuff where it's like, how on earth can you how on earth can you still get that? You know, what? Why would it not have defaults for the Moser as well? Like, it's a common wheel. Why would that not just be there? Early access. It's just weird, isn't it? But it detects it though. It does detect it. In fairness, it is detecting it. So when you know when you play yeah, their settings on the website are not good settings, D-man. When... Oh, right, okay. Right, so we've got shift up, shift down, turn left and right. What else we do? We've got brake. Let's see what happens. Yeah, the problem with MS2 is it doesn't even bind, so that's even worse. But like stuff like this was worked out for Live for Speed, wasn't it? What? Why is the accelerate? So you can't. There's no like axis immediately for the pedals here, so you can't see what's going on. How do you invert it? Like, that just shouldn't... These are housing valve pedals. It just shouldn't be a thing that like... Like, why is there not a button? Like, the pace car is out of control. Wow, I didn't even want that. Select it, properties. Oh, invert. Yeah, but why is there nothing on the screen showing the pedal input? That's like the most. It's like the most basic part of a pedal and steering wheel and input, right? You should have like a throttle bar so you can immediately click it and you're like, oh yeah, I can see it moving up and down, and then you click it and you'd be like, oh, it's back to front. Like, alright, at least that's there. That's that, fine. It does give you the options, you know, it does give you the options. Yeah, iRacing does a good job with its control configuration. Do I have to invert the brake as well, or is that working? I'm going to go for inverting it. I'm going to invert all of them. Who knows? Yeah, it's really basic UI stuff. It's like, yeah, you know. Right, there we go. Right, the game's running at 60 FPS, so it seems like the default, maybe it's defaulted on with G-Sync. Drive speed in the pit lane. The field of view. Alright, okay. We need to change some graphics settings here. Why is the default field of view so high? Why? Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Like, why wouldn't you have the default field of view be within a range that's just a good default? I don't get the. Look, you could say I'm being like over the top, but how do like you have those like really basic stuff? Why would you not just have it at lower field of view? You set a default. Why would you set the default to be something so high? Where is the? Let's have a look for camera settings. I was using DLAA with no upscaling. What have you got the Gran Turismo sound? I don't even know what I clicked. Oh, I think we crashed the game. The game's crashed. Oh no, it's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! Right. Field of view. Where would you likely put field of view? Surely you think our video, monitor, default, vertical sync, like upscaling, anti-aliasing. It's in the menu. Like, what's this cancel button? Like, is it if you've changed stuff? That doesn't even... They've done stuff in the UI design that, like, just doesn't make sense at all. Like, who... Like, view settings. Okay, fair enough. Right. Fine. It's not the end of the world. It's just weird. Early access, guys. Early access. Early access. Oh, okay. Apply. Motion. Lock to horizon setting. That's good. And movement setting. That's good. So that's really good. Fair play. It's good to have. Bonnet factor. What's bonnet factor? What? Hang on. What is bonnet factor? Bonnet factor. But why are we getting 60 FPS? Has it got an FPS limit on it? It's good. It's got multi-sample anti-aliasing. Oh, here we go. Display. Why would you default it to 60 FPS? Kudos. It's on PC. Why would you default it to 60? Like, it's just really weird. It's like when developers put motion blur on by default. Why? Why would you set that? I guess you go, oh, I guess some monitors are 60, but surely why would you still set it to 60? It doesn't make sense. Thanks for following.
The pace car is out of control.
Why would you set it higher? What do you mean, why would you set it higher? Because you get lower latency? Seems like we're only hitting 60 FPS though.
The pace car is out of control.
He's freaking out. No, I told you some of you would find it difficult. We are... I'm just critical of stuff that I've got like 25, 30 years of sim racing experience. And so when games don't do stuff that's been worked out 20 years ago, I will point it out because it would be dishonest not to. Sounds nice. There's... It feels nice and easy to drive. It seems a bit sloppy. There's a lot of damping on by default here. Well, I mean the frame rate here is not good at the moment. quite big stutters and stuff. It's not the stream that's choppy, it's the game. We're gonna need to fiddle with the force feedback a bit. The tyre skid sounds nice. The slides seem a bit more drawn out than AC1. No, it's not, I mean, this is drivable. We need to tweak the force feedback because it's a lot more muted than AC1. But for a road car, this is, you know, seems pretty reasonable. It's a little less. It's less snappy than AC1. The force feedback does go a bit flat when you get in the slide, though. Oh, we need to tweak the force feedback here. I mean, a real car sounds a bit dull. I think the tyre skid sounds nice. They've got a nice compressed suspension sound as well when you're going through a compression. That's good. I mean, this is totally drivable. Very predictable. It feels a little bit sluggish, and it feels a bit sluggish. Right. Well, no, we're only hitting 60 FPS, so we need higher frame rate. We can probably turn that off. DLAA upscaling, DLSS. That there we go. We get a better performance there. Well, no, if we're only getting 60 FPS, then it's all about frame rate. Why with DLSS we're still only getting 50, 60 FPS? What's going on here? 3080. Yeah. Yeah, I'm using DLAA. That's what I want. Oh, we could use it. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah. Set it to there you go. No, we will do it. I want to drive the cars first. Yeah, we've already changed the FPS setting. There we go, we're getting 90, 70, 90. Oh yeah, look, you can see the flag blurring from the SS. There's some stutter as well. Yeah, the UI is not a good design UI. You know, you have like years of UI development to go by. Why have we got... So we have like stutters as you're going through the track. Quite big pauses. I actually quite like the way they've done the engine sound. It's not like the most aggressive sound, but it sounds in tune. It's quite pleasant to listen to. I think people that like road cars will like this handling, to be honest. Super easy to drive, really progressive. There is good range to the... might be like the force feedback for the suspension and stuff. We're going into massive slides. It'll be interesting how it drives when we just get the initial slide just right. Bonnet fact. It sounds like something from like an old-fashioned novel. Oh, show me your bonnet factor. Right, let's. We need better performance. Right. I mean, the thing is, you would have hoped that you'd load it up and then it would have settings that would default be somewhat decent, but this it's stuttering. There's frame timing issues.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, like you generally you just want the default graphic settings to be. We put DLSS on quality, you still see artifacting from that. What is this? Oh, okay. Hang on, are they lying and it's not really MSA? What's this filmic anti-aliasing?
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, I thought the sounds are... it seems nice for a road car. Anisotropic filtering could just be on maximum. I don't know why they wouldn't do that. This is all on the lowest settings, so I'm not sure why it's running so bad. Screen space shadows. Oh yeah, well, turn them off. You've got some post-processing defaults, which is nice. Why have we got motion blur on? No, it's off by default. That's good. Fair play. Should be latest graphics versions. We can double check. We can have a little update. I'm playing on a 4K screen, so. Let's see what it runs with no DLSS. Is there new NVIDIA drivers for this? We'll have a look. I mean, for the handling seems like for most stuff, the handling seems fine for the road car. Let's change the force feedback. The performance is a little bit worrying. Obviously, they'll optimize as things go along, but if you're only getting 60 FPS with a 3080 Ti on low settings, that's a bit with stutter. You know.
race. You don't know how to race. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris.
What's his steering assist? Wait, what's that about? Speed sensitive. Why is this on here? Steering filter. What's that? What's all that about?
If you don't know how to race, please go home and play Tetris.
Oh dear, this the AA looks terrible. It feels like it's got quite a lot of built-in damper because we just turned all the damping off, which is, you know, it's not unnatural, but it's like it feels like the developer has put more damper on than's actually needed in order to make the steering not overactive, but they've basically taken away the control from the end user to be able to set the damper up themselves. So what you might do as an end user, if you have overactive steering, which you can have in some sims, well, you can put the damper on based off your wheel rather than the game forcing you to have a certain damping, if that makes sense. That was the dynamic damping. We can turn that off. But so like some sims tend to have quite a lot, just the way the force feedback works as well. It's just built in, so it's fine. It's a design choice, but that's the dynamic damper and the minimum. I don't know how they work it out. We could try that. I mean, it feels really good for a road car though. Like, it's not that it's bad. It's just I feel like it takes it away from the end user, which, you know, they'll probably argue, well, that's good. It's made it more consistent, but. It feels more like AC than ACC, which would make sense with these road tyres. I think AC1's got. What do you mean? What's that? If you that's pretty much how a car slides. If you push into a corner, that's not unrealistic. I think AC1 has more detailed force feedback though, to be honest. It just feels like it's got damping built into it. It's muting a lot of details. We can remove some of the I do have some filters on Moser though, so we can turn them off. Yeah, the handling's pretty. I've been around racetracks in road cars and they're pretty much like this, so. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realise that once if you're on road tyres, if you massively push into a corner, you do go into quite a large understeer slide. That's the idea, is that you brake so that you don't go into that state. A lot of people probably are only used to driving a road car and braking in a straight line and ABS stopping it sliding, so they don't know that. You know. Just a it's fairly similar to it. It feels a bit more progressive than AC, like a bit mushier, a little bit less snappy than AC1. That for the road car, the back's not snapping out as aggressively, which isn't necessarily bad. I mean, you could argue that the rear snaps out a bit too aggressively in AC1 in some ways. We don't have the Porsche Cup yet. It does feel a bit At the limit, though, is a little bit sort of flat at the limit. Well, we could try a different car. How do we unlock stuff? Oh, what's going on here? Okay. Well, AC1 has more detailed force feedback for sure. But we're going to change some settings actually on the wheel. Yeah, the graphics, it's a bit worrying how badly it's running, to be honest. It was the version they had at Sim Racing Expo was running a lot better. We'll try a different car. How do we unlock? So this is the thing, right? I've loaded into this. You don't know, do you? Like, this is how you... And this is like how... This is the user interface is atrocious. You load the game. What do you do? What do you unlock? How does it work? It's not... Well, you just wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know. It's like they've not tested this with a user base or something. Like... Okay, so you drive, okay. The thing is, why are there not cars in here? How am I supposed to know that I can unlock cars? How am I? It should all just be intuitive in the user interface. It should be like, oh, here's the cars you've got. Here's the cars you can unlock. You click on it. Oh, right, there you go. That's... You are the test. No, we're paid to be a beta tester. Okay, academy, licenses, no, vehicles. So what? Special events. Nothing there. Turn this music off. So how do we get those other cars?
The pace car is out of control. The pace car is out of control.
I mean, it's not me being dumb, is it? Like, at what? I mean, maybe it is me being dumb. What? The flow of this user interface is terrible. Kunos, do you not test these things? Come on, guys. I mean, this is honestly a worse user interface than the original ACs in terms of, like, how intuitive it is to work out what to do. Oh, hang on, I've lost the chat room here. It'll be worth the price. I'm sure it'll be fun. Okay,
let's go.
You can't select rental. It won't let you pick it. Maybe it's because online is broken. It did say. It said you have to connect to a server at the start and the server's offline. Yeah, so maybe that's a massive F up. If you have to be online to access stuff, which would make sense if they wanted to stop people potentially cheating. But then basically it's an online only game. Yeah. So, it's just... Oh. Why? Come on. It's like... How do developers cock stuff up like oh. Rip. I mean, the handling is probably fine. It's hard to tell with road cars like that. I mean, from my perspective, if they do like ranked racing inside of the game, and that generally works, and like I mean, the handling's decent, so as long as it's like somewhat close to AC. I mean, the handling in this is, if it feels like at the moment from that road car, it feels like a sort of weird in between of AC and ACC. Like it seems like the handling seems good, but this user interface is so piss poor. I mean, honestly. And then the frame rate is really worrying how badly it's running. Well, no, it depends how you're going to define a simcade. Like, not in terms of physics, but in terms of like if you've got to unlock cars and you have a single player to it and everything. So the simcade might not be from the physics, but it can be from the actual gameplay. Yeah, we were in practice. This is literally Gran Turismo sounds. Yeah, it supports motion simulators already. Yeah, I mean, this is not going to run well on your VR headset at the moment. If it's struggling to run at like 60, 70 FPS in 4K, this is going to be a dog in VR. Okay, this says 80 FPS with this car. Yeah, we could try turning the mirrors off. It is a good idea, because we don't need them. I mean, it is nice. It's much crisper than ACC, which is nice, and it doesn't have the same shadow popping. I don't think DLSS does work in VR. I mean, this feels like an alpha. I don't think Kunos should have released this like like this now. I think it needs more development. Ah! Penalty! I mean, this looks worse than AC1. We're going to have to, like, because we've had to turn the graphics down, and we get 45 FPS. What on earth? Look at this object popping. What? Object fading it. What on earth? So what are we going to do? Like put... Oh, dear, they should not have done this. Did it update? We could try updating the drivers. Right. We could put some DLSS on. We turn that off. Let's put it on quality. Use a preset. Well, more bonnet. Give it some more bonnet. Well, this has much. The driving in this is already way better than AMS2 in terms of physics. Like straight away, the cars are not sliding around. There's no way you're going to get this to run well in VR if it's performing anything like this. What's worrying me more than the low frame rate are these like big drops that we're getting. Yeah, they've only got a handful of cars at the moment. It's not. It doesn't have the it doesn't do the bouncy thing over the curbs, which is nice. I've turned the mirrors off. Well, we can try. I can make sure my graphics card's updated to the latest version. I think we did update it recently, but. We got chasing shadows as well, but I mean it is on low settings, so. Let's try video. Go put the graphics on. We're gonna do a preset. Put it on like high. See what ultra. Let's go for it. See what happens. And restart the game. We'll restart. I'll also double check our graphics drivers as well. Confirm. So at the moment, I mean the physics seem fine. Don't seem better than the suspension seems better than AC, but the force feedback and the actual response to the vehicle isn't necessarily better than AC. But you could debate it whether it's fine. Physics better than AMS2 and stuff. But the UI is effing terrible. The frame rate and performance, unless we update the graphics card, is really worrying. I don't know how you end up with that with this user interface. I don't get it. It like I just don't get it. I struggle to understand it. Like, there's so many examples of user interfaces. Even ACC generally had a better user interface. That wasn't perfect. A lot of developers have done this with user interfaces. It's just really strange. Just basic design that's really, I would say, arguably is just absolutely effing terrible design. NVIDIA. It's arbitrary. That's the thing that's weird. I can understand someone doing a user interface that's novel, and you're like, oh, I don't really like this, but it's I don't get it. Yeah, it needs more bevel. Thanks for subscribing. Hang on. Let's see what driver we're on. I mean, I can see how you could navigate the UI they have quickly using a D-pad, but it looks cluttered. It looks cluttered, and it's unclear where stuff is and why it would be where it is. And it should be immediate to anyone that's played every driving sim and a whole host of video games for 20 plus years. It should be immediately obvious where stuff would be. Like, that's just how you know. Unless they genuinely came up with a completely novel user interface that was actually better, but that's, you know, that's really rare. But that, you know, if they did that, fine. Right, here we go. I'm just checking my drivers here. We'll update our graphics drivers to the December. Maybe that. Maybe the performances from graphic drivers. So that would be nice if that fixes that. That'd be at least a positive. Yeah, the original AC user interface wasn't that bad, to be honest. Like, you could see it used design principles that a lot of games used. The only bad thing about the original AC UI is that you had to, when you clicked on something, you had to wait for it to go to it. But in terms of like layout of options and where things were and how clear the buttons were, it was actually it wasn't the worst UI, to be honest. It might have looked bad, but it actually was very clear to use. Way more clear than a lot of stuff. Right, I'm just installing drivers here, so stuff might happen. But to be honest, with Evo, like the handling's generally fine. The force feedback's better than ACC, probably because a road car's got less peaky tyres. If it's got online ranked racing at some point with splits and you can do all that, that's fine. That serves its purpose. So I'm a little bit more optimistic about the force feedback, to be honest, than I was at Sim Racing Expo. But I'm more worried about the frame rate, and I'm more worried about the user interface. Well, so my expectations from an early access. The worrying thing is, it seems to have quite a lot of janky, bizarro design choices. What you want from an early access is for the frame rate to generally be okay, because that's quite a hard thing to really improve massively. We'll see what the drivers do here. You want the basic fundamentals to be nice and solid, but it to be lacking content. So if you look at the original Assetto Corsa, the early access just didn't have any content in it, but it was completely solid as a game. It did crash occasionally, but like it was totally solid, right? Whereas we've just been loaded this up and we're greeted by you can't connect to online servers. So that immediately makes me go, oh, here we go. Now there's going to be times when you'll want to load up and do a race, but you can't connect to it because there's some weird server issue. Great, but then the game's pretending to be an offline game, but it's not. It's an online game, but it doesn't know what it is. So you're already in like a kind of weird schizophrenic, like, is it an offline game? Is it an online game? Will I be able to access my cars that I've unlocked? Will I not? Will I be dependent on the servers? Don't know. Then do you know what I mean? Yeah. Then loading a game and a driving sim in 2025, your wheel not working straight away is a problem. Like, if you've got like a Moser, maybe the Fanatec wheels work straight away. Someone in chat said it didn't. But if you've got like a Moser, a Fanatec, a Simucube, an Acertec, it should just work straight away. It should literally just work. Like, you shouldn't even have to bind anything. If you're using a default Moser wheel rim, a default Acertec wheel rim, a default Fanatec wheel rim, all of that should work, and it should have okay force feedback settings. It should just be in the game. Like, I don't think that's I don't think that's me being mental. Again, early access, and maybe that's something they would do later on. But I think even in early access, it's the kind of thing that you probably want nailed. Yeah, the fact that you had to invert the pedals is insane. For Housing Bell pedals, you shouldn't have to invert your pedals. Because how many people would load the game up and not understand that that's what's going on and think that there's something out? Like, do you know what I mean? So maybe, you know, that's something. It's early access. So, but still. Ah, dear. Right, we just updated the graphics. I think I'll restart the PC as well. Restart. It's weird that my PC didn't ask to restart automatically. Yeah, It unlocked the other car. Yeah, so it definitely checks. It uses online to check what you've unlocked. So it's probably like some kind of protection method. I mean, it kind of makes sense if you're going to do an online store, and also if you want to make sure people aren't cheating the single player. If you're going to have if you're going to do like what they plan to do with the open world thing, it kind of makes sense. This guy complains about people who complain. High level 0. I mean, what I don't understand, what I struggle to understand is why as a developer, if you're making good money off stuff already, why? What's the rush of setting a date? Why even set a date until it's like more polished? Like what's the point? Like you can't make a first impressions twice, can you? There's an online toggle in the menu. Okay. Why are you so nasty? I mean, I think I'm being pretty measured on this, you know. The thing is, as a YouTuber, you make a hell of a lot more money if you don't say anything critical about these things, because, you know, people will be like, oh, I'm excited, I spent money on it. And then as soon as you start saying critical stuff, you know, all those people that want confirmation bias will go to another YouTuber that's only saying positive things or is being totally anodyne. So that then makes me look very negative when I'm literally just being honest. But that's just how the world is. Here we go. Getting back the stream back up here. I know, the thing is, you know, with Kunos, it's like Reza. They will keep polishing it, and it will get better, and it will keep improving. So, you know, they are a really good developer. They're not a developer that just drops it and then it's like, well, there you go. But right, here we go. Just changing all these settings here and get my wheel settings back up. So we'll load the game up again. Get some music back on. I mean, obviously, you're not going to expect a early access title to. It's going to be hard for a developer to compete with their previous game that's had like 10 years of development on it. So I think it is unfair to compare it with AC in a direct sense, but I don't think it's unfair to compare it with what you should expect from a game. Do you know what I mean? So often with like a new version of a game comes out, like when ACC came out, it would be unfair for someone to go, "Well, it doesn't have the cars that AC has," or "Oh, it crashes a bit," or whatever. At launch, it's like, fine, you know, that's fine. Just get some music on here. Right. Get back up here. From our little 2 minutes there, it feels to me like it's going to take at least 8 months for it to get into a good state. It'll be fun. It will be fun to see the updates though. It's always good. Right, we're loading back in now. We've updated the drivers. I've changed some force feedback settings on my wheel. Right, Right, servers on. It's also the most early access. Right, what's going on here? Oh, here we go. No, offline. So their servers are just getting hammered. But then this is a really big problem. Right. I understand why you might have, I say, to check for cheating or to check for content and, you know, whatever you do, like with flight sim and stuff. But it's a huge problem if you can't access content. Like it's with flight sim, because their servers were messed up, you cannot access the basic functions of the game, because those functions of the game in flight sim's case needed though to be able to download that content. And so without the server, or in their case specific parts of the server not working, can't play the game. So you might, like, if you have something like this, it might as well effectively be just an online game and their servers are up or their servers are down. This weird in between, I think it's a bit problematic for all games that do it, to be honest. Where was the someone said you can maybe toggle it? Yeah, the Sim Racing Expo version was a lot better than this. Like, you know, there's obviously, that's a very tailored demo. Hang on. RX 120, it's the first hour of online access. Chill about the... No, so you're missing the point. It doesn't matter if it's the first hour of early access. I'm not expecting the servers to work. I'm not talking about that. Obviously, yeah, you expect servers to get hammered. That's fine. That's not. I'm not making an argument based off the fact the servers are down now because it's early access. They might always be generally on. What I'm talking about is that's why I specifically talked about Microsoft Flight Sim as well, because when you have video games that have, it might be rightly so that they have a significant online component. I was just explaining the problem of when you have that and the nature of that and how, you know, how that affects games. So it doesn't matter that it's offline now. It's well, the servers are probably wrecked because there'll be a load of people accessing it. But that is a problem of having stuff that's online. Like that's the problem. Servers do get wrecked at a certain point. So every time there's a big update to AC, it's reasonably likely that the servers might go down. Well, that is a bit of a problem, isn't it, for video games? Because, well, you're going to want to play the game when it's updated. Oh, sorry, you can't access the content, like with Flight Sim or potentially with this. So that it's why I say I think it's a fair point to be critical of when games decide to do online components like that. Right. 7 FPS. Oh dear. Right. Yeah, we just updated drivers and everything. We're getting 72 FPS, and this is with DLSS on. Yeah, I don't see how it's beneficial for Kunos to have done this early access. You'll be able to have fun with it, I'm sure. But I mean, maybe for modders potentially to have something, a framework to access. That's a good reason to have early access a bit early. Oh, I think the driver update might have helped the frame timing issue, so that's good. Like the stutter thing. Well, they don't. They make good money off AC. Yeah, so definitely get the latest NVIDIA drivers if you're getting big frame drops. Well, I mean, it's not like you don't have to play. The thing with an early access is you don't have to play it. This is what I thought was weird with the criticism of LMU. It's like, well, you don't have to buy it. you don't have to play it. So, you know, you do have the other games to play. You got R-Factor 2 and LMU, and with AC's case, you can play AC and ACC. So, you know, but that's a separate conversation to why would a developer put something out that's going to make them look, you know, it's going to give a bad first impressions potentially. Yeah, well, since we've updated the graphics card, it's running smoother now, so that's good. So definitely make sure you got the December NVIDIA drivers. The force feedback's definitely worse in this than AC one. It's a bit like AC, but then it's just lacking the it's just less detailed. There's like built-in there's like some built-in damper, so you can't feel what the tires are doing as well. This car handles nice. Like the physics seem good. Could do with some more oversteer, but try the Golf. What did we try earlier? Yeah, well, the problem is we can't select the Porsche Cup. We did the Ford Escort was the best car so far. We've only driven two though. Which Golf? This Golf. Okay. This one. I mean, it does drive a lot better than Project Cars 2, Automobilista 2. I'd say only AC and Automobilista, I think, are more snappy than this. Sort of not more responsive, if that makes sense. Alright, let's start this. Yeah, the range driving was one of the things actually that in the tech demo they had at Sim Racing Expo, the range driving in the Alpine was really nice. Well, you can RX 120. You can make AC1 force feedback feel like this by just adding a load of damper to it. Just add a shitload of damper to it, and you'll get very similar. This does have a little bit more depth to that when you the initial turning and how it resists the turning, but that doesn't help you drive the car. So okay, the steering rack feels realistic, but it's completely pointless from a driving perspective. We'll go. Yeah, we did turn the damping off. Yeah, the force feedback is nicer for this sort of feel of the steering rack, but for once you're actually in a slide, it's not. So, which is it's giving you information for stuff that you don't need. It's like great. It's like basically it's the equivalent of having a canned force feedback effect. It's not canned, but it might as well be. And I don't understand how a game developer would not get why that's important. And I know a lot of players, they'll be like, "Oh, it feels like a real car because it's got loads of damping." But you know, this is where we are with force feedback. Sadly. unfortunately, people just don't understand force feedback in an abstract way, or a way that's useful for driving. I like the tyre sounds are great. Yeah, like through the court, it's shit. Fuck me. Force feedback shit. Fucking hell, guys. That's it. Sim racing's over. It's over. It's shit through the corner. Once the car is understeering, no detail. So what's the point? Fuck me. That's it. It's over. If you're in a road car like this, and there's no dynamic range to it, like, I'm sure you can have fun racing. It's better than Gran Turismo. But if once the car is loaded up in the corner and there's no range to force feedback, what are you driving from? How could they not understand? How can they not understand? I don't get it. Oh dear. Yeah, it's realistic. It is. You can't fault them for realism. For the force feedback's realistic. Fair play to them, but you're not in a real car, so yeah, it does feel very realistic. To be clear, yeah, but Jimmy's talking shit, so I don't care what Jimmy says. I'm telling you the truth. It's realistic, but it's dead once the tyres are loaded. So what's the point? Like, how are you meant to drive by feel? That's why AC1 is so genius. Accidentally or on purpose, like, you can't know from the force feedback here when braking how much to brake to rotate the car. It's just by visuals. It's easy to drive though, so people will like it. It's got really strong self-aligning. The suspension is way better over bumps. So like, the physics are fantastic, to be fair. So if the steering feels realistic, it's just, well, we're in a sim rig, so that's a problem. Yeah, the suspension's great. And I quite like the audio, to be honest. Like, the physics are great. I think the audio is, if you've driven a road car or been in a road car on a racetrack, it's quite muted, especially if you're wearing a helmet. Tyre skid sounds nice. The car's got a little bit of squiggle to it on the braking going into the corner. It's super stable, even if you massively overdrive it through the corner there. There's a lot of understeer because I'm driving badly. But the physics are spot on. Just the force feedback's complete shit. That's my mild review. That's my reasonable. And do you know what? We're stuck. I talked to the developer. I talked to them directly. They don't get it. I don't think they ever will. I think a lot of people won't. They do not get it. So I think we're screwed, to be honest. No, it's the same problem that ACC has, in that once it's loaded up, you still have grip. You've got grip, but it's loaded up. So once you go into more, so as we go through these right-handers, I've got the angle of the wheel turned in, right? It's loaded up. So more or less understeer, oversteer, the grip is changing, but the force feedback stays the same. If you've ever been in a real race car or a real car, the experience you will feel, it might do this through the steering wheel, but the way that you know where the tyres are at the limit is because the G-forces vary in correspondence to how much grip the tyres have, right? And that's how you know how to drive. Outside of visuals, That is how you know how to drive. So if a simulator doesn't have a range of force for that grip changing, you are having to drive in like it's a remote control car, basically. So the thing is, it's not necessarily wrong for a developer to do literal force feedback. The problem is, a driving simulator, you can't feel the tires. This is like, it's not real. That's the problem. You drive a car through your bottom. You need something analogous to that in a sim. Otherwise, you are not. You can't drive properly. No, butt kickers can't do it because it's a vibration and you need a range of load. But so you also have cars in real life. Not only do they not have any self-aligning or force because of the geometry, they will give you like back to front force feedback, and that's realistic. But yeah, you're not going to feel it. So that's why games like BeamNG have like a G-force slider, so that you can still have a sort of a feel for what the car's doing. I mean, the physics are superb. Oh, so we are still getting these weird stutters occasionally. Not sure what's causing it. Should I buy it now? I'd just wait 6 months. I mean, you could buy it now. How can I get what I want in the head of Kunos devs? I mean, I've spoke with them. The argument that the developer would make, other developers make the same argument. They go, oh, well, what do you want us to do? We're trying to make a simulator, and so we're going to make it as literal as possible. And so you can't argue that. It's a design choice, but it's an absolutely mental design choice, because you'd have to, if you think about it, you would have to come to the conclusion that it's a simulator, and the driver needs to be able to feel what the car's doing. So if you take that out of it, it is ultimately less realistic, even if it's not entirely literal. But this is the difficulty that, sort of philosophically, a lot of people that work on simulators, flight sim, driving sim, lots of developers, they philosophically get stuck on this of not being sure where they're being arbitrary over where they're being literal. And the problem is, all sims are fundamentally an abstraction with arbitrary, not arbitrary is maybe the wrong word, but there's loads of choices of abstraction in simulators. But then a developer will then argue that they're not abstracting certain things, because they'll go, well, you know, the tyres are like this, the car's like this, force feedback's like this. So I don't think there's anything you can do. Yeah, we're getting stutter again now, which is a little bit worrying. I mean, the physics in this are a lot better than LMU, I think. But I mean, it's road cars, hard to compare. It does have DLSS. I need to record some stuff here. I think we're screwed, to be honest. I think this is for your average person, it'll be absolutely fantastic. They'll really enjoy it, but you know, it's a regression and not a progression for what sims, you know, to actually feel what the car's doing, for the joy of for capturing the essence of driving. Oh, hang on, I think OBS is causing it to. Yeah, I put OBS on to record, and that's causing the stutter. So I think that's what it was before. It didn't like OBS on at the same time. Oh, we could turn the graphics down though. Alright, just do a few laps, just saving this. The handling's great. It's way more natural over the curbs, and like the car's more stable, but it still has a little bit of wiggle going into braking. I think the game's just crashed. Oh no, that was a long pause. The slides are super progressive. Yeah, the initial suspension loading up is good. I wonder though, with the force feedback, I wonder how much of it is that there's just so much built-in damper. I wonder if that's just really muting the detail that would otherwise be there. Like what I don't. This is a thing. Like developers put so. So the argument would be they put the damper in because it makes the car feel like the real car, because real cars with power steering have really horrendous steering feel, right? But it's like, again, it's not, you're playing on sim racing equipment. So people have different wheels. So, and it's not real, and people. So you need to get more detail out of a sim to make up for the lack of feel that you have in a sim compared to a real car. Like even the shittest road car in a racetrack, there's so much information you feel as a driver. If you don't offer something like that, you've already just massively failed. We need to go back. I'm just doing another lap here. I'm just getting into it. Well, it's like a sound, for example, in a real car when wearing a helmet, you often can't hear stuff very clearly at all, right? In certain cars, especially in a road car, it can be really hard to hear the engine, and you can know what the engine note is through the vibration or looking at the rev gauge and stuff, and then just having a feel for it. But you can sometimes just not hear anything, right? In a road car on a track, it can be wearing a helmet can be super muted. But all racing sims, you have like over the top tyre skid sound and engine sound because it's more immersive and it lets you know what the car's doing. So obviously you do that to make up for the fact you can't bloody feel anything. So why would you not do that for force feedback, you know? Oh well, what do I know? Maybe it needs a Logitech. No. Oh. Got well into the slide there. Even if they're silly accidents, they're going to turn people off, going to be that much harder to get them back. Oh, right, yeah, that's what you're saying. But I mean, the physics are superb, though, so, you know. Yeah, people are going to really like the way the way this force feedback feels, and the weightiness of it, and the way these cars handle. Your average person, and so this is not a knock to them. Most people will think this is the best thing ever. So, from a business perspective, not bad. If they get the frame rate working better, and then you've got the other features in it, people will absolutely love this. Most people will absolutely love it. Yeah, of course my damping's off in the wheel software. No, yeah. So what you get when the front slip is you just feel a sort of a drop off, but it's very, very muted. To be fair, this is. Oh, we went over it there. It's what you'd feel in a real car steering. It's not unrealistic. They've done a very good job of matching it up to what this car would probably feel like. I've never driven this car in real life, but. Yeah, we will do some racing. I'm just trying to turn some laps. I think one of the nice a difference with the physics in this compared to AC, which is a lot better, is you do notice the I'll keep totally messing that corner up. So what happens is when you're braking in a straight line and you slide a bit and then you come off the brake, the grip returns in a nicer way, like more immediately than AC. So there does feel like there's more variation in the grip behaviour of the tyre compared to like AC1 definitely feels rather simplistic in its tyre model and physics. But I mean it's good, but this feels like there's more variation in how the grip's coming and going. I like the engine sounds. I don't know why someone would say they're not good. Yeah, we turned the damper off. I'm going to do one more lap here. I like the, when you downshift and you hear the engine, the RPMs go up. And it hits like a limiter. It's a nice... I think they've done a good job with the sounds. And it is really nice that you can actually attack the curbing without it doing stupid shit. So that is a huge difference. It's a huge criticism of AC. The car definitely wants you to straighten the steering up before braking to then avoid getting the car into a more of a slide. So I think you do the physics. There's more depth to the physics in this, it seems to me, in this short time than there is with AC1. I'm just butthurt about force feedback. Well, at least compared to AMS2, these actually drive like cars. Like AMS2, the cars don't drive like cars. I'm sorry.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That's amazing. It's probably one of the...
See, there's more range in the...
or not the best simulation to practice.
So in AC1, there's more of a defined under the limit, over the limit, and more of more of a binary kind of behavior. This has more. This seems to have more range to the depth that you've got at the limit in the physics, if that makes sense. Which I think that's really good. It really does want you to brake it with the car with the wheel straightened up, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's definitely, you can get away with braking with a lot more steering angle in AC1 and other simulators. This wants you to have the wheel straightened up. Otherwise, you risk locking up all the wheels and sliding for ages. I don't think that's bad, actually. And I could totally see that being a realistic behaviour. Don't know.
The pace car is out of control.
It'd be nice to have a race car to drive. I mean, this is again the handling of this is good. Like the handling of it is good. Let's do some sliding. You can't. The physics are actually effing good. In fairness, look, the force feedback. In terms of actually feeling what the car's doing, effing terrible. UI, effing terrible. But credit where credit's due, the physics seem effing good. Wait, we're being fair! We're being fair! Like, the physics seem really, with this car, really compelling, actually. Like, I'm driving more laps, I'm noticing more subtle behaviour that's interesting. Well, we're playing in 4K. So so from a graphics engine perspective of performance, I am recording as well on OBS, so that's affecting it. But apart from the hitches it has, which could just be like something they'll fix, the frame timing, despite the lower frame rate, is good. Whoa! So that's from a graphics engine perspective. That's positive. So if you've got a lower frame rate, but the frame timing is generally quite consistent, that's a good sign generally, because with AC1 you could have like 150 FPS, but the frame timing could be a bit weird, which is one of the weird things with our Unreal Engine tended to do that, where you could have a lower frame rate but the frame time would be really good. There's some other games like that. More recent games seem to do better frame timing at lower frame rates, whereas older games, like if you remember old Counter-Strike, CSGO, a whole bunch of older games, you literally have to be getting 200 FPS for the frame timing to make sense, because there'd need to be like an overlap of frames compared to what your monitor had. Then when you've got stuff like G-Sync and things, it's a whole different ball game. But I'd say you need about 120 FPS in a driving sim. You can get away with low FPS, but about 90 FPS probably minimum for driving games. But 120 is, things will start to look really nice and smooth and consistent. I really like I'll be honest, I do like the physics. The physics are seriously good, given how shit the force feedback is. For my preference, force feedback's realistic. It's realistic, and it's a simulator. We need to do the whole force feedback lecture. We're gonna have to do a video explaining exactly why this force feedback philosophy is terrible. But yeah, it's realistic. I mean, that's what else can you really? It's a simulator, so can't really argue against it. I think the tire model's fantastic. Yeah, like the for a road car, the way it's gaining and losing grip, and the nature of how the car is rotating, and the degree to which it rotates based off how much steering angle you've got when you're braking, and how it's loading up and rolling, and even when on brakes, how it's getting a bit squirrely. That's really nice. Like, that is a substantial improvement over any other sim I've driven with road cars. Unfortunately, the force feedback, I think, is really hiding what would be really compelling detail. But visually and through how the car's moving, it is bloody good physics. Like really, maybe it's just because the suspension's a lot better. Yeah, like I've only driven a Toyota Celica around a racetrack, which is a race prep road car, so I had tight suspension. I drove the road Toyota as well, I've driven some road cars, obviously, but not properly around a racetrack, absolutely ragging them. I've had passenger laps in like with a race driver, Honda Type R, GT4, Ferraris and stuff. So I have a reasonable idea what a real car on road tyres and slicks behave like, and what the car is from the cockpit from someone driving it quickly. So it is really impressive. Yeah, it is impressive. Force feedback shit though. Not better than AC1. No, I think the physics are. It's just that the force feedback is masking it. So it doesn't have the curbing issue that AC1 has. It doesn't have the big suspension issue that AC1 has, and the nature of the slip is more depth to the slip. Yeah, there's more depth to the slip than in AC1. AC1 is a bit simplistic. It's like Automobilista 1. I love how the cars drive in AC1 and Automobilista 1, but they feel a little bit simplistic in how they break traction. It's controllable. It's really fun. And it's surprisingly realistic. Don't get me wrong, AMS1 and AC. But if you play them a lot, it's a little bit simplistic in some ways, right? You know? Is there a little update? Okay, we'll give that a go. Yeah, the frame rate's not going to be good in VR. Yeah, it's the force feedback is terrible. Internal combustion, that's what that is. So the difficulty, I think, is a lot of people will find it hard, unless you're like a really experienced sim racer, or you really know what to look out for. A lot of people find it hard to separate physics from the force feedback, and because the force feedback is so piss poor for once you've loaded the suspension, it masks so much that's going on with the physics that you can clearly visually see. There's so much damper built into it. I don't know why they do that. A race room's a bit like that as well. It feels realistic, but oh dear. It's not the worst force feedback. Most people will like it, but from a feeling what the car's doing perspective, it's pretty bad. It's easy to drive. It should be. I don't know why. Why would you not make it so that there's not so much built-in damper? Like, just allow people to reduce it. Allow people to change that. Like, why mask the physics that are there? Like, why, Kuna? I talked to someone on the dev team, and they obviously, the way that they like to do it is it's obviously their design choice, and they want to make it feel how they want to make it feel, and that's their artistic philosophy. That's fine. Yeah, okay, let's go for settings. However, let the players decide. We turned damper to 0. And it still feels like it's on 30 or 40. Yeah, no, that's what they do, Adam, as well. Yeah, 100%. They want it to do what a real steering wheel does. Yeah, let's try this steering assist thing. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, maybe that'll fix it. And then I'll take back everything I said. No, I want to complain, guys. Steering filter's still on. Oh, hang on. I'm complaining, all right. Complaining muscle. It's my hobby. I don't have a life. Appreciate everyone watching the stream, though. It's been a really fun live stream. today. It's been. I really appreciate all the viewers and stuff. So thanks to Kunos for doing the game, so I get loads of views leeching off all their hard work. So I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. More rants. Here's a guy live streaming with like 1,500 people watching, you know. But then, so this is a problem. Let's try and do stuff whilst we're talking. This is a problem. The problem with like, right. On one end, it's ridiculous that I'm able to live stream and I'm making money from you guys watching adverts, donating, channel memberships. And I'm very lucky to be able to do that. And so, you know, like that's hype. Like it's actually amazing to me that I can do that, and I really appreciate it. So part of me is like, oh, that's really bloody lucky and amazing. But then the thing is, if I was to just be super hyped because of the stream and then ignore the realities of what I'm experiencing, I think that'd be really dishonest for like the game and what I'm actually experiencing. So it seems like, oh, so why are you being so miserable about the game or pointing these things out? That then comes across as if you are like ungrateful. But then like you want to be honest. So there's no way of winning this. If you want to try and be honest, it's very hard to like temper things. Right, settings. Well, I'm going mental here. Thanks, Addison Sholomir. DD Guild, I appreciate it. Right, break bias. Thank you, DD Guild. It is a terrible user interface. Sue me, it's not good. No, it's the physics are great. The force feedback's terrible. Average at best. Terrible user interface. I don't know what they're thinking. Graphics, no, we're not joking. The graphics, it won't run that well either at the moment. I mean, there's nothing else we can really change it. What's this steering filter about? I do feel a little bit mean. I feel like the guy that designed this user interface could be watching this live stream. It's not that improbable. And it's a bit mean, absolutely slagging off the user interface, because they probably did a lot of work on it. So, from, you know, I do feel a bit mean, but Christ almighty, this user interface is effing awful. Sorry. So sorry, you know, like, what on earth? Like, what's my feedback? What's my feed? Let's be positive here. I'd have to give a design document for the user interface, to be honest. I could see how the user interface be okay to navigate with the gamepad, so I can understand where they're coming at it from. But the flow of this is terrible. Hopefully it's something they fix. Like look at this cluster F of crap on the screen, and then you click on the car to change it, and then you're given another menu, then you click on this, and then you're like, okay, now we've got to pick a car, okay, and then now you're given this screen here, which you then have to click back, even though you've already selected the car that you want. So obviously I want to go back to the next screen. So every time I select the car, it's now treated this as like a view of the car, and then I have to go back, and now I have to go back again. What on earth? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Am I supposed to click? Is there like an accept thing to avoid doing that? Like that's just insane. Right. Then also, I can't see that many cars on here. They're all taking up all the screen, and then the scroll is like slow. when you've got more cars, this is only going to get worse. And it's like scrolling up and down is really annoying. Scrolling sideways is way more satisfying. So why not have these cars? Why would you not have the cars be like smaller for this selection thing, and have it so that maybe they're by category or something, and then you scroll them sideways, and then you could have it still very clear. You could still have it navigable. You would go down with the D-pad, and you would use the shoulder buttons potentially, or just left and right on the D-pad, because the shoulder buttons might be for the overall menu. But like, it's like yeah, I mean, I don't know. User interface design just drives me mental when it's terrible. But on the plus side, whoever did this user interface could get a job at Microsoft. So, again, apologies to whoever did it. I know the thing is, it's in early access, so there's probably stuff that's changing. The flow of it will probably change. They probably haven't worked out what cars go where and to what degree, and so those are the kind of things that improve over time. Early access, guys. Oh, it wasn't a joke. Right, let's try another track. The actual track graphics look really nice. Also, the lock to horizon setting was really good. Trying, bloody hell. Yeah, you also have to, again, when you're working on games, you are, there's tight deadlines, stuff changes all the time. You might not be able to change certain things, so, yeah. I mean, I can't look at my user interface design on my live stream. It's terrible. Look at the spacing of the view. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't expecting to have 1,300 viewers today, so that's why that doesn't work. That's my excuse. But yeah, look how terrible. Like, you can't see the chat room. I'm throwing stones. I'm not. I am an idiot. So people should take the piss out of me. I think I deserve it. Right, let's go. Let's try this. This car looks like... What's the one in Live for Speed? Oh, let's have some Guinness. Yeah, my glass house is all shattered. Yeah, it's good. I think it's really good that they've gone with OpenXR, to be honest. That's really good. Oh, the mirrors are done per car. We turned them off and then it's put them back on. Or maybe that's just an accidental. Maybe that's a bug. Maybe Frame Gen will be interesting with this. I really want to try frame generation with driving sims. Yeah, but it's more that it doesn't matter if the implementation of it's rubbish at the moment. It's the right direction, I think, for them to go down. Yeah, like the latency you get from frame gen is not as much of a problem for driving sims. The problem is you get frame timing issue, which is a problem for driving sims. Why is it... I think this car's just ignoring the setting. You can't order a 5090 until the end of the month, I don't think. Till the 30th. Because we're using DLSS. You can turn it off. Only steering lock FFB gains speed sensitivity, the rest to 0. Eh? Why is this running slower on this track? I'm sure we turned the mirrors off. Oh. I do have yeah, I forgot to click apply. We turned it off before, but it's different. What's this? Experimental static level of detail. Is this to stop level stuff popping in?
The pace car is out of control.
Did we? Oh yeah, good point. Depth of field setting. Ah, here we go. Yeah, that's good. Good call. That's weird. Oh, so was the depth of field causing some blur? Oh, I don't know. Let's do a lap anyway. Okay. I think this track's running slower. It definitely, whilst I'm recording in OBS, that's definitely causing some performance issues. Oh dear, that DLSS causes like a weird motion blur when you put it on lower setting. This car handles like an MX-5. This car handles like a super duper stable MX-5. the DLSS on those birds. It's terrible. We need to turn that off. Thanks for following. Just, yeah. This is way more wanting you to brake in a straight line. Thanks for following than AC. Like it really doesn't want you to brake with steering out. It's more sensitive to getting into larger slides when you brake with steering angle. The frame rate's so bad it's throwing me off. Let's turn the graphics down here. Yeah, it's all right that we've just gone through it. We'll do a video going through details. The performance is pretty bad graphically. Turn the shadows down here.
control.
I use a capture card, so it's not really a problem. That's a bit better. I just wish you could get rid of this overly dampened force feedback. Can you change the brake bias in this car? There is a search option. ABS. There we go. No. Engine map. Oh, there we go. It's there. Oh, hang on. I mean, this is a terrible way of having to... How do you delete it? Oh, no. I accidentally... Oh, there we go. Okay. I've got automatic wipers on, that's fine. Oh. Can't change brake bars in this car. This has got ABS on it as well. We can't get the Mazda. Yeah, I mean the force feedback again on this car is really, really bad. Like just useless, effectively, to drive from. Feels realistic for a power steering car, but just not useful. Thing is, a lot of people are not going to notice because it's so easy to drive. They'll be like, oh, it's really good because it's got really strong self-aligning and it's got a aggressive self-aligning. You can feel suspension compression. So your average noob and even experienced sim racers, they don't have an effing clue, and they'll be like, oh, it feels amazing. And they don't get it because there's basically, from my experience of with force feedback and like people that drive from feel and get it, they either get it or they don't at all. Like it's just a binary cut-off. Because they either, I don't know if their brains can't pick up on it or they just never played AC with it set up correctly. They just don't get it. So there's nothing you can say because they relate what they're feeling to what's happening visually. Nothing you can say. Unless you sit down with them and show them with the wheel settings and specifically explain the exact feeling and what it is, then they'll be like, oh no, I get it. But that's it. That's the only scenario. In a real car, you feel it through your body. So that's the difference, and it's a crucial thing for actually driving properly. But I mean, you know, this is really nice and easy to drive. conclusion, it needs a lot of work. I like the sounds in this. Like, I'm not finding the audio. So the stereo of the audio in this, it's not giving me a headache like ACC does. Like the spatiality of the audio seems more natural. I like the physics in this though. Whoops. It's weird because I think the physics have more depth than AC, but because the force feedback's so dull, it masks that depth, so you end up with it feeling... It ends up feeling worse than AC, or seeming worse in many ways, even though I think the physics might be better. It's really strange. Yeah, it's pure steering rack type force. So you can't feel the tyres once it's loaded up, other than like vibrations and if you know. Like really massively rag it. It's like just really aggressive self-aligning. Yeah, no, your average person will think it's great. Inertial combustion? No, not that's. I don't know. You've messed something up with AC if that's what you're feeling. Yeah, the physics are really really natural. It's got a nice bite to the tyres. Easy to rotate the car and the pedals. Nice and controllable. Curbing and suspension's a lot better than AC. I interpreted your comment backwards, okay. Sorry. You can tell that there's just inherent damping put into this as well, because I've turned all the filters off on the Moser wheel and it still feels more dampened than other sims with the filters on. So in all their wisdom, they've gone, oh yeah, you know, we need to make it so there's no oscillations and the wheel feels like a real power steering wheel. So rather than letting the user decide, this is me going crazy, rather than letting the user decide how much damper to put on and set it up as per their wheel rim and wheel, we've just put shitloads of damper on. Great. So then no one can fix or choose, or you know, it really is bad. I think it's terrible that, but you know. This car reminds me of the you know, the one in Live for Speed.
I don't like ACC, but I do like Corsa. That's amazing. It's probably one of the
It is really nice being able to brake on the curbing. Just without, you know, if you try to brake on the curbing in AC1. Bloody hell. Do you know, I think there is actually a bug with the, like, it seems like the audio levels, it's doing something with the audio depending on what sound's playing to flatten the audio or something, like some kind of like audio filter, which is a bit weird. Like so when we hit the curbs, it's as if there's like you know when you side chain stuff in Fruity Loops? Yeah, like sound normalization. It's as if the curbing is side chained to the engine. And so it's reducing the audio of the engine when you go over the curbing or some other stuff. Yeah, it sounds like it's got a limiter on it as well. Which I don't mind. That stops you getting a headache, the limiter. Maybe that's what it is. No, I'm just using sidechained as an example because that's what I'm relating it to. But there's a multitude of things that cause that. Yeah, I think we've turned all the in-game damping off. We'll check again. Oh, controls, isn't it? Cancel. Back. Controls. Settings. This is all the dampers off. It's all off. I don't know why they don't just have a low damper. I don't know what this steering assist weight thing is, but to force feedback off. I don't know what speed sensitivity does. I think it controls the damper or something. It makes it heavier at low speed. Okay. Turn everything off. Oh, hang on, that's got more detail. What did we change? That feels a bit better. What did I just turn off? It's a little bit less dampened. The speed sensitivity thing we changed. It's better with it turned down. I mean, it's still dampened, but that seemed a bit better. And it's actually made it more obvious. It's got the same force feedback issue as ACC. That has reduced the damping. It's just all self-aligning, really. It's really lacking tyre feel. Self-aligning, then like aggressive loading for the suspension, which then people attribute to it being, you can feel what the tyres are doing. But the thing is, because this is so easy to drive, as it should be in a road car, people will be really happy that they're not spinning out. And then if aggressive self-aligning for more newbie sim races is what they latch onto. It's what I used to latch onto, because when you're a bit of a noob, your priority is just not spinning from the back coming out. But once you're like reasonably competent at driving, your priority is finding where the limit of the tyres are to maximise pace through the corner in that small amount of slip. I was me downshifting like a lunatic. Like, what makes you think that that it has so much damper built in is that we're using a direct drive wheel that's a pretty decent direct drive wheel, and we're barely feeling like the rumble stuff even after turning up the rumble effect. Like, it should be super raw. Like on a direct drive wheel, it should be so like, if you've got all the filters off on your wheel, it should be over the top. It should be overactive. It should be terrible in the wrong direction, and then you just add some filter to it, or the game would have some options or whatever, or they might be the defaults, but you should be able to tweak it, right? It's so weird to cap the game at settings that are fucking terrible. It's so stupid. Like, why? Like, why treat users of your game like they're complete idiots? Oh dear. Bloody hell. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing we can do. Like, we've... check the INI files. It's so dumb. Right. The reason why it's so stupid is because in AC1, it's absolutely genius, even if it's completely by accident, that you can feel exactly where the tyres are at, right? Which means it's super analogous to driving a real car. And I'll keep saying this, guys, I'm sorry, but like, I don't think the people that don't get it don't realise how good it is that they've managed in AC1. You can feel exactly where the tyres are at, which is exactly what you do in a real car. You feel exactly where the tyres are at through your body. It's like, it's how you drive. It's outside of memorising. It's like if you're skiing, you feel the load on your skis and the forces on your body to go, oh, right, I can turn more, or I need to angle my feet more, or I could do more rotation, or that will slow me down more, right? You can't just have like, oh, well, okay, suspension, okay. The back's coming out, to counter steer. You need like the front tyres, I think especially, you need like a really big range that's describing the optimal grip zone. Like, you, in a real car, when you're braking, you feel it forwards and backwards and side to side. It's a billion times better than even AC. But you feel like there's a, as you're rotating into the slip, you feel there's like a pressure, and it's like, oh, okay, right, I'm in the optimal amount of slip for this car, and you can absolutely feel it. And this is with slick, like a race car with slick tyres. You can absolutely feel a huge range between in a groove onto the tyres, and then like a massive range between that and then over the like absolutely over the limit, right? And AC1 could still be a lot better, but it's like the base. It's like the base level of what should be acceptable is AC1, where you can actually feel where that point is. I just don't get, how can a developer not realise how genius that is and how crucial that is and how that is on such a level. And to be fair, if you play Automobilista 2 and you use the rack force thing, you can actually feel a lot, you know, an AMS 1, you can feel a lot more of that. It's closer to AC. How can they not get that is, it's like if you had a game that ran in 3D and then you're like, oh no, actually, next game comes out and it's not 3D. It's like, what? Or if you had a game where you managed to make it run in colour and every other game was black and white, and then your next game you go to black and white, and half the player base who have only got black and white monitors or don't know how to calibrate the monitor, they're like, oh, guy, yeah, no, it's realistic, you know, it's great, and you've seen it in colour, and you're like, yeah, it's the same thing happened with flight sims, guys, where you've got force feedback joysticks, and people do not understand the value of having a G-force effect for flight sims because it's not realistic, so they just want the aileron forces. So as you go faster, there's more air pressure, which makes it harder to move the joystick because there's more air pressure, right? So you're pushing against it. That's great. However, if you want to feel like natural turbulence, or you want to, when you pull back, you want to know how much you're pulling back and how much load and how the aircraft resists that movement. So you need a G-force effect, so that if you pull back aggressively, as you pull more load, the joystick pushes back on you, which is what you'd feel in a real plane, to know how smooth you're flying. To really, this what makes it feel like you're flying in a simulator without a motion rig, right? Jesus Christ, it's so stupid. Like, I don't get why people are so far behind on haptics. It's so frustrating. I have known this for like 20 years. No, true force is just vibrations. Yeah, that's great. You could do that with tactile transducers. That could be really nice. It could be really nice. I'm not dissing true force or tactile transducers, but crucially, a vibration is not a continued force with high resolution that you can balance against. It's not an analogous sensation to G-forces. It's analogous to tyre vibrations and mid-corner vibrations, which can help you and is great and is very immersive, but it's not analogous to how you actually drive a car or fly a plane. It's so bloody hell, guys. If Kudos don't do it in this, I think. I don't know what you can do. I don't know. Like I've tried my best, guys. We did like 4 years of explaining this with ACC and other sims. Even BeamNG has a seat of the pants effect added. I don't even necessarily think that's the actual solution required for driving sims, but I just yeah, it's pointless, and it's absolutely pointless. I feel like I'm too old now. I'm too old. Let's put this on 100 and see if it clips. Oh dear. Too old. Gamer muscle, too old. Well, ironically, iRacing actually has more dynamic range to the tyres as you're going through a corner with a lot of the cars. Even than ACC, and I think than this. And it's more concise and tighter. It doesn't have any feel for braking, but... It's not X Matitude. It's not using sound. So True Force has multiple ways of operating. The sound thing is like a basic thing. Like if you were to, you can use sound with True Force, but the full True Force integration, which is what AC, Evo, and some games have, the game has a separate telemetry layer for certain effects that are then sent separately to the wheel, and then the wheel gives different vibrations for stuff like engine vibration. Tire slip and stuff. It's like it's a separate let's just telemetry. It's telemetry driven vibration, but basic True Force will just use sound. It's like a butt kicker if you just use it as a sound, but then the full on True Force integration is telemetry driven.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love the time modeling iRacing. No, I'm just it has more dynamic range for the force feedback as you're going through a corner with the Formula cars at least. It not with road cars necessarily, but. Yeah, it doesn't matter what SimuCube guy, like, it doesn't matter what they're going to say or what anybody with other wheels say. This Moser wheel is a perfectly fine 12 Newton meter wheel. It should be beyond over the top detail with any 12 Newton meter wheel. It should even come through on a T300. Like, if you're required to have a bloody £500 plus steering wheel to be able to feel the details, well, the developers completely mess things up. So yeah, like 8 Newton meters a DD wheel of 5 Newton meters or 8 Newton meters should be more than enough to have an insane amount of dynamic range. Yeah, we're getting good vibrations and stuff. You say you'll get people saying that ACC's force feedback's fine, but it's bollocks. They don't know what they're talking about. So like, this problem is there's a load of streamers, real race drivers. There's a load of people that they don't know what they're talking about when it comes to force feedback. They can't identify the specific thing we're talking about. There's a lot that do understand it as well. But the people that don't know, the problem is they don't know that they don't know. They think they know. So you can't, again, unless you sit down with them and point it out side by side, they don't. So it's one of those things. It's when you've got a flat earther, they think they know, and so they've stopped thinking about it. Which is really unfortunate. I wouldn't be surprised, weirdly, if it's similar to what you have in reality. There's a whole load of people. There's a whole load of people that don't understand how to feel what the car's doing. And I think it's really similar to this force feedback thing. They might be able to drive okay. They can practice and get good at it. But they don't innately jump in a car and go, oh, what am I feeling through my body to drive the car? And they don't know. And you can't... They don't get it. And they think they do. But they don't get it. It's really weird because you can still drive a car quite well without actually really interpreting those forces and responding to them. But, oh well. Yeah, I'm actually a Formula 1 driver. Woo! Oh, press menu. I'm gonna race. I mean, I think that'd be quite a fun car to do racing in. Right, let's do another lap here.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal. That's amazing. So it's probably one of the.
I think it's got really good physics.
Of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods. They're really good.
Yeah, we'll do some AI. This has way better physics than AMS2. I mean, the force feedback has way more dynamic range in AMS2, but the cars do not drive like cars in AMS2, so I'm sorry, like real cars just don't flop around the track like they do in AMS2. It's just not how cars drive. This is very realistic physics. For the most part, I think. Like, seems very natural. I think it's... I mean, There's some aspects of LMU. Again, that game has really bad force feedback, but people will tell you it doesn't because again they don't know. They just don't get it. LMU's got really nice tug for braking, really strong self-aligning forces, but it's terrible force feedback for actually driving at the limit. LMU is very easy to drive though, which is good. I'm literally a Formula 1 driver, yeah. You know, I've driven loads of cars. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what cars you've driven in real life. I could have never have driven any car at all. It doesn't matter because what I'm saying is true. So, well, how would it change anything if I was to say, because we've had this conversation a billion times before, how would it change anything if I was to be like, oh yeah, no, I've driven 10 production cars, I've driven 3 Formula cars, blah blah blah. It wouldn't change the logic and reasoning of what I'm saying. So, and someone that understands what I'm saying understands it. People that don't. And believe me, I've talked with professional race drivers that think bloody Gran Turismo is the most realistic sim. So, you know, we've turned the damping all the way down. It's the first thing we did. Thank you. Easy peasy.
In VR the game is absolutely trash. AMS2 looks so clear in the FFB in AMS2 is amazing now. I had to refund AC Evo because it really looks so bad. Sad.
Easy peasy, thank you for the donation. I think the handling is a lot better in this than MS2. Thanks for your money. I disagree. I think the handling is way better in this than MS2, but the thing with MS2 is that you're right, it does run very fast. This has a lot better lock to horizon settings. And MS2 force feedback does tell you what the car's doing a lot better, but I think the actual physics in MS2 were really bloody weird. I like that we can finally drive on the bloody curbs. On a track like this. Yeah, let's do some AI. Oh! Stuck in new slides. Just turn all the damping off in the game. Because even when you turn it all off, there seems to be a hell of a lot of damping on it. Maybe we're driving cars with power steering here, though. So is there a car without power steering? I guess the old Ford Escort doesn't have power steering, does it? I mean, real world power steering feels so terrible in real life. Why would you want to copy that? Realistic, it's a simulator. Like I don't think some sim racers realise how bad some real cars feel in the steering. Can you change the tyres over? We'll give that a go. If anything, though, road tyres should have like more dynamic force feedback to them. I think, look, in fairness, you have to keep in mind, I'm coming at this from a perspective of someone that's talking as an absolute comparison between every sim that's existed in the last 30 years and someone that's played 5,000 hours of AC, 5,000 hours of iRacing, 1,000 hours of Race Room, 500 hours of AMS2, you know. So, if you're like got less than 500 hours sim racing experience, you ain't gonna notice, probably. I mean, I would have noticed within like 200 hours of playing Sims, because I certainly did. Like Richard Burns Rally absolutely blew my mind, and so did Live for Speed, and it was really obvious, and I couldn't even drive R-Factor 1. So I noticed straight away, because it's how I drive, is from what I'm feeling. But I can totally see, if you're not someone that drives from feel, I can totally understand why you wouldn't notice. And actually, this goes back to like you know, the Thrustmaster T500. Shitloads of people were like, it's the best wheel ever, it feels like a real car. And what it was is it has a ton of damper built into the wheel rim, and cogging and imprecision, which they would relate to their real road car. And it's like, yeah, this is getting in the way of how you can drive the vehicle. Real feel connected. And so, but people, loads of people were like, the T500 best wheel ever. I bought one. It's like, it's worse than a T300, you idiots. And then obviously Thrustmaster were like, actually no, this is shit. And so all their future wheels, TSPC Racer, as I said, T300, other future wheels, they obviously removed the shitty motor damping. But a lot of players thought it was amazing. ECCI force feedback wheel has a huge cylinder on it to not act as a gear, and to also smooth out the motor. But it added in a huge amount of damping and a huge amount of inertia, which a lot of sim racers, they would use it and they'd be like, this ECCI wheel, it feels just like my road car. The cars are so heavy, it's so good. And it's like, no, it's actually shit, because when you turn the wheel quickly, the inertia of that cylinder would get in the way of your inputs and just make everything sluggish. But people compare stuff to like specific things they have. They don't. Most people do not think about stuff in terms of, logically, how could this be better? How could this be worse? Why would I want this to be like this? Why would I not want this to be like this? The vast majority of people just compare something to whatever the closest thing was that they happened to have experienced most recently. That is a big problem. Okay, I'm calming down, guys. I'm calming down. Bloody hell, this guy. What is he on? What is he on? Jeez, too much excitement today. We've been live streaming for 11 hours. Right, we need to do some AI. Yeah, I think the physics are great. I really like the physics in this. It's very compelling to drive from a physics perspective. He's got Evo fever. I'm really liking being able to brake and drive on the curbs on this track. It's a huge... This track's really bad to drive in AC1 when you've got used to driving it quickly in iRacing and stuff. Oh! We are downshifting a bit too aggressively. No, you can still steer the cars with the pedals. You just have to drive visually. Can the popping be fixed? I think, let me just change this. I'd say, at a guess, there's this setting in the graphics. There's this, I think it might be this static setting. What's it called? Static level of detail. I think might, because at the moment I think that might let you lock the level of detail, so then you won't get the pop in. But obviously that might have a same load and stuff. So right. We could try changing the... we could put the force feedback. I don't know why putting it on 50% would help, though, because it's just going to make it weaker. We've got all the force feedbacks on... I mean, I turned the vibrations up. That's just really weird that I've got no filter on my Moser wheel, and we're having to turn these vibrations up to really feel the tyres, so... Your mind's boggled. What's boggled your mind, Erwin? Oh. What was I going to do? What was I going to check? I was going. Oh, tyres in the pits. Back to pit lane, so we can put different tyres on. Settings. No. Oh dear. Okay, it's kind of like an ACC. How do we choose tyre type, or can we not? Ah, here we go. Eco supercar. Okay. That'll go. Can we change brake bias on this? Oh, we can change aero. No. I'm using a 3080 Ti. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently that was happening to Jardier, but I don't know what graphics card he's using. I'm on a AMD X3D chip, a generation or two ago, and then a 3080 Ti. So I don't know. Other than updating drivers, if it's crashing, often if it's crashing when you're in, we've not had any crashes actually. To be fair. Yeah, there's some weird audio stuff here. Let's see. So it's doing some kind of dynamics. What's this? There's some sort of dynamics being applied to the audio. Like obviously there's like an echo here, but then there's some sort of like limiter. It seems like. I'm not sure what's going on there. Well, don't seem to be able to change that. Is it just on this track? Oh, okay. Maybe it's just an audio bug then. No, I noticed when you go over curbs, it drowns out the engine. Yeah, see the force feedback's even worse with these tyres because they're more peaky. Absolute disaster. Like the handling's nicer with these tyres because the car's more pokey, but you lose even more force feedback detail. Like surely there must. Don't get it. I don't get it, guys. I don't understand how a developer could not be like, oh yeah, hang on, that's a bit rubbish. Whoops. These tyres actually seem closer to ACs. Yeah, again, as we pointed out, the force feedback of real-world cars is often terrible through the steering wheel, but it doesn't matter because you drive a car through your bum, not the steering wheel. So that's why it's a bit of an issue when developers go for steering rack literal force feedback with a lot of filter on it. Yeah, it's because the game's stuttering, so it might be Twitch. Is it Twitch or YouTube that's stuttering? I mean, the game's stuttering, so... Oh, thank you.
A3080 Ti and can play this 4K with everything at ultra including experimental settings. DLSS quality. Getting about 90 FPS.
Yeah, well, yeah. Thank you, lovely bit of squirrel. Housingvale just posted his video on the throttle model. There you go. Watch that, guys. Thank you very much, lovely bit of squirrel. Appreciate the donation. And thank you, the dude. Yeah, these tyres feel a lot. The more sporty tyres are a lot closer to ACs. Like if you drive the MX-5 in AC1, which makes sense. I guess they're just the sort of sport tyres.
Heusingfeld just posted a video on throttle model.
It's still bugged. Oh dear. Housingveld, Niels Housingveld is his channel name. Right, let's try something else here. The problem is as well, right? I think it's unlikely that other YouTubers and content creators will point out these force feedback things I say, because most of them have got used to ACC and don't see an issue with it, and they will be the people with the audiences because ACC was more popular than AC, so they will, like, their audiences will just repeat what they say for a large part, because a lot of them didn't play AC and know that was a big thing with AC or even other simulators. So there's no hope. There's no hope. I mean, not that this is terrible. I think because these are road cars, they're more interesting to drive than GT3. And I think with online ranking and stuff, I think this would be really fun to race and stuff. The physics are really good. But just from the force feedback perspective, I think we're screwed. I think we're screwed. I mean, there's a new AccuForce wheel, which you can use telemetry to generate your own force feedback, which can help a bit, but it's not really the solution. Let's try this Ford Escort on another track. We drove the MX-5, and there's no car in this really that's directly comparable. Patch is out. That's probably to do with the crashing bug. Got Suzuka here. We'll do a bit of Bathurst. Now, R-Factor 2 force feedback is massively overrated as well. R-Factor 2 just has very aggressive detail for the suspension movement and tyre stuff, which is great, but it doesn't help you drive the car that well. So, again. Right, let's try this. Oh, it's the content, but okay, we can. Let's just try this, and then we'll try the MX-5. That's it. That's the interesting comparison. This is a real car. Yeah, we'll load it in a minute. It's a state of mind. No, force feedback's like a language, guys. Okay. Maybe let's not go into second gear there. I think the thing is, the suspension's nice, and the tug for braking and stuff. A lot of people will really like that. Yeah, this is the thing. People will really like this aggressive self-aligning, because it does make catching the rear of the car a lot easier. Like, we obviously just dragged it into the wall there. I'm going to restart, but yeah, it's just anyway. I'll stop repeating myself, guys. We'll do a video, and then you know what's going to happen. I'll do a video. We'll explain it, and then you'll get. Inevitable, you'll get a load of people going, have you driven a real car in real life? How do you know? Then you'll get the people going, I own this car, it feels like this. Then you'll have the people going, well, it feels like a real car, which it does. And you'll be like, and they'll be like, well, why would you want it different? Because they don't know. so I know exactly how this goes, and I know there's no winning. It's like trying to explain to a flat earther. There's no point. It's actually pointless. Actually pointless. Oh dear, my OBS is having a meltdown. Here we go. So let's just update the game. We're relaunching the game. The Moses setting, we just have this all it's all off. Yeah, it's all off. All dampers off, natural inertia's off, friction's off. All off. It put the equalizer. So these settings, right, should be ridiculous. With a Moser, these settings should be like absurdly overactive. The wheel should feel like you'd want it to be overactive, because you can take away detail, you can't add detail. So yeah, but like in any other sim, AC1, AMS1, R-Factor 2 is a bit weird, but like in anything else, this would be over the top, which is fantastic because you would be like, oh, okay, there's too much high frequency. I'm going to take it out. Rather than the developer treating you like you're a complete tit and the developer going, oh, you're too stupid to know how to do your settings. So we're literally going to set the damper at a stupidly high level because you guys, you're too dumb to be able to do it yourself. And we're going to assume that's the case. And so we've set it so high so you can't possibly have these. What are they doing, Kunos? It's so disrespectful to the player base, to be honest. It really... Sure, have defaults that are like that, but allow people to bloody change it. We're just patching the game. It's updating! What do you think we're doing? We feel insulted. Yes! Force feedback lovers should feel insulted. Like some people take my hyperbole a bit literally. Yeah, it is updating, guys. We know. It works perfectly in VR. You managed to get to work all right in VR for your cat debate. A lot of people seem to be having trouble. Just go come out the game and then reload it in Steam. I'm taking it well. I like the physics. I like the general driving. To be honest, it seems very similar to AC, but with fixed curbing. What's funny though, right? What is a bit weird? If you just had AC as it is now, AC1, and you just fixed the curbing and the suspension, but basically it was exactly the same game engine and everything else, it would be better, right? Generally speaking. Like, maybe moving forwards, this game engine, who knows? But yeah, it's a difficult one for developers because you want to be able to take advantage of like new shaders and other new techniques and things. But it's surprising the mileage that you can get out of some of these older engines, and they actually end up looking really, really good. Yeah, no, Eduardo, I'm saying with shader patch and stuff, but I'm saying assuming that Kunos had done that to it. But I get why they've done what they've done. It needs to run on a games console. It needs to be scalable. There's a whole. I'm not saying what they've done is the wrong decision. No, but it's an entirely new game engine. Yeah, moving forwards, it will have more potential. And also, obviously, they're doing that open world stuff with it, and you know. Vanilla AC is really good. Yeah, sure, the graphics aren't that great, but the content and everything else is great. Yeah, I agree, Matt. Because it's not that it's like there's like weird stutters in this, and the frame rate on mid settings is like 60, 70. Like, sure, maybe frame generation would be great, but I see that as more of a band-aid. So, basically, if a game at launch doesn't easily hit 120 FPS or 80 FPS, well, it's very hard for a developer to magically get 40% performance. Do you know, like, they can optimize it a lot. I mean, I don't know, maybe, sometimes you can, but right, let's try this MX-5. Ah, what's going on here? Oh. Alright, here we go. Let's try the Porsche Cup. Here we go, but this is better. Ferrari. Oh, we could try the GT3 car. Oh, it's GT2. They put a GT3 car in here. We've got the Porsche Cup. How many Porsche Cup cars we got there? Is this the GT3 car? It's close to it, isn't it? Or is this not? Is this like the road bit? This is yeah, this is GT3, isn't it? It's using the Terrifio challenge, so it's slightly different, but just update your game. Alright, how do we do with race? How do we change this to race mode? Quick race, here we go. This has like texture streaming, like Unreal Engine, which is quite interesting. It seems that way anyway. Ah! We're on the road here. Hang on, the AI did exactly the same thing that AC1 did at the start, where they suddenly turn off the. Doesn't seem like it's completely different AI. Hang on, what is this? What class is this car? But this is.
The pace car is out of control.
It's the Ferrari Terrifio. Oh, it's a GT2 car. That makes sense. It's yeah, it's quite slidey. Again, the force feedback just doesn't tell you where the front tyres are at. It's just really aggressive self-aligning and suspension. Then it's just totally. It makes it feel like the car is totally flat and lacking dynamics. Yeah, don't talk about pirating on my live stream, thanks. The fact that you have to click apply on this UI as well every time you where do you change wheel rotation settings? Why would you not change that in the wheel? No, True Force won't do anything because we're not using it. True Force is for Logitech wheels. We're not using a Logitech wheel. Bloody hell. It won't make any difference because we're not using a Logitech wheel. Oh, it's here, yeah. I was being blind. That was me being dumb. It won't do anything. We're not using a Logitech wheel. Okay, it might do. I'm doing it. False force. Hang on, I didn't click apply, did I? So it's not gonna. I know it did. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, obviously, because it bloody not using a Logitech wheel. Yeah, we updated. Right. No, we're using a Moza R12 and it's working. Yeah, the Kunos Moza settings are not good settings. They seem to not understand the Moza settings. But right. Let's try the Porsche Cup, yeah. Atom, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun to race. Yeah, I think it'll be. Thank you. The physics are great. I think if they do the online sort of ranked racing in the game and stuff, the cars will be more fun to race than GT3 cars. It's just the physics are marginally better than AC with the race tyre, but obviously the curbing's fixed and the suspension is fixed. But then the force feedback really negates what benefits it has in that regard, and then the performance of the game is really bad. So that's a bit of a problem. So you know, it's just a bit weird. What is it? Porsche Cup car.
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, it's an early. It very much is an early access. This gives me the impression that it needs like 6 months of development at least. Ah, game crashed. There we go. Oh dear, she gone. You have to file an account. You need this. You need the steering wheel to be a lot straighter than AC1. Otherwise, the back comes out a lot more aggressively when you're braking. If you're trying to brake the same amount as you would in AC1, but you don't have the force feedback for it either. So that's probably not making it easy. I don't know. We just put spaghetti on the screen. You can turn the mirrors off, and you can use DLSS if you've got a graphics card that has it. That will help. Every time we load the game, it seems that it has to like texture stream the UI elements as well. So if you want to click through the UI, you then have this like loading in of assets, like how Unreal Engine loads in assets, but it's not cached them, even though we've loaded it before. So every single time you have to reload in stuff that makes the UI feel a bit sluggish and annoying. But I mean, that makes sense if you keep adding in new content.
The pace car is out of control.
You know, so the UI is going to be quite an active thing, but right, let's see if this works this time. Let's do fewer cars and see if it still crashes. We get we're getting 30 FPS. What on earth? Okay, I guess this car's not as optimized, or it's just the AI. Or maybe it's just the AI. Ah! I mean, this drives a lot better than the iRacing Porsche Cup car. Oh, what? The AI's ramming? What are you doing? Okay, the AI is still insane. Oh dear, the AI's mental. They just absolutely powered me there. I mean... It's the AI is behaving very similar to AC1 AI. Ah! Yeah, there's just so much damper on the force feedback. You're losing the detail. I'm sure there's the detail there, but there's so much built-in damper. It's what I said at Simulation Expo. It's dumb. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going on about it again. I'm sorry. Can't help myself. It's just moronic, though. Like, it's like someone's made some... I'm sorry, Kudo. I've even talked to the designer behind the cars. I'm sorry. Like, you're a really nice guy. And, you know, you whatever you feel is right for you, great. Your artistic choice. However, don't push your artistic choice on everybody. Because the details have gone. Like, why would you... It's like, oh, I made a really nice soup. I'm going to put shitloads of salt in it because I like that. Oh, okay. But I can't take the salt out. I can't remove it. Because you've... It's making the cars feel really flat. The lack of range to the force feedback. So it makes the cars seem just seem lacking in. You can visually see the physics. You can see the dynamics are there. You can see it's got really interesting physics, and it's not got baked like it's not like a absolute brick like it is in iRacing. It's actually more progressive than the AC Porsche Cup car. Yeah, the game's stuttering. Do you know what you'll get? You'll probably get some people going, on my wheel, it's really good. We're going to Sim Formula Europe tomorrow, so we'll be able to try this hopefully on a whole bunch of equipment. So we'll at least be able to say for sure exactly, you know, if maybe the Moser is for some reason more dampened. I mean, it doesn't make any sense why it would be, but still. Oh, bloody hell. I thought I could egg that. It's 360 no-scope it. Woo! Nailed it. That's actually the entry into that corner. Yeah, no, there's nothing for understeer. Exactly. Did you like that entry? You can, but you don't really want look to apex because it dislocates you from the car. The physics are really nice. This is really... These tyres are really nice and progressive. You can drive over the curbing exactly as you'd expect. The sort of braking behaviour, the lift-off oversteer, the response to the steering, the vehicle's balanced. I think it's just it is the force feedback. It's better than Race Room. Like, it's very similar to AC1 mixed with like ACC, like AC1 with better suspension and in a sense actually more progressive. Like, it's more forgiving than AC in terms of the back stepping out. But it is a very very similar AC. It's just like you've got AC, fix the curbing, fix the suspension, then completely up the force feedback. It has a bit of vibration, but it's yeah, it's nowhere near as good as the understeer vibration in AC1. So even that's worse. It's as if you got the Porsche Cup car in AC, made those fixes, and then slapped damper on like 40% and were like, that's realistic because now the steering wheel's not overactive.